Chapter 151 The Collapsed Cavendish. At the same time. Area 24 of the Shampoo Islands, in a tavern full of gorgeous and upscale atmosphere. Damn it. Can these media people find other news? Why can the news a year ago be brought out to occupy such a large area? Amid a group of pirates dressed in nobles, a handsome blonde man wearing a cowboy hat with a fluffy slapped the newspaper on the table, then showed an extremely jealous look. He, Cavendish, has a person who is known as the Pirate Prince. The day before yesterday, I defeated a pirate group with a bounty of over 100 million. As a result, this news that should have been famous in the world was actually robbed of the front-page headlines by Kyle a year ago when he kidnapped a beautiful naval girl in the East China Sea. How could this prevent him from being angry? Could it be that my pirate noble son is not as good as a beautiful girl in the Navy? It's so annoying. Cavendish's eyes were angry and looked at Kyle with a smile on his face in the newspaper with anger. Damn guy. Sooner or later, I will defeat you and become the focus of the world again. Brother Cavendish, stop reading the newspapers tilde come and have a drink. Members of the Junmei pirates heard the ambition made by Cavendish, and quickly turned over a glass of expensive wine and handed it to him to calm him down. Joke. Defeat Kyle. Not to mention that their pirate group now has 3 members with a bounty of over 100 million yuan, one of which is the former King Sha Chihuahai. Just because of the identity of the pirate group under the Tang Jikade family, they are not something they can easily provoke. Everyone, take a risk together happily. Isn't it good to be a quiet handsome man? Why do you want to cause trouble for yourself if you have nothing to do? We are about to enter a new world. There is a wider world there, and your reputation will be spread throughout the sea again. Let's cheers for a more handsome tomorrow. The nobles who were already accustomed to the life of pirates immediately heated up the atmosphere of the wine table. You guys. Knowing that his crew members were making excuses for themselves, Cavendish chuckled in dismay, but he still took the wine glass and met everyone. But at this moment. But the door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open. Immediately, a tall figure stepped into the tavern. Calumet Bar, it should be here. In the intelligence, the Junmei pirates have been gathering here for some time. Anilu looked at the wanted order in his hand and quickly swept across the tavern. Soon, he saw a group of handsome pirates with more exquisite paintings than other customers. The corners of his mouth suddenly raised upwards. Good luck, I found it. While Ani Road was looking around, someone in the tavern instantly recognized his identity. It's Aniro. Enilu. The natural fruit-capable person of the Twilight Pirates. How could he appear here? Damn it, I heard that their biggest hobby of the Twilight Pirates is to kill other pirates. At that time, more than 20 pirate groups in the Seven Water capital were all killed by all members of the Twilight Pirates, and none of them could leave the Seven Water capital alive. I know. It is said that since then, many pirate groups on that route have forced their way. Even if you face the unpredictable weather of the Great Route, you don't want to be on the same route as the pirates in the evening. Because of the appearance of Aniro, the originally noisy tavern suddenly became quiet, and only some whispers like ear-biting sounds came. Anilu, who has a strong sense of experience and domineering spirit, certainly does not miss a word of mouth, and listens to everyone's conversations. I also recognized that many of the people present were one of their goals. But that is someone else's job and it has nothing to do with him. Anilu stepped forward and walked straight towards the direction where the handsome pirates were. It's over. He's here. Isn't it coming to cause trouble for us? Of course, some people on the side of the Junmei pirates recognized Aniro's identity and became nervous one after another. That is, only their captain, Cavendish, was not panicked at all, but sat in the same place with a serious face. Anilu came to the location of the handsome pirates. The pirates who were originally gathered together immediately stood up in panic under the pressure of his powerful aura and gave him a passage. You are the captain of the handsome pirates, Cavendish, with a bounty of 280 million Bailey. Anilu took out a reward order and compared it with Cavendish on the seat. An arrogant smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. When he was following Kyle, he might be able to restrain his beauty skills. But when facing these outsiders, he is still the supreme god. Thorny. A blue light suddenly jumped in this small space. Anilu grinned, laughed wildly, and said to Cavendish. Tell you good news. You are very lucky that Lord Kyle is interested in your potential. From now on, disband your pirate group and join the Dusk. As for your other crew members, it just so happens that the kingdom still needs some defense forces, so I can make the decision and arrange for them to go there to do things. Now, come with me. Puffed Tilda. Looking at Enilu's arrogant expression in front of him, Cavendish suddenly laughed out loud. I'm so laughing. It would be fine if Kyle came. Just a pirate with a bounty of 200 million would want me to join you. Are you? Some of you look down on me too much. Cavendish suddenly stood up. The slender and sharp western sword was instantly unsheathed, and the sharp tip pointed directly into Aniro's throat. Instantly. A powerful sword spirit aura broke through the blue lightning around like a storm. Swish 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 swish. The members of the handsome pirate group around him suddenly stood up at this moment, took out their weapons, and pointed them at Aniro. Beat. Fighting started. In the tavern, the customers who were already frightened and fled to the tavern when they saw this scene. The tavern owner who was wiping the cup looked at the customers who were running for the order, showing a helpless look on his face. But seeing that the atmosphere in the tavern was getting more and more serious, he quickly packed up his precious wine and ran away from the back door of the bar. Now is the era of sailing, and the tavern is the favorite party den of pirates. Pirate fights are almost inevitable. Fortunately, the tavern owner had already bought insurance from the Tangicode family's property. Some losses are inevitable, but they will not let him lose everything. Soon, the entire tavern was empty. Only members of Anilu and Junmei pirates were left. Yahahaha. Aniro suddenly let out a unique laugh and looked at Cavendish with praise. Very good, very energetic. I deserve to be the guy who can be attracted by Captain Kyle. Then, I'll play with you. A light of light suddenly flashed in Aniro's eyes. Next moment. His figure suddenly disappeared in front of the pirates. Disappeared. Everyone exclaimed loudly, and even Cavendish showed shock, and quickly turned his head to find Aniro's figure. But then, a sudden burst of shout came from the top of their heads. Discharge 30 million volts. The name of Aniro's moves is still so straightforward. But at this moment, the pirates present only had fear of the lightning. The dazzling light of lightning suddenly spread throughout the tavern, like a luminous chain, connecting everyone present. Ah! The screams that kept coming into my ears immediately. Under the flash of lightning, the pirates' skin instantly became handed over to one piece, and they fell one after another on the table, allowing the oil stains of the dishes to defile the expensive noble clothing. Everyone. Cavendish suddenly panicked. But the next second, a relaxed voice came. Don't worry, they were just Corona. I'm here to recruit people, not to attract hatred. Give up resistance, Cavendish. Being able to join the Dusk is your glory in this life. Damn it, don't be so stinky. After confirming it, he found that his friends were only suffering from some flesh and blood and were not seriously injured. Cavendish suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But then he turned his handsome eyes at Aniro with a hint of anger. The bastard of the pirates at the Dusk. I'm still worried that I can't find you, but you actually sent it to me. Since that's the case, I'll use you, a guy with a 200 million bounty, to get an appetizer. He roared sharply in the deepest part of his throat. Beautiful sword Swan Lake. Swish. Cavendish in front of any road instantly turned into a white glimpse and disappeared from sight. Oh, it's interesting Tilda. Enilu smiled slightly, but his body suddenly twisted sideways. In an instant. A sharp full moon slash instantly flew backwards in the direction he had just stood, piercing directly through the walls of the tavern and smashing on the ground outside. Have you escaped? Cavendish, who stopped, had a cold sweat on his forehead, and his eyes were like two beams of light, staring tightly at Aniro. But before he could stand firm, a brilliant thunder shone again in front of his eyes. It was Anilu who turned into lightning. Only by your own footsteps, you can burst out at a speed comparable to shaving. Cavendish, you are indeed qualified to be someone who is standing by side with me. Dunny, welcome to join. 4. Coming. Boom. Any road, who doesn't want to waste too much time, drives directly. Instantly. The roof of the entire tavern was directly penetrated by rapid lightning. People in the entire Area 24 raised their heads and looked at the blue light beam that soared into the sky. In the tavern, a huge figure condensed by pure lightning suddenly swung his fist and smashed hard towards the location where Cavendish was. Not good. Cavendish screamed in his heart, without stopping at all, and instantly activated all his strength and fled outside the tavern. No matter how fast a person's pace is, how can he compare with lightning? A giant thunder and lightning palm flew out and suddenly hit Cavendish's back, directly knocking him out of the tavern and hitting the street outside. At this time, due to the arrival of any road, the area outside the tavern was empty. But not far away, there were spectators surrounded in circles of spectators, preparing to record the battle with a bounty of up to 480 million Baileys. The terrifying lightning spread on Cavendish's body, like countless little snakes experiencing blue light, constantly surging. Ooh, Tilda. Under the violent roar of lightning, Cavendish immediately screamed in pain. But he turned around suddenly, supported himself on the ground with one hand in a mess, and raised his head to look at Nero, who slowly changed from Thor to conventional form. Next moment. The sharp western sword was swung out again. A faint darkness extended from Cavendish's palm to the sword. Armed and domineering. Seeing this, Enilu's eyes were slightly stunned. Based on the knowledge of Qinghai that Clockdale gave him popular science. In the first half of this great route, it is very rare to use pirates who can use armed and domineering spirit. Interesting. And Nero grinned again. But facing Cavendish's attack like a gust of wind, he stretched out his 2 fingers without changing his face. Next moment. Clang tilde. A crisp metal impact sounded throughout the world. It even echoed in Cavendish's heart. No, impossible. An incredible look appeared on his handsome face. He quickly pulled back the sword, and then used all his strength to stab the western sword attached to the armed domineering aura towards Nero frantically. But the result was a long time. All his attacks were like a child waving a wooden stick in front of Nero, and he was relieved. Enilu, who already has a strong sense of experience and domineering spirit, has made up for his own shortcomings after receiving the character card of Thor. Not only does he have strong physical strength, but his understanding of swordsmanship is much higher than that of Cavendish in front of him. It is really not an exaggeration to say that he is bullying a child. If you really have to judge the bounty based on your strength, at least 1-0 must be added to the amount of Enilu's bounty. And this is exactly what Cavendish puzzled. With your strength, how can you only have a bounty of 200 million yuan? While waving the western sword in his hand, he let out a puzzled roar. Are all the people in the navy blind? Feeling the feeling of powerlessness coming from the battle, Cavendish's heart became more and more desperate. He is a pirate who offers a bounty of 280 million yuan. The existence who walked horizontally in the first half of the entire great route is now easily beaten by a guy with a bounty of 200 million. Cavendish could not accept this reality. However, reality is so cruel. Nero grabbed an empty block, flew out suddenly, and kicked Cavendish directly on the abdomen. Instantly. The Navy noble's son Cavendish suddenly flew out like a cannonball and smashed hard on the giant tree marked number 24. It's over. A long spear of lightning that emitted a fatal deterrence suddenly came to Cavendish's sight, and the tip of the gun that was constantly beating with lightning pointed directly at his lifeline. Now can you make your choice? Enilu showed his standard arrogant smile and said coldly. Are you joining the Dusk? Or are you defeated by me in a mess, and then joining the Dusk? Friendly reminder that after becoming Captain Kyle's subordinate, you also have the opportunity to become as powerful as me. This is a lie. In Nero's mind, it is impossible for anyone to be as powerful as him except Kyle. Even if there is, it is only for a while. Cavendish bit his lip tightly, and suddenly fell silent under the threat of Nero's electric gun. The white cloak has become full of burnt black holes because of the battle just now. After a while, he suddenly laughed. "Huh. It's ridiculous. I actually want to compete with guys like you for the attention of the world." Cavendish does not intend to use his trump card, the second personality Rommel's side weasel. Because he knew that neither himself nor Rommel's sycamore would be Anilou's opponent. He slowly raised his head and his eyes gradually became firmer. "Let me see. How shining is it to make a monster like you call the captain?" Chapter 152 Bone Fruit, Union Fruit. Welcome to join, Cavendish. Inside the lounge prepared by the Tangjicode family. Kyle looked at Cavendish, who was already completely incompatible with the word, elegance, and extended a hand of friendship. Cavendish, who was brought here by Anilou, was silent for a moment. Although I was mentally prepared on the way to be brought by Aniro. But when he saw Kyle himself, he still couldn't help but feel the desire to compare with him. And the conclusion is, except for his beauty, all other parts were defeated. Cavendish is not an idiot even though he can survive to this day. He could feel. There is an extremely terrifying power hidden in Kyle. Kyle just sat there motionlessly, which put a lot of pressure on him. It seemed as if there was not a person in front of him, but a huge peak that was beyond the reach of sight. Well. Cavendish suddenly sighed, which was considered a formal farewell to his captain's career. "Hello, Captain Kyle." On the way here, he had the honor to see the Drake trio who was pursuing other pirates. After learning that the two of them, the former kings, were also surrendered to Kyle's command. The last bit of grudge in Cavendish's heart also disappeared completely. It's better not to be shameless. Look at the two pirates with a bounty of 100 million Bailey killed in the street, you will know that when the people at dusk start to fight, how terrible it is. Perhaps as the discharge boy said. It is his honor to be able to join the Twilight Pirates. After accepting another powerful general, Kyle was also very happy. Cavendish is very strong, and he is also a strong player in the physical skills school. He has good Western swordsmanship, so it is very easy to find a character card that fits him. For example, the Demon of the Sword that Kyle has always retained has a 61% fit with Cavendish. However, this card already has a master, so he doesn't need to waste another quota for tool person. After formally meeting Cavendish and confirming that he had joined the Dusk wholeheartedly, Kyle asked Aniro to take him back to deal with the follow-up issues of the Junmei pirates first. Time passes by in a hurry. In a blink of an eye, it was already 3 days later. In these short 3 days, the pirates in the entire Shambodian Islands ushered in an unprecedented disaster. Clockdale and Molia captured all the captains of the 42 pirate groups recorded in the intelligence with their crushing combat power. And their pirates naturally cannot escape the clutches. The pirate ship and the valuable treasures on the ship were sold to the Tangjicode family at a low price on the spot, in exchange for a large number of Baileys. All the supplies on the ship were moved to the warehouse of the Tiga. Soon. This farce that swept across the entire Shambodian Islands was completely over. And this wave allowed Kyle to directly gain more than 5 billion Bailey. The wealth he had previously plundered from the Moria pirates made his small treasury break through again and return to 6 billion Bailey. In addition to Bailey, there are 2 mysterious devil fruits in the warehouse of the Tiga. Based on the illustration of the devil fruit obtained from the Tangjicode family. These 2 fruits are one of the animal-based bird-shaped fruits and the other is the animal-based rat-mouse fruits and hamster-shaped fruits. All were found out from the pirates' cabin. I guess they wanted to take these 2 devil fruits to the auction house for money. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected situation in the sky, which caused them to encounter the pirates, Sweep of the Dusk, which would directly change the 2 devil fruits. Besides, Kyle even used the thief's extreme intention to steal 3 fruit abilities from other pirates. Coincidentally, these 3 abilities are actually animal, superhuman, and nature. Animal system, cat fruit black cat form. Superman bone fruit. Natural system, union fruit. Among them, the cat fruit comes from a pirate with a bounty of 8,000 W Bailey. The strength is so careless, and you can be worthy of this reward amount. The Bone fruit and Union fruit were contributed by the two pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. The ability of Bone fruit is to freely control one's own bones. You can shoot your finger bones like bullets, or you can pull out your ribs as a weapon for combat. It is very similar to Kumariro, who has Kagaya blood resistance in Naruto anime. The moment he saw this fruit ability, Kyle was thinking about. If you draw out the character card of Kumaro in the future, you don't have to worry about not being able to find the right fit. As for Union fruit, it is just like its name, and its ability can turn the body into clouds, similar to Smog's smoke fruit. It's just that the smoke is composed of tiny particles, while the clouds are caused by the condensation of water vapor. And the pirate who used Union fruit was just a lucky waste. Relying on the almost unsolvable power of nature in the first half of the Great Route, he burned and killed and plundered all the way, and received a bounty of over 100 million yuan. In fact, if you can easily defeat a guy who is armed and domineering, it will be a waste of a powerful fruit ability. Since this fruit has fallen into Kyle's hands, he will naturally not bury his reputation. It just so happens that Nami doesn't have the ability to make fruit. I believe that with her intelligence and talent, she will bring different excitement to this fruit. But it's clouds and winds again. If there's another thunder and lightning, this little girl will really become a weather goddess. Bang! Kyle closed the thief's extreme intention, then moved his mind and directly took it back into his body. He raised his head and looked out the window. In the quiet night sky, there are stars. With the sound of waves slapping on the hull, it added a bit of comfort to this quiet and peaceful night. This is the exclusive port of the Don Gillespie family in the Shambodi Islands. In order not to disturb Kyle and others, only the Tiga ship was stayed in the huge port. At this time, on the deck of the Tiga, the crowd was holding a welcome banquet for Cavendish. Kyle made an excuse and went straight back to the captain's room. Open the system in the brain. After a little thought, he directly clicked on the dock system. If you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. Kyle is now only one step away from the combat effectiveness of the Navy General and the Four Emperors. But it was this last shot that made people most unbearable. The ultimate reason is that the level of the partners has been improved. When the level is low, friends can upgrade to several levels a day, and Kyle can also enjoy the pleasure of becoming stronger every day. But now, under the high demand for experience, our partner's progress is extremely slow. It's so slow that Kyle's combat power is often updated once every few days. So, he now wants to upgrade the Tiga again to let his friends enjoy a more effective training room. Tiga, join the glorious evolution. As Kyle thought, the 2 billion Bailey hidden in the safe disappeared instantly. The hull of Tiga was suddenly covered by a dazzling light. At the deck, everyone was suddenly stunned at dusk while enjoying the banquet happily. Looking at the bright deck and surroundings under his butt, everyone's face showed a look of astonishment. However, old members such as Monka and Zoro who had experienced the evolution of Tiga soon realized and showed a joyful expression. Because they know. Every time after the evolution of Tiga, their practice room will also receive a round of increase so that they can become stronger faster. Certainly. Some people understand it, and naturally some people are surprised. Fistfights going on. Molia, Perona and Cavendish, who had just joined the pirates, looked at the Tiga, which was rapidly expanding around under the light, and their eyes instantly widened and they kept looking around. If it weren't for the fact that the other members of the pirates in the dusk were not affected by the light, they would have clinked their glasses happily and celebrated. They even suspected that someone had attacked the Tiga. At this moment, Zoro, who was holding the wine glass, smiled and comforted the three of them. Don't worry. This is just the evolution of Tiga. It's a good thing. Evolution. The three people who had not obtained the character card looked at each other, unable to understand the meaning of Zoro's words. But before they could react, the light on Tiga's body suddenly dissipated. The Tiga, which was originally only 300 meters long, turned into a terrifying warship of 800 meters in the venue. Although its size is incomparable to Molia's terrifying three-masted sailboat. But at this time the Tiga was floating on the sea, like a huge peak flowing with the waves. This is simply a miracle. Looking at the Tiga, which suddenly changed drastically, Cavendish's eyes widened and murmured softly. Analu, who turned him back, sneered while eating roasted fruit. Ha 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 tilde. After Captain Kyle, these are just some small scenes. Even though it was his first time to experience the upgrade and evolution of Tiga, Analu was not surprised at all. After all, in his mind, the Tiga is the chosen ship carrying the gods. Is it strange that some miracles happen occasionally? Monka, who was standing beside him, also patted his thighs, laughed loudly, and waved to the three of them. Okay, don't make such a fuss. Sit down and eat and drink. When others saw it, they thought we were all a group of little karamis who only knew how to exclaim. Damn it! Inside the captain's room, Kyle suddenly exclaimed. He looked at the cost of 500 million Bailey, and as the Tiga reached the level 5 training room effect, he stood up in surprise. If you practice for 1 hour, you can gain 500 experience, and each person can practice for up to 12 hours a day. That is. The level 5 training room allows friends to obtain 6,000 experience points every day. I just knew that the system would not disappoint me. Although upgrading the Tiga and facilities requires a lot of Bailey, it will seriously affect Kyle's raffle pace. But it turns out. This money must be spent. Absolutely not saved. Thoughts flashed, Kyle looked at other facilities in the facility interface again. Previously, because the level 3 facility was upgraded to level 4, it required a huge sum of 150 million Baileys. At that time, in order to save more Bay to use it for lottery, Kyle not only upgraded the training room to level 4. Other facilities are still at level 3, 2 levels behind the current Tiga. Looking at the values in the system interface, Kyle thought about it again. Now there are more and more people on the ship, and there are also little giants like Molia. The 2 crew dormitories are definitely going to be upgraded. In order to have a larger space for use, Molia can live in the men's dormitory. In order to achieve higher recovery efficiency, Desaya can summon more strong people and popularize the domineering application methods in the women's dormitory. And I have to go to the new world in a while, and the mapping room that can draw a perfect map must not be left behind. There are also steering tables that increase the speed of the Tiga out of thin air, which are even more of a basic need. The insect pavilion can help peacocks build a perfect insect army, and naturally the higher the level, the better. The farm will make kung fu manatees stronger and reproduce quickly, and can also raise dinosaurs and other creatures. There is no need to save these 150 million Pele's. The arsenal is an important facility for Heian and Wobble to develop new weapons, and this must be upgraded. Now there are so many crew members and so many non-staff members, it is impossible for me to take care of everyone in all aspects, so the existence of the equipment room is also very important, so the crew can get it by themselves, to match your own equipment. After thinking about it, Kyle suddenly realized that every facility seemed to have its own special significance. Even pure living facilities such as kitchens and restaurants can give partners a more pleasant dining environment. Forget it. Anyway, the auction of the Golden Bell is about to begin, and Doflamingo has prepared a few billion Bailey waiting to trade with me. It's not bad for Bailey, that's more than 1 billion. After hesitating for a while, Kyle waved his hand and quickly pressed the upgrade button on the interface of each facility. Instantly. Bailey, the $1 billion in the safe, disappeared instantly. Except for the level 5 cultivation room on Tiga, all other facilities have been upgraded to level 4, achieving even more powerful effects. Even his captain's room has doubled its area, and the furniture and decorations have become more expensive. Kyle still remembers. The captain's room at level 1 is hard to live in both of them at the same time. At that time, in order to help Dasky recover quickly, she still let her sleep on the floor. Nowadays, the captain's big bed in the captain's room will not make people feel crowded at all. It would be a waste of resources just for me and Robin to sleep in such a big bed. Kyle smiled badly. So. I already have a big bed, so where can I get so many people to sleep with me? Is it the gentle Dasky? The quirky Nami? Or the legal Lolita Little Perona? Just then. The door of the captain's room was suddenly opened. As the room on Tiga that represents the highest right, except Kyle, there is only one person who can enter and exit the captain's room freely. Captain Kyle. Robin walked into the room and looked at the captain's room that had suddenly changed, and was stunned. But when she saw the smirk on the corner of Kyle's mouth, her eyes narrowed slightly and showed a dangerous look. Ahem. Is there anything wrong, Robin? Kyle instantly became serious. But his expression changed, and he did not look too far from Robin's magical eyes. Women's intuition is sometimes more accurate and terrifying than the domineering attitude of seeing and hearing. Nothing. Robin responded lightly, and then continued. I just want to tell the captain. The banquet ended early because of the evolution of Tiga. Everyone is going to the cabin to get familiar with the new structure of the Tiga. Oh. Kyle nodded repeatedly. Okay, I get it. Robin nodded, but his eyes followed Kyle's previous gaze and looked at the brand new big bed. Her eyes were filled with a bright light, she thought, and then she took a step forward. The calf wrapped in black silk curled gently, and instantly brought the door to the room, dividing the captain's room from the outside world. Immediately afterwards, Robin twisted his waist with a charming smile, his hands suddenly crossed his chest and said with a smile. Captain Kyle, I have made some progress in my practice recently. I would like to ask the captain to help me check it out. While talking, a scent of flowers suddenly filled the room. And next to Robin, 3 figures suddenly appeared. Along with this, Kyle and Robin had a brown-skinned Robin when they first met, they just wore a dead shui swimsuit she had taken from the equipment room. Along with it, it seemed like Robin a few years later, she had a maturity and beauty like a wife, and her figure was developed to the extreme, paired with Kyle's favorite black silk OL uniform. The last one is Robin from his youth. He is also shorter than now. Plus the current royal sister Robin. 4 beauties appeared in front of Kyle at the same time. The atmosphere became charming in an instant. Ahem. Seeing Robin's new move, Kyle's eyes lit up suddenly. Stand up slightly to show respect. But when he saw Robin's third clone, he immediately showed an embarrassed look. That Robin, you may have misunderstood. I'm not the same as Lien Tilda. The 4 Robins showed suspicious eyes together. Lord Robin smiled. Then how did I find out? You always secretly observe Perona. Ah. Kyle's expression stagnated. After a while, he murmured in a low voice. But. She is already 22 years old at Schlegel. Legal. Ha. The 4 Robins sneered in unison, with disgust and contempt in their eyes. Immediately, the 4 of them rushed towards Kyle. Stop talking nonsense, take it. Captain Kyle. Chapter 153 Level 7, Sun's Breathing. Early the next morning. Kyle walked out of the captain's room with his waist in his arms, looking at Howery, who was emitting a dazzling light in the distance, and couldn't help but sigh. Harem. It's impossible to have a harem. After his mental power was improved, Robin's ability toward flower fruits increased greatly. A very beautiful flower fruit, she played it to a new level. Under the control of high-intensity mental power, Robin was able to even change the appearance of his clone at will. Dasky. Nami. Perona. Overnight, Kyle experienced it all. Originally, he didn't understand why the fruit that grows enough to produce human organs is called flower fruit. Now he realized it. This is a real flower. The land of gentleness, the tomb of heroes. Kyle tilde. You can't fall any longer. In the sky, Kyle made great ambitions. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind Kyle. Captain Kyle, do you have any instructions today? Kyle turned around. Suddenly, he saw a cold and blonde beauty in a black corset standing in her room. A pair of slender and beautiful legs are tightly wrapped in fishnet stockings. It is the new clone image created by Robin, the cold agent Carlifa. Kyle's expression was entangled. Damn. Pung's voice. The door of the captain's room closed again. Afternoon. Kyle sat on his boss's chair, looking at Robin who was exhausted on the bed, as if he was full of strength. Small tilde. My current physique is second only to the 4 emperors. You are still very early to conquer me in this way." After raising the corners of his mouth slightly, he chuckled, he adjusted his emotions and started doing serious things. As soon as his consciousness moved, Kyle clicked on his captain's interface and looked at the experience value column. Open black lens bracket experience value, 9,880 10,000ths close black lens bracket. You can get up to level 7 if you are only 120 experience points. When he thought of upgrading, he could get 10% of his partner's combat power again. A light flashed through Kyle's dark eyes. After I'm going to level 7, I can walk sideways in the new world. The strongest combat power is already available, and the rest is to consolidate the sphere of influence of the Twilight Pirates. After his thoughts moved, Kyle once again clicked on the facility interface. 120 experience points are just needed to spend 1.2 Bailey in the system. This is not difficult for him at all. Just in time, after the Tiga was upgraded, 3 more spaces were added in the facility column. Kyle thought for a while and temporarily chose the 2 facilities of the aquarium and the pharmaceutical room. The former, like a farm, can create a magical water-based space in the cabin of the Tiga, suitable for all aquatic animals. Its effect is that it can accelerate the speed of internal biological development and reproduction. The higher the level, the greater the space, and the more speed of improvement. Kyle had previously been confused about whether to equip Kung Fu manatees with farms or aquariums. Nowadays, he has prepared all these 2 facilities. And now there is a guy like Molia on the ship. Since he can absorb the shadow of dinosaurs, he can naturally absorb the shadow of Aquaman in the future. At that time, you can raise a few small sea beasts and sea kings in the aquarium, and provide strength to Moria while using them as spare ingredients. Compared with the aquarium, another facility, the pharmaceutical room is much more ordinary, but a room with various pharmaceutical equipment has been added to the Tiga. Its effect is also very interesting. In the pharmaceutical room, there is a magical machine that can simulate virtual experimental subjects according to the needs of the pharmacist. Then the pharmacist can test the impact of the drug on the experimental subject by putting the drug into the machine. It is equivalent to a disguised clinical trial. It just happened that 3 animal-type fruit abilities were harvested yesterday, and the number of animal-type fruit abilities on the ship increased rapidly. At that time, let Chopper use this pharmaceutical room to improve the Blue Wave Ball. In the future, ordinary Blue Wave Balls will be sold to the public. The improved Blue Wave Ball is used by members of the Twilight Pirates themselves. With a thought, Kyle directly spent 370 million Baileys to purchase 2 facilities and place them in the cabin on the 2nd floor of the deck of the Tiga. And upgrade them all to level 4. Instantly. A strange warm current suddenly appeared in Kyle's body out of thin air, causing his body and spirit to surge rapidly. Hear you. Kyle had an excited smile on his face, feeling the sudden appearance of Haoran. At this moment, he felt that Kaido, who was known as the strongest creature, appeared in front of him, and he could knock him down with one punch. This power. While experiencing this wonderful feeling, Kyle clicked on his captain's interface. Open black lens bracket captain, Kyle close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 7 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience value, 250 50,000ths close black lens bracket. It can be considered as being upgraded to level 7. Only. Looking at the experience column that requires 50,000 experience to continue upgrading, Kyle's good mood just got up instantly stagnated. Does it take 50,000 experience points to level 8? Good guy, this is a total of 50 billion Baileys. And this is only level 8. When I upgrade to a few more levels, wouldn't I need hundreds of billions of Baileys? I hope the economic system of the pirate world is stable enough. Kyle sighed a little, and then stopped caring about these issues. Anyway, the economic system of the pirate world has little to do with him. He just needs to know. The system needs Bailey, and he needs the system, which is enough. What's more, the Tianlong people have lost so much money in a year, but it has not affected the entire world. the solidity of the pirate world architecture cannot be judged by common sense. After getting a little familiar with the newly acquired power, Kyle's eyes turned and looked at the skill bar on the captain's interface again. After upgrading, he naturally obtained a chance to draw skills. Kyle, who is already familiar with the system operations, directly clicked on the button to be extracted. A familiar and unfamiliar turntable suddenly appeared in Kyle's mind, and then it started to spin wildly. After a while, the disc stopped rotating. A man wearing red houri and with a red hair like flame suddenly appeared in Kyle's eyes. After the country's fate. Seeing the character's portrait, Kyle had almost no hesitation and immediately recognized his identity. And the next second, a system prompt message pops up immediately. Congratulations on obtaining A-level skill, Rizzy Breath. Close black lens bracket. Breath of the Sun. Breathing method. Feeling the mysterious breathing method that suddenly appeared in his mind, Kyle's expression was stunned for a moment. Open black lens bracket skill, Sun's Breath close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, a close black lens bracket. Introduction. The body is greatly strengthened through unique breathing methods, causing the body to burst out unique energy like the sun. Close black lens bracket. Interesting. Is it a special skill of amplification type? Kyle gasped slightly, subconsciously using the breathing method that was improved by the system in his mind. In an instant, a violent airflow suddenly rose in the quiet captain's room. And Kyle's body also burst out with the power of light and heat. The eyes were like searchlights, shining. After a moment. In order not to affect the sleeping Robin and avoid damaging the decoration of the captain's room, Kyle came to the training room. After reaching level 5, the area of the training room has once again increased dramatically, which is no less than that of a medium-sized island. At the same time, the practice room also added a hidden function. That is, at the door of the practice room, you can select the area you want to come from the monitor on the door. After opening the door, you can go directly to the selected location like any door of Doraemon. When leaving, as long as you silently recite, "I want to leave," in your heart, any door leading to the cabin of the Tiga will automatically appear beside you, which is very convenient. Let friends spend more time on cultivation. This was something Kyle only knew after entering the practice room. Sure enough, after the upgrade and improvement, the effectiveness of the facilities is becoming less and less popular. Kyle smiled slightly. The area he selected was an unmanned area that allowed him to test his newly acquired skills to his heart's content. According to the natural memory in the body, Kyle once again used a new skill, Sun Breath. Instantly. A violent airflow suddenly appeared, like a real storm, sweeping through the space in front of Kyle. Under the action of the breathing of skill Sun, Kyle's body instantly burst out with a red light, radiating the surrounding air to the point of burning. So strong. Kyle clenched his fist slightly, and didn't exert much force, and then suddenly waved forward. In an instant. A terrifying fist wind was like a giant dragon sweeping across the world, rushing forward with supreme heat, extending to the cultivation room before it disappeared. In the Demon Slayer world, the members of the Demon Slayer team who are still within the normal category can burst out with amazing power and momentum after using various breathing methods. Not to mention, Kyle, whose body had reached the strength of the 4 emperors at this time. After blessing the power of Sun's breathing method, his strength was once again out of the ordinary. Not to mention reaching the level of the 4 emperors, but at least it is the top strength of the 4 emperors. Hut tilde. Kyle exhaled another hurricane, removing the increase in Sun's breathing. Not only increases the strength of the body, but also obtains a special flame attack effect that is comparable to the sun. This skill is so strong. Kyle smiled satisfied with his new skills. Immediately afterwards, he clicked on the system again. 6 billion Bailey has been spent by him, only a little more than 1.4 billion left. Taking advantage of this moment, Kyle directly clicked his consciousness into the gating system. Legendary gaming machine, 10 consecutive draws, you'll go away. 1 billion Bailey disappeared instantly. And a series of prompt messages flashed in front of Kyle. Congratulations on obtaining the C-level prop experience book. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting a C-level prop for a shallow hit. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level prop Awakening Stone. Close black lens bracket. What a pity, no shipment. Maybe Kyle's luck today has been used up when he draws his skills. After 1 billion Bailey went down, he only burst out an Awakening Stone. Fortunately, Kyle's purpose is this A-level conventional prop, Awakening Stone. In this way, we finally got 5 more Awakening Stones. Last time, because of Kyle's temporary rise, a team civil war was held, so that 4 Awakening Stones had already been collected and 3 were separated by Clockdle. After such a period of twists and turns, he finally got enough 5 Awakening Stones. Then in the order of boarding the boat, because Nami is not here, these 5 Awakening Stones will naturally be cheaper to Saint Zoro. Looking at the backpack, the magical stone marked 5, Kyle immediately shouted in his mind. I'm leaving. The next moment, a simple wooden door suddenly appeared in front of him. He opened the wooden door and walked straight out of the training room. Immediately turned around again and looked at the display screen above the cultivation room. In the large map of the practice room, you can clearly see where the pirates in the evening are located. After finding the green algae head on the screen, Kyle selected a location, opened the training room again, and stepped into it. Captain Kyle. In the training room, Zoro, who was practicing sword skills with the zombie dragon horse, was suddenly stunned and quickly put away the formation and showed a curious look. Come here, Zoro. Seeing that Zoro was practicing, Kyle didn't intend to disturb him too much and called him to his side directly. With a wave of his hand, 5 Awakening Stones appeared in front of Zoro in an instant. Do you know what this is? Kyle asked with a smile. This is. Zoro was stunned for a moment, then his eyes straightened straight. This is the Awakening Stone. Although I have never seen it with my own eyes, Zoro, who usually drinks with Monka and Clockdle, naturally heard them talk about the Awakening Stone. So after seeing Kyle take out 5 stones emitting mysterious energy, Zoro instantly recognized it. Then a light flashed out of his eyes, looking at Kyle, and asked directly. Is this for me, Lord Kyle? Of course. Kyle smiled. It's time to declare your strength to the world after following me for so long. Work hard, Zoro. It won't be long before we will usher in a tough battle. Your current strength is still far from the world's largest swordsman. Since he already has the combat power of the 4 emperors, Kyle naturally does not plan to continue surviving. After becoming the 7 warriors C, he will officially enter the new world and build a new world of his own in that chaotic world. In addition to having strong strength, this requires a group of subordinates who can shock all forces in the new world. Now, there are only 2 people on Kyle's ship, Clockdle and Aniro, who are competent for this job. The most likely one left is Zoro. Since he can become an existence at the royal deputy level in 3 years within the original timeline. Then Kyle has the confidence to build Zoro into the world's #1 swordsman in 2 years. After pressing the Awakening button in the partner interface, the 5 Awakening Stones instantly turned into a mysterious purple-pink smooth color, slowly entering Zoro's body. Then a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from Zoro's body. At this moment, the entire sky above the cultivation room was rendered by the golden light. Zoro, also under this light, suddenly closed his eyes. Next second, a terrifying aura suddenly came from inside his body, like a boiling tsunami, surging towards the overwhelming turmoil around him. This is. The zombie dragon horse held the black knife Chushui in his hand, and a shocked expression appeared on his dry face. As a top swordsman, even though his body is dead, his soul still has spiritual consciousness that ordinary people cannot match. Spiritual consciousness is not domineering in seeing, hearing, color, and it is also different from powerful spiritual power. This is a unique way of perception that only a powerful swordsman can have. Originally, under the perception of Ryuma, Zoro was like a gushing volcano, constantly erupting terrifying and amazing energy. But just the moment Kyle pressed the awakening button, Ryuma suddenly lost his perception of Zoro, as if this person had disappeared out of thin air. Etc. Looking at the momentum that erupted from Zoro's body, the zombie dragon horse suddenly realized. His dry hands holding the knife trembled unconsciously. It's not that I can't sense Zorogen, but Zorogen's momentum. I have been tolerated. Boom. Zoro suddenly opened his eyes. It was like the deep eye hairs hidden in the universe flashing with mysterious inspiration. He slowly stretched out his 5 fingers, and a calm smile suddenly appeared on his face. Is this the 7th sense of the small universe? Manas. Chapter 154 20 billion Bailey. 2 more days passed by. In a blink of an eye, time has come to the day when the Golden Bell is officially auctioned. In the past few days, under the support of the professionals of the Tanjikode family, almost everyone in the entire Shambodi Islands learned about the Golden Bell auction. In addition, Kyle and others have cleaned up all the pirates on the Shambodian Islands. Some of the remaining little pirates also sneaked away with their tails. This period of time can be said to be the best time for security in the Shambodian Islands in the past decade. As expected, the actions of the Twilight Pirates once again became a hot search. World-class newspapers are rushing to report. In just 1 month, more than 60 pirate groups were successively dropped in the first half of the Great Way, and there were no bad records such as oppression of the people, burning, killing, and plundering. This is not a pirate. This is clearly a superhero who walks on the sea and punishes evil. For a moment, many people on the sea were attracted by the actions of the pirates in the evening. Kyle's fan club has even appeared. In comparison, even the incident of the 7 warriors seized on the ship of the Twilight Pirates has become less concerned. What does it have to do with the 7 warriors who have more or less in the 7 warriors? But the layman watches the excitement, while the insider sees the tricks. When Kyle and Moria appeared in the newspaper, the pirates in the entire New World were all excited. I'm not mistaken, right? Clockdale and Moria actually got on the same boat. Good. What kind of magic does this Kyle have that can actually subdue those 2 guys? Could it be that he had eaten some special devil fruit? This possibility is not ruled out. HMPH they are just 2 guys who are lackeys for the world government, but they just changed their masters. What's so strange about it? You'll just say this behind your back. Do you really think that they are the 7 warriors because of filial piety? A ship with 2 7 warriors. Although I don't know what Kyle's strength is, just relying on the current lineup of the Twilight Pirates, as long as they enter the New World, it will inevitably cause a bloody storm. Similar conversations appear in countless taverns in the New World. Some people sneered at the Twilight Pirates, while others were on guard. But no matter what, the name Kyle has become a household name among the pirate group. Shambodian Islands, 42 areas. Is this the auction venue for the Tanjikode family? It's really spectacular. Walking into the magnificent exhibition hall, Kyle couldn't help but sigh. It is different from the venue that requires a little concealment when conducting slave auctions. The auction of the Golden Bell is in a serious and officially authorized large venue. Similar to Macau casinos, it is an important attraction that will be written into the travel manual. The overall appearance of the venue is not only magnificent, but also noble and elegant. On both sides of the gate are 2 huge sculptures of sea beasts, guarding the majesty of the auction house. The crowds who were coming and going were either rich or noble, and they all walked towards the venue one after another. After a month of brewing, the information about the Golden Bell has long been spread among the major royal families and powerful people. It can be said that Kyle punched him at this time. There must be at least 20 countries in the world to prepare for the new king's throne ceremony. It seems that this golden clock can be sold at a good price. After just a little observation of the dress of the people around him who came to attend the auction, Kyle immediately smiled satisfied. I have to say, Doflamingo really has a group of good men. It was able to create an auction with such a high value in such a short time. This is not something that can be done with just strength. Doflamingo is just not lucky and has limited talent. After decades of glory, he has gained the combat power of the Emperor's deputy level. There is no way. You can only rely on other evil ways to increase the power around you. If he had a special physique like an ant or Kaido, the whole new world might have become his territory. Because of Kyle's special identity, after entering the venue, staff soon came over and led him to the second floor inside the venue, allowing you to see the entire scene of the venue more intuitively. Mr. Kyle, please wait here for a while. The beginning was the opening ceremony performance of the auction, and then we would first auction some other antiques and artworks to set off the atmosphere of the venue, and finally the auction of the Golden Bell. During this period, there will be about an hour, so please wait patiently. The staff in suits and tie pointed their hand at Kyle to the venue below. Okay, no problem. Kyle smiled and looked in the direction he showed. It was a clear view and just saw the situation of the entire venue. Oh, by the way. The staff seemed to remember something, and suddenly reminded carefully. Mr. Kyle, because the promotion of the Golden Bell is very successful, it is not ruled out that the Tianlong people will be present in a while. If there are really a celestial dragon people, please be careful not to let them discover your existence. After all, if the Tianlong people knew that someone stood higher than them, they would definitely get angry. As a dragon I understand. Kyle narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded with a smile. It just so happened that he came to watch the auction of the Golden Bell just to meet the Dragon Man. If they didn't come, Kyle would feel a little regretful. After explaining everything, the staff quickly left the room. Kyle glanced at the venue and then smiled at Clockdale and Agent behind him. Sit down. It is rare to come to participate in an event in the upper class, just take it as a long experience. Yes, Captain Kyle. After receiving Kyle's instructions, the two immediately sat opposite Kyle, looking at the lively venue below, just like Kyle. This time, Kyle did not bring anyone else. Mainly considering that the Golden Bell is so loud now, it is easy to attract the dragons. If there is any conflict between his partners and the Tianlong people, he will be difficult to deal with. As for Clockdale and Akin, they are both real pirates and will not suddenly flood the mines of justice and do extraordinary things that will affect Kyle's next plan. So, I hope the attractiveness of the Golden Bell is strong enough. Kyle grinned, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Soon, the auction was held as scheduled. After a simple opening performance, a guy dressed in fancy clothes walked onto the stage. Kyle recognized him at a glance. He is the person in charge of the slave auction house in Area 1 on the original timeline. Although this guy is not a good person, he has surprising auction methods and can use the fastest way to stir up the atmosphere of the venue. Sure enough. With his outstanding eloquence and means, the entire venue instantly became boiling. One by one, the lot was bought at a high price. It can be seen. In order to hold the last auction worthy of the Golden Bell, the Tang Jikade family also took great pains to get a batch of world-class famous calligraphy and paintings and other artworks from somewhere. The value of almost every item is no less than 5,000 W Bailey. You must know. Even if you buy a female slave with excellent appearance and figure at a slave auction house, it is only 70W100 W Bailey. Any auction items here are enough to buy dozens of slaves. In this Shampoo Island where slave trades are flooded, Kyle's thoughts will naturally think of it. He couldn't help but sigh. This life is really worthless. The auction is in full swing. The items that are listed as treasures and placed in the safe in the outside world are now like beautiful women who have been completely removed, and are for everyone to visit. The most valuable item among them is the precious crown created by a craftsman kingdom that had been removed from the list 300 years ago. In the end, this lot was sold by the king of a country for 500 million Baileys. Kyle was so jealous that he saw it. 500 million Bailey, rounding it up is enough for him to get 10 consecutive shots. However, the items that were enough to be the finale at other auctions in the past have become a foil for the Golden Bell today. After the auction of more than a dozen treasures, the auctioneer on the stage immediately picked up the microphone and said passionately, "Dear VIPs, thank you very much for your enthusiasm for making this auction so perfect. I'm also very clear about the purpose of everyone coming here today. Then next, let us welcome the last lot of this auction with our most eager eyes. The great historical stalwart who has disappeared for 400 years and returned to the world from the clouds again, Shandora's lamp. Boom. Just as the auctioneer finished speaking, the wall behind him made a loud noise. As a sound of gear friction sounded, the originally tightly fitting wall actually broke from the middle and moved towards both sides of the venue. Immediately afterwards, dozens of spotlights lit up together, illuminating the light on the huge golden bell hidden behind the wall. This is. The dazzling golden light filled the entire venue. Everyone was silent for a moment, staring forward with a tight look. In order to prove the weight of history, neither Kyle nor Don Gillespie family cleaned up the golden bell. At this time, there were green vines above the golden bell, and moss was covered with corners. In addition to the historical text location that was cut out, Kyle asked De Niro to fill it with other gold. The entire golden bell almost maintains its appearance when it was on the empty island, and it does not look very beautiful. But this was a decision made by Kyle after discussing with the auction director. After all, these green plants covering gold can, in a sense, prove the ancientity of the golden bell. If there are VIPs from Beihai present, then you must know the story of King of Talk Nolando. The auctioneer's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the speaker phone bugs everywhere in the venue. In the story, Nolando is a big liar who loves to lie. He deceived the king and lied that he had seen the existence of the Golden Land. In order to firmly uphold his lies, he finally paid the price of his life for it. However, no one knows. The land of gold really exists. It's just that he didn't sink into the bottom of the sea as Nolando said in the story. But we go to a higher place that we cannot reach, the little-known secret realm, Sky Island. This golden bell from the Sky Island is the best proof. Bababa. The fixed sound hammer hits the bass, making a crisp sound. The auctioneer's eyes were filled with brilliant golden light, and he said in an excited tone. Now. The last lot of golden bell will be auctioned. The auction floor price 5 billion Bailey, each price increase must not be less than 100 million. Bang. With the last thump falling, the entire venue instantly boiled. Everyone started to talk. The lowest price of 5 billion Bailey is destined to be more than 90% of the people in the venue were unable to participate in the auction. But everyone knows. This golden clock made of gold, even if it is aside its historical value and technology, even if it is simply melted into gold. At least it is worth billions of Baileys. Including those artistic components that cannot be measured, the transaction price of this golden bell is at least 10 billion Baileys. The qualified person on the scene instantly launched a fierce bid for the golden bell. The price has risen from the bottom price of 5 billion Bailey. In just 2 minutes, the price has been called to 9.8 billion Bailey. But even so, the price increase trend did not slow down at all. It soared straight and came to 10.4 billion Bailey. Those who can come here are not fools. They know very well. This golden bell full of storyliness that has changed countless Beihai people from childhood to cognition is destined to be written into history. Whoever can buy this golden bell is equivalent to engraving his name into history. For the kings and powerful people who are present today, this is the real motivation to attract them to keep increasing prices. In addition, treasures such as the golden bell can also bring supreme glory to your country. The tourism benefits and reputation benefits generated by this are definitely not comparable to those of this mere 10 billion Bailey. After paying the heavenly gold, there is still free money to participate in this auction. Either the country is very rich and confident, or it is just lofty and has a glorious view of the value hidden behind the golden bell. In short, this golden bell battle won't end so easily. As the number plates were raised, Kyle, who was located on the second floor, also looked excited. 10 billion Bailey. Another 10 consecutive draws. Get rich. Get rich. He doesn't want anything else now, he just hopes that the auction will be extended for a while. Let the price fly for a while. However, when the auction price reached 12 billion Bailey, the atmosphere on the scene gradually became dim. Even if there are bidders holding signs, the period will be a long time apart. If the auctioneer hadn't deliberately extended the hammering time, the golden bell might have already had a new owner. In this way, under the auctioneer's auction skills, the price of the golden bell gradually increased. In the end, the bid reached a high price of 15 billion Bailey. It seems that this is also the limit that the golden bell can photograph. After a long period of uncommon bidding, the auctioneer began to slowly count the fixed hammer. What a pity, it didn't attract the Tianlong people. In the hidden room on the second floor, Kyle shook his head softly. He is already very satisfied that the golden bell can buy a high price of 15 billion. In addition to giving the Tang Jikade family 5% of the handling fees, he also got more than 14 billion, which is enough to carry out many operations. In addition, the Arc Proverbs transaction with Doflamingo later. It is almost a foregone conclusion that he has been promoted to level 8. Thinking of this, Kyle's mouth suddenly rose and she smiled. As the auctioneer's last hammer fell, he stood up and stretched. Let's go. The auction is over, and the Tianlong people did not show up. With the lack of people now, let's go back to Tiga first. Kyle waved and prepared to take Clockdale and Akin to leave. However, just as the auctioneer is about to announce the final ownership of the golden bell, the door to the auction was suddenly pushed open by two men in black. Squeak. A gust of wind suddenly penetrated into the center of the venue. Next moment, I saw a guy wearing a bubble helmet and a unique white uniform riding on a man covered in scars and slowly walking into the venue. Heaventh Dragon Man. Seeing the people who came out dressed, everyone present suddenly looked at their faces. Immediately, they all lowered their heads and did not dare to look at them. With the help of the black-clad bodyguard, Charles Saint walked off the slave, and then without saying a word, he took out a pistol made of gold. Damn guy. He climbed so slowly. I missed the golden bell auction. It's really hateful. Bang. A gunshot. It fell on the slaves, and at the same time it fell on the hearts of everyone present. After dealing with the slave that made him unhappy, Charles Saint looked up again, looked at the auctioneer in the center of the stage, and asked from the air. Is the auction of the golden bell over? Ah. The auctioneer was sweating coldly. He quickly bowed and said humbly. Sorry, Lord Charles Street, the auction has already. Charles Saint raised his pistol and looked at the auctioneer with an upset expression. Ah. The auctioneer pointed at by the gun quickly trembled in fear and immediately changed his words. Sir Charles, you are here at the right time. The auction of the golden bell is underway, and the price has been called 15 billion Bailey. The Charles Saint, who was like a mentally retarded, shook his nose and nodded with satisfaction. Immediately he looked at the huge golden bell behind the auctioneer. To be honest, he is not very interested in history, gold, etc. I just heard that many untouchables traveled thousands of miles to the Cambodia Islands just to auction this golden bell. He was not interested in the golden bell, but he was very happy to do things that could not satisfy the wishes of the untouchable. Charles Saint put away his pistol directly, then snatched an auction card from the person next to him, held it high, and bid. 20 billion Bailey. Chapter 155 Tianlongren Manor. 20 billion Bailey. Kyle, who had already stood up and was about to leave, suddenly stopped and looked at the auction venue below. Immediately, a sigh suddenly came out in my heart. It's worthy of being you. Kyle instantly recognized the identity of this Tianlong man. It was the strongest shield of the Tianlong man who was hit in the head by Luffy with an angry punch without leaving any injuries, Charles Saint. Under the vocal, 20 billion Bailey, from the Dragon Man Charles Saint, Kyle also lost himself instantly. Even his eyes at the Dragon Man, as if he was looking at the insects at the beginning, instantly changed, revealing a look of looking at the sucker. Ah! The auctioneer on the field was stunned at first. But after hearing the bid from Charles Saint, his professional spirit forced him to come back to his senses. He quickly picked up the pinion hammer that fell to the ground and knocked it on the base 3 times quickly. He shouted in cheers. Let us congratulate the new owner of the Golden Bell, the great Saint Charles, the Dragon Man. Bang, bang. 2 fireworks that almost fired in advance suddenly rang out. On the stage, a golden rain started. But facing the auctioneer's congratulations, Charles Saint calmly put his finger into the bubble helmet and admired the envious but jealous eyes of the untold people present. The perfect ending. In the hidden stand on the second floor, Kyle's eyes flashed with greedy eyes, and his eyes could not be moved away from Charles Saint. If it weren't for the fact that there were no other pirate groups on the Shambodia Islands now, they would have been easily suspected of being on their heads after the incident. Kyle really wanted to use the ability of the invisible fruit to kidnap the big fat sheep, Charlotte Saint. The next thing is the closing ceremony of the auction. It's just that because of the arrival of the Tianlong people, everyone is no longer in the mood to put a good end to the auction. Taking advantage of the issue of handover of the Golden Bell by Charles Saint and his men, they hurried out of the auction house one by one. There are only some royal powers who flatter the Tianlong people, who are still there, hoping to say something to the Tianlong people and then become the capital to show off in this life. Seeing that the Tianlong people were not acting like a rogue, they obediently filled out the check according to the rules. Kyle also waited silently. A few minutes later, a staff member climbed to the second floor and came to Kyle's room, bringing him a picture made by Don Gilshode's house. A check with a face value of 19 billion Bailey. The auction house will charge a 5% handling fee, which was agreed from the beginning. Kyle took the check directly, with a joyful smile on his face. Thanks for your hard work. In a very good mood, he symbolically thanked the staff. In the afternoon, I happened to see that Charles Saint had already left the venue with his men. The corner of his mouth raised, he immediately said goodbye to the staff, walked out of the venue, and found a quiet and deserted corner. He. Today is a great harvest. A golden light flashed in Kyle's dark eyes. A puff. A book with a mysterious inscription suddenly appeared in his hand, which was the thief's intention. The pages of the book flipped and came directly to the one that recorded the fruits of the door. The next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of Kyle. He waved his wrist gently, and an air door leading to the strange space slowly opened. Let's go. Excited Kyle licked his lips, took Clockdale and Ajan and walked into the alien space created by the fruits of the door. At the same time, a strange wisp of flying sand remained in place along the gap where the air door was closed. The scattered gravel quickly condensed and slowly turned into two eyeballs floating in the air. One flew to the venue and then prepared to put the golden bell in the treasure house of the Tianlong people. One followed Charles Saint and left the venue. That's true. A waste slave. He actually wants to let this saint walk back. On the streets of the Shambodian Islands, people on both sides lowered their heads and knelt down, forming a wide road. Charles Suna walked on the street with a swaying pace, complaining about the slaves he had just shot. Today he went out and there was nothing else, just trying to discuss the untouchables. A few days ago, he heard that many royal nobles traveled thousands of miles to the Shambodia Islands, wanting to compete for the national treasure-level Golden Bell. What else would you say? If anyone can get the Golden Bell, his name, and even his family, will definitely be famous in history. Although I just happened to hear the conversation between my subordinates, how could Charles Saint bear this individual? As long as it is a precious treasure, it should belong to them. 20 billion Bailey, although it is not a small amount for him. But it is equivalent to a person who always drinks Mishui Bingcheng, who suddenly ordered a cup of Starbucks, which is not harmful at all. It made him happy that he could see the excited untouchables with disappointed expressions on his face. The only bad thing is, I was so anxious that I forgot to bring the spare slave today. It was such a mistake. Charles Saint, who had just walked out of the venue for hundreds of meters, suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at the black-clothed bodyguard behind him, pointed it casually, and said in a lazy tone but unstoppable. I'm tired. Next, carry me back. The black-clad bodyguard's face paused for a moment. But after the corners of his mouth trembled a few times, he still obediently knelt on the ground and said, No problem, Lord Charles Saint. Tisk tisk tisk. This is the Dragon Man Tilda. Even though they had already learned about their behavior in the anime, after watching the celestial dragon man who had completely regarded himself as a real god, Kyle couldn't help but smack his tongue. A djinn, who was standing beside him, also looked shocked, saying that he had gained some knowledge today. The only one is Clockdle, with his arms wrapped around his chest and his eyes closed. After activate the ninjutsu Eye of Sand, his vision will remain on the Eye of Sand. At this time, he followed Kyle entirely by relying on his domineering attitude and hearing. However, he had long known the way of the Tianlong people, and he had seen something even more excessive than this. So I didn't express my feelings like Kyle and Agent. Following along the way, Kyle followed the Tianlong people to a separate area that was not recorded on the map. The bodyguard of the Tianlong people did have a few tricks. Even if you walk on your knees, you will be fast and steady. You can tell at a glance that you must have kneeled a lot. At this time, the area where Kyle and others were located was a temporary residence specially built by the world government for the Tianlong people. It consists of 19 huge manor castles. Each manor represents the surname of a Tianlong man. The architectural style here is also modeled after Mary Joa. As soon as he returned to this area, Charles Saint walked directly to his manor. Compared to the Golden Bell, he still prefers to toss his newly bought slaves. Listen to other celestial dragons. If a person with ability eats 2 devil fruits at the same time, he will explode like a firework and die, spurting blood everywhere. It just happened a few days ago that he bought a pirate of abilities at a slave auction, and he asked someone to get a devil fruit from Mary Joa's home. He wanted to see what this firework that exploded and died would look like. Charles Saint shook his fat body and walked into the room, then couldn't wait to get the pirates of the powerful one and the demon fruit. Said it was his private room. But this room is half the area of the previous auction venue. The room was surrounded by slave maids wearing collars, and they were all very beautiful. If it is put outside the world, it will definitely be the target of being sought after by thousands of young people. But here, they can only live a life worse than pigs and dogs every day. Under the service of several slaves, Charles Saint sat on his chair that was comparable to a throne and waited for a while to perform. However, after he had just sat down for a while, a ripple suddenly flashed through the space in front of Charles Saint. Charles Saint was slightly stunned. But before he could react to what happened, a strange air door suddenly opened, revealing a pair of eyes emitting a magical impact. Charles Saint, who is no different from a fool, was instantly taken into the moon reading space by Kyle. Immediately afterwards, the space door opened again. A breathtaking mental impact rushed towards the minds of all the slaves in the room like a surging wave. Under Kyle's domineering aura, all the maids were unconscious one by one and fell to the ground. And at this moment, a soft sand waterfall suddenly surged out of the air door, dragging the bodies of one maid after another. They did not let their fall down, and they made any sound. Move faster, Kyle urged. He didn't know whether there were any masters who could see and hear the world, so everything must be decided quickly. Clockdle nodded with his eyes closed and said nothing. He just reached out to control the sand and lifted the bodies of the slave maids over. In the different space on the air gate, a djinn had already transformed his body into elements and swallowed all the slaves into his body. After doing all this, Kyle nodded immediately with satisfaction. Next second, the air door closed again. Everything is back as before. Charles Saint suddenly woke up. Recalling the scene he just saw, he quickly screamed in anger. Come here. Someone took away all my slaves. Bang 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 bang! Exclamation mark. The angry Charles Saint directly pulled out the pistol from his waist and shot it in a row at the ceiling, venting his dissatisfaction. Next second, dozens of bodyguards and guards rushed into the room suddenly. What happened, Lord Charles Saint? The bodyguard walking in front immediately asked. Charles Street was furious. Just now, 2 people suddenly appeared in the mirror, putting all the slaves in front of me. Besides, I called you so many times just now. Why are you here now? Charles Saint pointed a gun at the bodyguard's nose and questioned. But Lord Charles Saint. The bodyguard pointed it by the gun instantly panicked, and knelt on the ground and said tremblingly. We rushed over as soon as we heard the sound. Wait a minute, could it be? Under the threat of death, the bodyguard's idea opened. Is there anyone with the ability of the silent fruit among the intruders just now? Savvy. The anger in Charles Saint's eyes did not decrease at all, and he directly shot the bodyguard in the leg. I don't care about the ability. No one can anger the Tianlong people. Call the Navy General right now. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, I will make the guy who stole my slaves pay the price. Ah! Charles Saint, who was like a flying pig, swung his dirty snot and let out an incompetent rage. A group of bodyguards and guards said yes. Some of them stayed to protect the safety of Charles Saint. Another group of people dragged the injured unlucky guy to call the Navy headquarters. On the other side, Kyle in the different space saw this scene and a successful smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fine. It seems that no one noticed the abnormality. Immediately, he suddenly held the thief's intention in his hand and looked at Clockdell. Since there are no masters who are domineering in seeing and hearing here, the plan is going on. Where has the golden bell been delivered? I have already walked half the distance, and I guess it will be half an hour before I can get here. Half an hour, right. Kyle murmured, okay. Since that's the case, let's take a look at the trash-talking pirate. A capable person, a devil fruit. The world nobles are the world nobles, and they are so extraordinary when they take action. Kyle looked at Clockdell. Under his guidance, the 3 of them immediately stepped forward. In the residence of the Tianlong people in a different space, they started to act swagger. Because of the commotion on the side of Charles Saint, the bodyguards and guards in the entire manor had already taken action. The bodyguard, who originally went to get the abilities pirates and the devil fruit, once again sent them into the dungeon of the manor to meet with the large army. The residence of the Tianlong people was attacked. If such a big thing happens, if they don't operate well, they are very likely to lose their heads. The frightened bodyguard in black hurriedly left. However, he did not find out that it was. Just on the wall above his head, a strange eye was staring at him tightly in the hidden dead corner. Until he left the slave prison, a space crack suddenly appeared at the location of the eye. Following this gap, Kyle used his same trick again and released a powerful mental impact again. Instantly. The slaves in the entire dungeon and the surveillance phone bugs on the walls instantly fell into a coma. Immediately afterwards, the space door opened again. A sand waterfall swept through the entire dungeon again, breaking through the cage of the slaves who were guarding the slaves, sending the slaves one by one into the different space, and then Ajin uses the ability of the swamp fruit to store them in the swamp space of his body. The movements are rapid and quick. After all, the purpose of Kyle and his team's trip was not to save these slaves. He knew very well. Unless he has the ability to completely abolish slavery, nothing he does is just a drop in the bucket. Only. All of them are here. Since you have seen it, then do something good. After Clockdell took back all the gravel, the space gate merged again, as if nothing had happened. Not good. Why is the surveillance video of the dungeon gone? In the surveillance room of the manor, a bodyguard immediately discovered something abnormal. The person next to him immediately echoed. It must have been done by the intruder. Call up people quickly and gather in the dungeon. Be sure to arrest the invaders and give Charles Saint an explanation. Step by step. A series of heavy footsteps suddenly sounded in the manor. All the bodyguards and guards rushed towards the slave dungeon. However, in the strange space, the 3 of them swayed and watched busy figures walking past them, but completely ignored them who were walking towards the treasure room. Kyle couldn't help laughing. The ability of this fruit is really in vain in Bruno's hands. Chapter 156 The General's Arrival. A group of anxious bodyguards quickly arrived in the dungeon where slaves were imprisoned. What can be left for them? But it was empty darkness. Damn it! Another slave was stolen. Everyone present looked extremely ugly in an instant, like Seema. If they could not handle this matter today, they would satisfy Charles Saint. Then the one who is put in a cage next is likely to be them. Wait a minute, look at what that is. At this moment, a guard wearing metal armor suddenly lifted the spear in his hand and pointed it at the center of the dungeon and shouted. All eyes immediately gathered. Suddenly, I saw a dressing mirror over half a meter long falling on the ground in the center of the dungeon. It's a mirror. The Lord Charles Saint said before that the person who snatched the slaves in his room appeared from the mirror. It must be done by someone with fruit abilities related to mirrors. Let's go. Take this mirror and let someone check it out. A group of bodyguards came and went in a hurry. After finding the suspicious clue, he immediately took action. As subordinates of the Tianlong people, they naturally enjoy a powerful intelligence network of the world government. Soon, they found clues to those who are capable of being related to mirrors. The eighth woman of Big Mom, Charlotte Brie. The owner of the mirror fruit ability can freely shuttle through the mirror space and bring other people or objects into the mirror. What should I do? If it has something to do with the four emperors, it's not something we can solve. The bodyguards and guards are very self-aware, and they are not like the Tianlong people. They think that relying on the world government and navy can make everyone in the world surrender. In this case, we can only wait for the Navy General to come and conduct a carpet-style search within the Shampoo Islands. By the way, hurry up and inform the Navy on the island and let them block all the ports. At this time, you must never let any ship run out of the Shambodian Islands. Don't worry, I've been arranged by someone. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to leave the Shambodian Islands at this time. After all, it is a professional talent trained by the world government. All matters were arranged as soon as possible. At this moment, an armored guard made a dull question through the metal gap. Strange, why did this guy from the Big Mom pirates attack the Tianlong people at all times? Hearing his question, the others also instantly showed a puzzled expression. Yes. The four emperors' pirates live in the territory of the New World all year round and rarely return to the first half of the Great Way to operate. What's more, they are still close to the Shambodian Islands, which are close to the world government and the Navy headquarters. It is impossible that the four emperors themselves will arrive in person. How dare they do such a disobedient thing? Has something happened on the island recently? A bodyguard asked with a frown. The others immediately began to ponder. What's the matter? Some people guessed. If you want to say that it can be considered hot recently, it's nothing more than the Dusk Pirates caught a large group of pirates in the Shambodia Islands to exchange for bounty. Is it possible that among the people they caught, are there people from the Big Mom Pirates? Impossible. Another person shook his head and denied it. If that's the case, they'll just go find the Dusk Pirates. What's the matter here? That's right. The first person who asked for it nodded and said again. Since that's the case, the only thing that is most famous in the Shambodian Islands recently is the Golden Bell auction, right? Golden Bell. The voices of all the bodyguards and guards suddenly stopped. The next second, they instantly raised their heads and looked at each other. Not good. Can they be their goal, the Golden Bell of Lord Charles Saint? A bodyguard quickly turned on the phone and wanted to notify others. But before he could dial the number, the phone bug rang first. He immediately picked up the microphone, and the phone worm's expression instantly became extremely anxious. Not good. All the surveillance videos in the port warehouse are blacked out. It's exactly the same as in the dungeon before. You guys go there and see what's going on. It's over. The bodyguard who answered the phone softened his body and the microphone in his hand fell down. This area is a temporary residence of the Zogan people in the Shambodi Islands. In addition to the 19 huge manors, there is also a luxurious and solemn port. The direction opposite the port is the sea area below Mary Chua, the holy land of the divine dragons. The divine dragons who came to the Shambodi Islands also took the same route. After all, the manor here is just a temporary place for the Tianlong people, and it is also a family public place. The Golden Bell photographed by Charles Saint will naturally not be preserved here. Instead, it must be placed in the temporary warehouse at the port first. After Charles Street returned to Marichoa, he brought the Golden Bell back to Marichoa. However, we've been trapped. The faces of others who also heard the sound of the phone bug became extremely ugly in an instant. The other party's goal is not a slave at all, but the golden bell that Charles Street just photographed. Quote. Damn it. Because there was a problem with the manor of Charles Street, the guards of the entire area are now gathering nearby, and the defense on the port has become vacant. The other party is a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The bodyguards and guards gritted their teeth in resentment. Even though they knew they might have been too late, they still quickly set off and rushed towards the direction where the port was. At the same time, in the warehouse of the port, Kyle couldn't help laughing as he looked at Agent, who had struggled to swallow the golden bell into the swamp space and became round again. When I go back, let Analu melt the golden bell directly into gold bars tilde. There will be a few billion more income then. The money from the Tianlong people is so easy to make. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and opened a huge wall of air directly in front of him. After throwing down a mirror, he walked into the different space. Clockdale also raised his hand and instantly entered the tailed beast turning form, transforming into a huge beast claw, pushing Agent, who was rounded into a ball, into a different space. The residence of the Tianlong people was invaded, and it is estimated that the entire island will soon become uneasy. You must hurry up and send Agent back to Tiga, and take out Bailey on the check and leave here as soon as possible. In the different space, Kyle murmured softly. Clockdale and Agent, behind him, formed an extremely strange combination. One pushes in the back, and the other rolls in the front. The three of them rushed along the way they came and quickly walked towards the direction where the Tiga was. With all their strength, they soon arrived at the port where the Tiga was located. The port at this time had long been heavily guarded by the Navy. Many people were clamoring to sail, but were forced back by the Navy's spear and cannon. Kyle, who was watching all this in the different space, had no idea and walked directly into the Tiga from the different space. In the cabin of the Tiga, an air door opened. Clockdale pushed Agent directly to find Analu and others to deal with the Golden Bell and slaves. Although Kyle saved these slaves from St. Charles, he would not explode with the Virgin Heart and let these slaves go home directly. Fisher Tiger's classic case is right in front of you. Although it was not the slave who was let go, that is, Kel's fault, Kel didn't want to make himself flirt with because of his temporary good deeds. Now he is not qualified to be as great as he is. It's still early, and the boat can't be driven out for a while. Let's exchange the check in your hand first. After looking at the sky, Kyle stepped down from the Tiga. There were Robin and Clockdale on the ship, and he believed they would handle everything well. Although the port has been banned by the Navy, the interior of the Shampoo Islands has not been greatly affected. After all, everything happened too suddenly. Except for the Navy with a dedicated line, no one knew about the intrusion of the Tianlong people's residence. Walking on the bustling street, Kyle walked towards the official bank of the Shampoo Islands according to the map's guidance. After coming to the bank, with the deterrent power brought by his face, Kyle handled all withdrawal procedures without receiving any obstacles. Wait for the bank to prepare cash. At the same time, Marin Vando, the Navy headquarters, not far from the Shambodian Islands. What did you say? The residence of the Tianlong people was invaded. The other party is likely to be a member of the Big Mom Pirates. Quote. Okay, I get it. Navy Marshal Warring States dropped the call from the naval base of the Shambodian Islands, and his brows frowned directly. The people from the Big Mom Pirates appear in the Shampoo Islands. Why are the Navy uncontrollable at all? Damn it, it turns out that the Navy's intelligence work is not done properly. The Warring States whispered softly. When it comes to intelligence work, a familiar and unfamiliar figure naturally appeared in his mind. Speaking of this, that kid Kyle seems to be near the Shambodian Islands recently. As soon as he landed on the island, he defeated more than 40 pirates. Sure enough, he still hated evil as ever tilde. When I thought of Kyle, the young man who kept creating miracles, the corners of the mouth of the Warring States unconsciously rose. If Kyle hadn't been the trauma of his childhood that led to his extreme resistance to his Navy's identity, the Warring States period would have even wanted to train him to become his successor. I'm thinking far. The most important thing now is to calm the emotions of the Tianlong people first. Well, I happen to be planning to sign a new 7 Warriors agreement with Kyle. Since that's the case, send Kizaru to a trip. Take this opportunity to meet the two of them again. From beginning to end, the Warring States period did not involve this incident with Kyle. One is because there is already clear information over there that the people doing this are from the Big Mom pirates. Second, he believed in Kyle's measure. Even guys like Cap know that they can't afford to offend and never take the initiative to provoke the Tianlong people. He believed that Kyle would not be involved in such trouble. After more than 10 minutes, the huge naval warship quickly left the port of Marinbando and rushed towards the location where the Shambodian Islands were. The momentum is amazing. And here on the Shambodian Islands, with the efforts of several bank employees, a total of 19 billion Bailey was finally loaded into a huge transport vehicle. The bank manager smiled flatteringly. "Mr. Kyle, your check has been redeemed for you. If you have any questions, you can call me at any time." "Well, thank you." Looking at the whole car of black suitcases, Kyle's face showed joy from the bottom of his heart. With these 19 billion Baileys, the scale of their pirate group can be expanded again. But now the Shamboland Islands are crowded with people, and they are under pressure to keep things calm. Kyle did not choose to use these Baileys on the spot. Instead, he drove a small truck that cost hundreds of thousands of Baileys and walked towards the port. After this period of brewing, it seems that many people have learned that something amazing happened on the island. The street at this time was extremely quiet and unobstructed. Kyle was unobstructed all the way, and soon he arrived under the Tiga ship. However, just as he was about to get off the car and transport Bailey to the Tiga, a neat footstep suddenly came from behind him. "Pirate Kyle, put down the truck in your hand and get checked immediately." "Repeat it. Put down the truck in your hand and get inspected immediately." A team of Navy holding spears and cannons appeared from somewhere and surrounded the entire port. The weapon in his hand was also aimed at Kyle, who raised the truck over his head. Kyle frowned instantly. Although he guessed what happened, he even made the matter. But as 19 billion Bailey was about to be put into the warehouse, he didn't want to delay any minute or second. If any shell was not stopped, he would blow up his Bailey. Then he really ruined the hearts of the Shambodian Islands. After thinking about it, he walked out of the car. With a face worth 350 million Bailey, he walked straight towards the Navy. "What's going on? Don't you know that I am from the 7 Warriors Sea Doflamingo? You Navy, you are not qualified to stop me. It's not that they want to stop you." The Navy, who was questioned by Kyle, has not spoken yet. A leisurely and lazy voice suddenly came from a distance. "It's me, I want to check your vehicle for the Tianlong people." Next second, a beam of light suddenly shone on the ground in front of Kyle. The beam of light quickly condensed and instantly turned into a tall and straight man wearing a cloak of justice. "Admiral Kizaru." Kyle showed a shocked look and looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. "Why are you here?" Kizaru also slowly looked up, with a lazy expression of disdain for pirates like Kyle. "It was like the first time we met," Kizaru said in his unique tone. "The residence of the Tianlong people on the island was invaded. They snatched the Tianlong people's slaves and a golden bell. Now the Navy has blocked the entire Shambodian Islands and will inspect all ships. If you know the image, please cooperate with our work obediently. You have to know that the identity of a 7 Warriors Sea is nothing in front of the Tianlong people." Kizakura's tone was frivolous and seemed casual, but in just a few words, she conveyed all the important information about the entire incident to Kyle. And sent a signal to Kyle to be examined obediently. At the same time, hearing the commotion outside, the pirates in the evening came out of the cabin, stood on the high deck, and looked down at everyone. "Admiral Kizaru. On board." After seeing Kizaru, Clockle and Moria's mouths suddenly twitched, and they couldn't help but think of the bad memories they had been chased by the Navy. What happened, Captain Kyle? A yellow sand appeared next to Kyle in a spiral, slowly condensed into the appearance of Clockdell. Immediately afterwards, a huge dark shadow also appeared on the other side of Kyle. Shadow Dancer conversion. The huge shadow began to fade and turned into Molia's grinning. What's wrong, Captain Kyle? Are these Navy going to cause trouble for us? The two of them instantly burst out with powerful momentum and confronted Kizaru and the Navy not far away. So scary, Tilda. What a great newcomer pirate. It seems that you have taken all the 27 warriors seas to your command in one go. There's such a big trouble now, Tilda. Chapter 157 Long time no see, second uncle. Faced with the aura erupted by the 27 warriors seas, Kizaru's face remained unchanged, and his tone was still so frivolous and lazy. His calmness also made the naval generals behind Kizaru feel safe. Although I don't know why General Kizaru is so talkative and talks so much. But it is true. No matter how powerful the pirate is, it is nothing but in vain in front of the Navy. Antigua, Drake, Peacock and others looked solemnly, and like others, they looked at the Navy below with disgust and disdain. But in fact, deep in their hearts, they were already full of joy. Perhaps Kyle felt it was too troublesome and didn't know when it started. He no longer told every partner about his identity as a naval agent. And if Kyle doesn't say it, naturally others won't talk too much. So much so that Clockdell and Molia still do not know the identity of Kyle's Navy agent. Still nervous, I am strong for Kyle. Clockdell is okay, after all, he has loaded the character card and has become Kyle's absolute supporter. But Moria's appearance surprised Kyle. As the 7 warriors see, it is impossible for him to know the power of the Navy general. Even a guy as arrogant as Doflamingo had a cold sweat on his forehead when facing Aokiji. It is conceivable. How much pressure was Molia under at this time? It seems that we need to draw out Molia's character card as soon as possible. After delaying it for a long time, I will feel ashamed. He said with a silent smile in his heart, and Kyle suddenly took a step forward and waved his hand to stop the fighting spirit of Clockdell and the others. I saw his gloomy face and said to Kizaru in anger. Good. Since you want to check, I'll check it for you. But you have to be clear. I'm from the Donjicode family. I have recorded your debt for Lord Doflamingo. And if you don't find any problem, the Navy must immediately lift the ban on the port and let us leave this island. My time is not something you guys can afford. Nature. Kizaru nodded with a chuckling and receiving the meaning of Kyle's words. Since my nephew said he could check it out, there must be no problem. Immediately he winked at the Navy behind him. Several naval soldiers stepped forward in Clockdell and Molia's seemingly cannibalistic eyes and directly opened the cargo door on the truck. One black suitcase after another suddenly appeared in front of the Navy. A Navy was stunned when he saw the black box. As garrisons of the Shampoo Islands, they instantly recognized these black boxes as the official bank from the Shampoo Islands. Usually, the naval base needs to withdraw cash from the bank, and the same box is used. And the box from the bank naturally contains only money. Several Navy soldiers paused slightly and felt confused. But they still moved the black boxes inside one by one according to the regulations. Seeing that the project volume was large, several Navy troops rushed over. Until they opened several black boxes one after another. Everyone present stood there in a daze. Banknotes. All are money. In every black box, there are nearly 100 million Baileys. There are nearly 200 boxes in this truck. In other words, at this time, what was placed in front of them was nearly 20 billion Bailey. Gudong tilde. The Navy soldiers present choked up instantly. Even Kizaru's eyes looked at Kyle became a little confused. Could it be me nephew is a genius who makes money? Soon, all 190 boxes were checked. Apart from the fact that this large amount of money was astonishingly large, the Navy did not find anything that might have something to do with the Tianlong people. The Tianlong people from the world government always spend checks or 0 yuan to buy. They don't want to use things like Bailey that only civilians would use. Kizaru nodded calmly. But his eyes turned to the huge warship, Tiga. I have to say. When he saw the Tiga, he was really shocked. After serving as a naval general and spreading across the sea for so many years, it is rare for him to see a huge warship of such a large scale. After all, on the Great Road, the larger the ship, the greater the pressure it has to bear. I really can't look at little Kyle with old eyes. It's less than 2 years since he has grown to this level. If your parents see you now, they will definitely be proud of you, right? Kizaru sighed silently, and a trace of undetectable waves flashed in his eyes. But it was soon covered up by the lazy feeling. Not long after he landed on the island, he came here directly, except for wanting to take a look at Kyle. More is to allow Kyle to leave the Shambodian Islands without any worries. Now that the Dragon Man's residence is invaded, there is only the big pirate on the island, the Twilight Pirates. Whether it is Kizaru or the Warring States period, they are actually very worried that the anger of the dragons will burn to the dusk. That's why Kizaru came here specially to clear away the suspicion of Kyle. Wait a moment. Seeing Clockdale waved his hand and called out a piece of gravel, sending all the newly bought small trains of Bailey and Kyle to the Tiga. Kizaru suddenly spoke and called out Kyle and the other two who were about to board the ship. His fingers moved slightly and said, "The truck has indeed been inspected. But next, we have to check the interior of your cabin before we can let you go." "What did you say?" Kyle, who was about to board the ship, suddenly turned around and a powerful aura burst out, like a boiling tsunami, overwhelmingly pressing towards the Navy. But it is maintained at a very suitable scale. It not only makes the Navy feel suffocated and fearful, but it does not make them unconscious, so it can continue to witness what will happen next. Under Kyle's powerful domineering suppression, Kizaru shook his head gently. "No way. This matter is very important. I cannot let you leave until you confirm that there are no suspicious items or suspects on your ship. Damn Navy. Don't bully people too much." Just then, Drake, located in the Tiga, suddenly became furious. He instantly transformed and entered the form of a Tyrannosaurus. He waved 2 snow-white shallow beats in his hand, jumped directly from the ship railing, facing Kizaru. Tyrannosaurus X red flame slash. Boom. The hot fire suddenly swept across the blade and slashed towards the Kizaru with powerful sword intentions. Seeing this, Kizaru's eyes became sharp in an instant, and she murmured softly. "Are there all these monsters on this boat? Have you been kicked by the speed of light?" Faced with Drake's slash, he suddenly raised one leg. The golden light suddenly burst out from the long legs, and then it slashed at Drake without any hesitation. Next second, the hot flames and the dazzling light suddenly collided. 2 terrifying forces intertwined each other, and a huge impact erupted, like a storm, sweeping in all directions. Under this terrifying aftermath, all the Navy were blown away instantly. But suddenly, Drake, who was the first to attack, suddenly trembled his hands, and a large mouthful of blood was spewing out of his mouth. Oopuff tilde. In an instant, a ray of light penetrated the entire port and instantly kicked Drake away, causing him to smash it hard onto a giant tree. Boom. Another shock sound came out. Drake, seeing that his partner who was with him day and night was fucked, Clockdale was instantly angry. But just as he was about to enter the transformation of a tailed beast and fight with the Navy general, an arm suddenly stopped him. After knocking Drake away, Kizaru also stretched out a finger. A shining energy beam began to condense above it, aiming at the direction where Drake was. Above the fingertips, the shining energy fluctuations began to condense. At this time, Kizaru spoke and said in a frivolous tone. "You dare to take the initiative to attack the Navy. Now you can't be protected by the identity of a member of the Tang Jikade family. You can provoke a war and you don't want the Navy to search. It seems that the attack on the Tianlong people's residence is not free from dry cleaning." Kizaru's speech speed was as slow as ever. The beam of light condensed in his hand was held high for a long time and he did not finish the blow at Drake. Classic replica famous scene. Wait a moment. Seeing that the atmosphere had almost set off, Kyle suddenly made a sound and interrupted Kizaru's movements. He glanced at the injured Drake and Kizaru's energy beam ready to go, and a clear look of fear flashed in his eyes. Kyle spoke. I don't know what the situation of the Tianlong people you are talking about. If you want to check the Tiga, you can. But you are only allowed to come up and search. The rest of the people are not worthy of boarding the pirate ship at dusk. What? A naval general who had just been blown away by the shock wave and walked back heard this and immediately scolded. You want General Kizaru to search for such a big ship? I don't think you want to cooperate with our work. It doesn't matter. A hand suddenly stretched out, interrupting the Navy's arrival. Kizaru returned to his previous smile again. It's just right, you guys check the other ships first. Just leave it to me to deal with the pirates at dusk. Yes, General Kizaru. After hearing Kizaru say this, the Navy general will naturally not say anything more. He turned his head and waved his hand, and instantly ordered, and took the rest of the Navy to walk towards the other ships. And Kyle's side also asked Clockdale to take Drake back. His eyes were full of resentment, and he watched Kizaru step by step on the Tiga. At the same time, behind the big tree outside the encirclement, two guys holding cameras suddenly appeared. Hey Tilda, have you taken all the scene just now? Of course, humphed Tilda. Please don't doubt your professional qualities. Look at this photo. I've already figured out the cover title of tomorrow's newspaper. Shocked. The Twilight pirates that conquered 27 warriors seas were defeated by a navy. Now the pirates are in high reputation, and they are synonymous with traffic. This 10NCE the news comes into the newspaper, it will definitely cause a sensation all over the world tilde hey hey tilde. Quote. It's you tilde. I've even thought of the title. Ha ha ha, G6, don't fuck it. There have been many people on the sea that are dissatisfied with them, but they are just suffering from the issue of the atmosphere and have been holding on to it. After this news report, it will definitely become a vent of these people's emotions, causing public opinion to explode instantly. This triggered a verbal battle against Kuroko and Beiko in the Dusk Pirates. At that time, we will interfere and guide. The whole world's eyes must be followed by our newspapers, ha 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 ha. Too ambitious paparazzi, you said, and I added the plan to perfection, and then burst into laughter. And the other side. Clockdale returned to the Tiga with the injured Drake. Chopper, who was standing by, quickly took out his medical box and started to treat Drake. But before he could open the medical box, Drake, who was injured and vomited blood, suddenly stood up, covered the place where he was kicked, and grinned. After reaching out to signal to Chopper, he immediately looked straight at the stranger on the Tiga. After boarding the boat, Kizaru looked familiar, looking east and west at the Tiga, and carefully looked at it. Compared to the items he could check, his actions at this time were more like being invited to someone else's new house and began to look around the room. Seeing this, Kyle immediately said with a cold face. General Kizaru. If you want to check something, hurry up and check it in the cabin. Don't sway on the deck. I'm still waiting to go out to sea. Hey tilde young people today are really angry. Okay, take me to the cabin. Kizaru spread her hands, showing a helpless look. Under Kyle's leadership, he walked towards the cabin. But Clockdale, Molia and others who followed behind the two frowned. Molia couldn't help but wonder. It's strange tilde with that guy Kyle's temper, it shouldn't be so good. Did he really fear the Navy general? How is that possible? Although he was also full of doubts, Clockdale still took the initiative to protect Kyle. Immediately, several people took a step and followed Kyle and Kizaru into the cabin. However, Kyle, who entered the cabin, walked forward quickly. Kizaru, who was following him, seemed to have forgotten the purpose of coming here and followed Kyle closely. This made Clockdale and other uninformed guys see it all over the question mark. A group of people who knew Kyle's identity secretly hung on the last side of the team, covering their mouths and laughing. Drake was also among them. The group soon arrived at the entrance of the Tiga restaurant. Kyle slowly pushed open the door of the restaurant facility and turned around suddenly. Under the colorful gaze of his friends, he suddenly gave Kizaru a big hug. Long time no see, second uncle. Second uncle. Clockdale, Molia and others who were originally guessing whether Kyle wanted to kill Kizaru in the mysterious space of the cabin were suddenly stunned, and the expressions on their faces instantly solidified, as hard as a sculpture. Wow, ha 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 ha. And at this moment, at the end of the team, a burst of hilarious sound suddenly came. It is Monka, Zoro, Drake and others who have known Kyle's identity for a long time. They have been holding it in for so long, but they just want to see this expression. These bastards who took away the second and third combat powers on the ship as soon as they got on board, and now they finally suffered a defeat. Click. The flash suddenly brought Clockdale and others back to reality. The Skylark took the specialty image of the Sandia people brought back from Sky Island and started shooting continuously at the dazed people. Zoro laughed while covering her stomach and saying to the Skylark, "Skylark, remember to wash 2 more pictures of Clockdale's. Next time he scrambles me for a drink, I will use the photos to threaten him." You. Clockdale and Moria looked at Kizaru and Kyle, and then looked at the people behind them. The two looked at each other, confused. Fortunately, Kyle also ended his hug with Kizaru. He chuckled and reached out and showed it to everyone. "I'll introduce it to you. Porosalino, Kizaru, one of the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters. At the same time he is mine. Dear your second uncle." Chapter 158 Fruit Capabilities Allocation. Inside the restaurant of Tiga. After Kyle's explanation, the members of the Twilight Pirates instantly fell into silence. Clockdale and Molia are in a complicated mood at this moment. They never thought. "I was a pirate all my life, but at the end of my career, I became a member of the Navy." Clockdale is okay. After all, he has loaded the character card and will not have any doubts about Kyle. At most, it is a bit puzzled. But at this time Molia and Cavendish and the others looked at Kyle and the Admiral chatting at a luxurious table. Inexplicably, there was an illusion that Kyle was negotiating with the Navy to sell his own price. "Hey Sand Crocodile, what's going on?" Molia's eyes were straight and she asked Clockdale next to her. But Clockdale replied angrily, "How do I know?" As he said that, he glanced at Zoro and others who were laughing at another table, and his brows frowned instantly. "These bastards. So I'm waiting to see my joke. If there will be another team activity next time, let's see how I deal with you." Although Kyle's second uncle completely broke the mood of many members of the evening. But this has no impact on Kyle and Kizaru. The two sat on both sides of the dining table, enjoying lunch made by the Demon Deacon Crow while chatting. Kizaru did not ask how Kyle conquered Clockdale and Moria, nor did he doubt the credibility of these 2 7 warlords. Since his nephew is willing to let them meet honestly, this shows that Kyle is absolutely sure. What's more, Kyle is now an agent under the Warring States period. No matter what he did, it was not something he, as a Navy general, should explore. After a meal, Kizaru wiped his mouth and slowly stood up. A trace of warmth was finally left in his eyes, and he gently patted Kyle on the shoulder. Although his tone was lazy, it was inexplicably heavy. "Kyle, your grades have exceeded my imagination. The future is the future of your young people. If you don't have any extra words, the elderly man, second uncle, won't say much, so that you won't think I'm too careless." "What did my second uncle say?" Kyle smiled slightly, carrying the affection from Kizaru. "If it weren't for your care of the second uncle, I would probably cry every day in which corner of the pirate Marinfando tilde." Kizaru looked at the smile on Kyle's face in silence, and the corners of his mouth suddenly rose. "Haha let him go over the past, you deserve a better future. Introducing you to the Warring States Marshal may be the most correct thing I have done in my life. Alright. It's getting late, and the other navies probably have searched for a complete port." Quote. Speaking of this, Kizaru's voice came to an abrupt end. Kyle raised his head curiously. His second uncle suddenly showed a sudden look in his eyes, and then he slapped his face. "Oh it's broken. I'm just chatting with you and forgetting the important thing. The Tianlong people are still waiting for me to take charge of the overall situation." Forehead. A drop of sweat appeared on Kyle's forehead. It is rare to meet his original second uncle again, and even himself, the initiator, forgot about the matter with the Tianlong people. Kizaru waved quickly. Okay, it's getting late, I have to hurry up and search other places. I will take back this contract from the 7 warriors. See first. After the world government reviews it, it will be officially announced to the public. Okay. Kyle nodded and said goodbye. You go slowly, second uncle. A yellow light flashed across the deck of the Tiga. Kizaru instantly returned to the port of the Shambodian Islands. At this time, the Tiga cabin. After Kizaru left, Clockdale and others instantly gathered around Kyle. Kyle was not surprised, just smiled and played with the soup spoon in his hand. The few people changed their eyes and finally pushed Clockdale out and became the substitute for those of them who were uninformed. That. Clockdale spoke inexplicably and asked. Captain Kyle, are we considered pirates or navy? Look. This is what a 100% loyal person said. As soon as he opened his mouth, he tied himself hard to Kyle's train. No matter what Kyle's identity is, we, has already expressed his attitude. When Kyle heard this question, he immediately grinned. Is this important if one pirate or a navy? His eyes swept across the people one by one, and then he suddenly stood up and gently patted Clockdale on the shoulder. But it's true that we should tell you something. As you have seen before, I am the nephew of Navy General Kizaru, and I am also a direct agent under the command of the Navy Marshal Warring States period, and the captain of the Sword Squad, the secret special unit of the Navy headquarters. In the eyes of the world, I am also one of the 7 warriors of the Tang Jikade family's pirate group, and I am one of the future 7 warriors. But you just need to remember one thing. I will always be the captain of the Twilight Pirates. I'm telling you all this, not to let you rewrite the rules, give up your identity as a pirate, and become a navy. Kyle leaned over with a confident and arrogant smile on his lips. I'm just telling you. Whether it is the navy or the pirates, we have our relationship. So we can let go of the update. Many concerns will become a truly free existence on the sea. Quote. The words fell. Kyle stepped directly away from the restaurant and walked towards his captain's room. Seeing this, Robin, who was standing by, quickly followed like a secretary. Kyle has signed the contract for the 7 warriors. She must quickly understand the treaty and plan a development route that is more suitable for the Drum Kingdom. The other friends also stood up one after another. Zoro came to Clockdale, who was a little stunned, twisted his butt, and fell directly on Clockdale with a textual scabbard. Hey Tilda, don't be stunned, Sand Crocodile. There is still a lot of time left for cultivation today, so leave quickly. Ah. Clockdale, who was woken up by Zoro, was stunned for a moment. He is already absolutely loyal, so he naturally has no other thoughts in his heart. The reason why he was stunned was actually attracted by the evil and crazy smile before Kyle left. Clockdale always thought that he joined the Twilight Pirates because he actually wanted to cooperate with Kyle to achieve his dream. But until just now, he suddenly realized that he had been completely conquered by Kyle's charm at some point. Is there a truly free existence? This is really not like Captain Kyle's usual tone. But things seem to be getting more interesting. Clockdale grinned, then turned around and followed the steps of Zoro and others. Drake also grabbed Chopper, covering the place where he was kicked by Kizaru, with an awkward smile on his face. That Chopper, I'd better give it to me the medicine you just now. Before, in order to watch the show, he deliberately delayed treatment, which caused the injured area to become more and more painful. But there is nothing we can do. Who called their Captain Kyle, at that moment, suddenly chose to be this actor himself, showing the conflict between the pirates and the navy to the outside world. When Drake was pulled into the moon reading space by Kyle, he was actually very confused and refused in his heart. Joke. Even if his current strength is much stronger than before, it is not comparable to the Navy general. Everything is just the captain's order. Everyone left one after another. In the entire restaurant, only Molia and Cavendish were left in an instant. In fact, there are still 3 people on the Tiga name that do not have a character card yet. However, After Perona moved into the girls' dormitory where she could DIY according to her requirements after upgrading, she directly integrated herself into the big family of Dusk. He even became good friends with several other girls. Now she was driving her out of the pirates at dusk, and she was crying and begging Kyle to take her in. As for whether Kyle's identity is a navy or a pirate, what does it have to do with her? Among the only two left, Cavendish took the lead in watching. Anyway, he was tied to this boat and he had no right to choose. Anything is good. As long as it does not affect his beauty and handsomeness. After seeing the fluctuations in Cavendish's eyes, Molia forced herself to let go. How could he show that he is not as good as Cavendish if he is such a good person? If this is a step slower to let go, wouldn't it mean that I have to be behind Cavendish before becoming a member of the Twilight Pirates? Then how can it be? In this way, the number of people who knew Kyle's cross-identity identities increased again. And everyone decided. If newcomers get on the ship in the future, Captain Kyle's hidden identity must not be exposed. In this way, they can see the other people's funny expressions. Because I have been wet with rain, I am absolutely not allowed to have umbrellas and raincoats. The huge Tiga left the port of the Shambodian Islands, flew low above the sea towards the direction of the Drum Kingdom. When we arrived, there was a huge golden bell on the ship. When I went back, not only did I have a huge golden bell on the boat. In the captain's safe, there were 19 billion Baileys and 3 demon fruits. As well as the thief's extreme intention, he also included 4 fruit abilities. There was also a quick and elegant figure in the training room team. The Dragon Man is such a good person. If it weren't for that guy's appearance, the harvest from this trip wouldn't have been so generous. Kyle was extremely impressed at the thief, the new fruit ability that he had just earned. Wheel Fruit. A superhuman fruit-tied ability that is extremely similar to a spring fruit and can turn the limbs of the body into wheels. The wheels on the hand can rotate at high speed, forming a powerful impact force, causing huge damage to the enemy. The wheels on the feet can make the body more flexible, and the hardness will also increase as the body parts become wheels. How to say it? I feel like abilities that are even more useless than a hamster fruit. After feeling the power of the wheel fruit, Kyle instantly commented on it. It's a pity to eat it without taste, and it's a pity to throw it away. It's useless to keep this ability in your hands. It just so happens that girl, Skylark, doesn't have the ability to make a fruit. Let her use this ability for the time being. The wheel fruit is Octo increase physical strength. You can quickly and flexibly stay away from enemies. Quote. It's quite suitable to match this sniper, Skylark. Kyle made a decision immediately. Then he began to plan the ownership of several other fruit abilities. Now he has 3 intact devil fruits in his hand. Bird and bird fruit swan shape, rat and mouse fruit hamster fruit, and an unknown fruit that comes from where the dragon people come from. Because he did not have a devil fruit illustration in his hand, Kyle didn't know the ability of this fruit. But it doesn't matter. With the extreme intention of a thief, he can find someone to eat the fruit and use his skills to collect it into the book. But in this way, he would have to endure the pain of tearing the book one more time. Bird and bird fruit in swan form, Kyle intends to let Xiaofeng eat it. There is nothing to say about animal-based fruits, so give them priority to those with melee ability. And in this way, Xiaofeng can really stretch out a pair of white wings behind him when he uses a series of sexy prisoners as angel moves. With its she-male attributes. Even if you can't beat the enemy, you will definitely be able to disgust the enemy to death. This is definitely a fatal blow to the soul. And the shape of rat and rat fruit and hamster, you can tell by listening to the name. This is probably a fruit ability that has no combat power at all. Kyle intends to throw it directly to Sashes to slightly enhance his combat effectiveness. Nowadays, Bellamy and Sashes are almost impossible to make any big breakthrough. After all, the limit of character cards is there. After Kyle plans to go to the New World to develop in the future, he will let the 2 of them help him guard the Magnetic Drum Kingdom as official members of the Twilight Pirates. After confirming the distribution of the devil fruit, Kyle waved his hand again and summoned the thief's extreme intention. At this time, in the thief's extreme intention, he had already included 6 fruit abilities. They are door fruit, invisible fruit, cat fruit, black cat shape, bone fruit, cloud fruit, wheel fruit. Among them, Kyle has decided to eat it for Chloe, so that he can practice his fruit ability to awaken as soon as possible. After all, there are more and more people on the boat. But he is the only one who can make delicious food. Even though he has the perfect deacon skills that the Black Deacon character card comes with, he is still very busy now. It just happened to give him an animal-type fruit ability to strengthen his recovery ability. With the agility of a cat, his cooking speed can also be higher than his. I just hope that I won't eat cat hair in the food in the future. Union Fruit's ability has been determined and will be given to Nami, so that she can be one step closer to becoming a child of the weather. The ownership of the wheel fruit has also been decided, for this little guy, Skylark. Originally, Kyle wanted to give the ability of the bone fruit to Cavendish, a potential stock. But after he learned about the ability of the bone fruit, he immediately refused. Nothing else. It is really too ugly and too inelegant when using this fruit ability. There is no way. Kyle can only keep this ability for the time being and wait for the next person with destiny. As for the fruit of the door and the invisible fruit, he does not intend to let others use these 2 functional devil fruits. Kyle has already seen the power and convenience of the fruits of the door. If there is any chance to explore the treasure house of the Tianlong people in the future, he still hopes that these 2 fruit abilities will continue to show their power. Chapter 159,500 Consecutive Draws. After simply deciding how to belong to several fruit abilities, Kyle immediately put away the thief's extreme intention and opened the system in his mind. At this time, I am really glad that I don't have obsessive-compulsive disorder. He grinned at the number of available Baileys recorded in the system. Although the number of Baileys is less than 1 billion, he can make up the integer of Baileys 20 billion. But rather than making the numbers look more perfect, he is more eager to see how much improvement the 19 billion Bailey will bring to the Twilight Pirates. After thinking for a while, Kyle immediately focused his attention on the fine gasket machine that drew 1000 W per Bailey. The D-level miscellaneous soldiers I drew before has been used up. I just took advantage of the fact that I have sufficient funds now and I will make a wave in advance. With his mind moving, he directly pressed his mind on the 10 draws button of the fine gauger machine of Bailey for every 1000 W, and instantly lit up. I experienced what the happiness of being rich and willful is once. Soon, 5 billion Bailey was already vanished by Kyle. A total of 500 pop-up information of the system flashed through his eyes one by one. And Kyle's system backpack suddenly added a lot of brand new props. Clicking on the backpack interface, he skillfully discharged props in a neat manner. Then Kyle suddenly burst into laughter. Sure. If you want to get a lot of character cards, you have to use this boutique gasket machine. Looking at the more than 50 extra character cards in the backpack, Kyle showed a surprise and comforting smile on his face. Although there is only 1 B-level character card and 3 C-level character cards, the rest are all D-level character cards. But Kyle's original purpose was to use the absolute loyalty attribute of character cards to subdue reliable subordinates. This is more than 1/10 of the lottery probability, which is far beyond his expectations. Among these D-level dog food level character cards, most of them are Ordinary Death Member of Demon Slayer and Ninjas of each village that Kyle has seen before. In addition to these old faces, there are naturally some new faces. For example, Goblin Warrior from the world of Reincarnation Slime, Academic Urban Student from The Forbidden City, and C-level Hero from One Punch Man. What surprised Kyle the most was that he actually saw some special existences in this group of D-level character cards. Character card, Ren character card, Shie-Lu character card, Rurina Nikiri character card, Rurina Tatsuya. This is the first time that Kyle has seen a name and a surname in a D-level character card. Ren, Jia-Lu. When I saw these two names, there was no special impression in Kyle's mind. But when he saw the portraits of these two character cards, Kyle instantly recognized the identities of these two people. The portraits of the two character cards are both tall and strong men. A long hair shawls and carries a neat and shining 7-star sword. A buzz cut is in the air, holding a thick steel stick covered with stars on the top. These two people are from the Chinese primary school, where the 7-star knife Ren and Master Gangbang Ji are following the little school. One is good at Chinese meat dishes, and the other is good at Chinese pastries. All are descendants of the shining cuisine industry. It's just an important supporting role in a well-known anime, but now it's thrown into the D-level card pool like garbage by the system. It's really hard to describe tilde. But soon, Kyle's eyes turned to two other D-level characters with names and surnames. Irina Nikiri, Irina Tatsuya. There is no need to say much about these two names. There is no need to look at their portraits. If Kyle recognizes their identities a second later, it is disrespect for the books he has read in the past. Two students from the world of Shang food, are full of colors, fragrance and taste. The former portrait is a blonde girl wearing a neat UNEU uniform, sitting on the sofa, her legs wrapped in smooth black stockings stretched out, her two little feet stacked up and down, smiling in proud look ahead. The latter is a cute and weak quiet girl, wearing a white full enclosed apron, which sets off her figure with a concave and convex shape. She stood shyly, lowering her head and looking like she wanted to see but didn't dare. A noble lady with an extremely sensitive tongue, an all-round talented restaurant. A girl with a weak status from the countryside is good at using her own characteristics to create special and delicious dishes with a strong local atmosphere. Like Ren and Jia Lu before, these two beautiful girls are also extremely outstanding chefs. After reading these 4D-level special character cards, Kyle couldn't help but look at another C-level character card that came out of this batch of discarded shots. C-level character card, Komatsu. The reason I look at him is because he is also an excellent chef. Although the painting is just a short teenager wearing a chef's hat. But being included in the C-level character card prize pool shows that his potential is far beyond the previous 4 chef character cards. He is the exclusive food chef of the protagonist Alu in the outrageous food world, the captive of food. When it comes to fighting, Komatsu may not even be able to beat a carp king that can splash water. Once you cook as a chef. He was even able to wave his sharp sword techniques to process various ingredients within a millisecond time. And in Komatsu, there is a special potential called gourmet cell, which can make yourself stronger by constantly eating delicious food. A restaurant who can handle various food monsters is probably easy to handle, right? It seems that the chef of Tiga can be decided. Kyle smiled slightly, put away these 5 character cards with chef identity, and prepared to find some suitable people to use them after returning to the Drum Kingdom. In this way, with Chloe, who was originally in charge of catering. There are 6 chefs on their boat at once. And they will be better than the other one. I don't know if I have any chance to see glowing dishes and blazing dishes reappearing tilde. Kyle's eyes turned and looked at the other gains from this 500 consecutive draw. In this lottery, he produced a total of 4 A-level props, 15 B-level props, and 80 C-level props. All the rest are guaranteed D-level. Among the D-level props, there is nothing good to watch except those character cards. Among the C-level props, most of them are old faces such as Dashui Book, Red Potion, and Shallow Talk, but some new faces have also appeared. There are 3 characters in total. In addition to Komatsu, which was introduced before, there are 2 other pictures, the 12 Ghost Moon Under Strings from the world of Demon Slayer, Blade, Teaching, and the Artificial Intelligence Red Queen from the world of Resident Evil. There is no need to say much about being tired. This character card template with the identity of an evil ghost will probably have an immortal body to some extent, just like Monka's Ghoul and Crow's Demon. I just don't know if the evil ghost template will be loaded by the system, become the same as in anime, and begin to fear the sunshine. But Kyle just thought for a while and felt it was unlikely. After all, tiredness is not considered a powerful character. If you add such a fatal weakness, you will not be worthy of the C-level evaluation. As for the last C-level character card, I don't know if it's because she doesn't belong to human. It is obviously a little AI lowly, but in the portrait, there is a dark red color, showing a weird look. Artificial intelligence. Is it necessary to match the robot crew? I don't know if the ordinary human little lowly can match this character card. After muttering a few words in his heart, Kyle continued to look at other sea-level props. In addition to those old acquaintances, among the sea-level props given by the system this time, there is also a new prop called P-Shooter Seed. Open black lens bracket P Sagittarius Seed close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket category, props close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, B close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket introduction, contains 100 P Sagittarius seeds. After planting the seeds, they can grow into pea shooters at different times according to the planting environment. They can be migrated manually and cannot move on their own. Close black lens bracket. P Sagittarius. Can't it be the one I think, right? Kyle was slightly stunned. Because the icon of P Sagittarius seed is a bag of seeds. So he wasn't sure if this so-called pea shooter was the fixed turret he thought of to beat zombies. It seems quite interesting. With a thought, Kyle immediately took out a bag of pea saber seeds from his backpack, weighed it in his hand a few times, and then opened the lid and looked at it. It is almost no difference from the seeds of ordinary plants. After thinking about it, Kyle clicked on the dock interface again. After Tiga was upgraded to level 5, the maximum number of facilities has increased to 15. After Kyle bought the aquarium and pharmaceutical room, he only occupied 14 vacant seats, leaving the last one left. Originally, he was hesitating about what to choose for the last facility. Now that he has drawn the pea shooter seed from the system, he waved his hand and spent more than 100 million Baileys to buy a level 4 planting room. Anyway, he had hundreds of millions of Baileys left in his previous harvest of cleaning the Shampoo Islands. Buying a planting room will not affect his subsequent lottery. The effect of this planting room facility is to meet the planting conditions and growth environment of all plants and accelerate the growth rate of plants. The higher the level, the stronger the improvement of plant growth. After confirming that the new facilities have been installed, Kyle stood up and walked towards the cabin of the Tiga. While walking, he said, "Tiga, please tell me Kirby and Kung Fu manatees, and let them come to the new facility room to help me do some work tilde." "Okay, Captain." Little Tiga, who was everywhere, replied. In this round of lottery, Kyle directly received 10 pea shooter seeds. Each prop has 100 seeds. 10 items, that's 1,000 seeds. And, in addition to the new faces appearing in C-level props pea shooter seed, similar props also appear in B-level prizes. Level B Ice Sagittarius seed times 3. Level B double shot pea shooter seeds times 6. Obviously. These two should be the evolutionary types of P Sagittarius. Each prop also has 100 seeds. If Kyle was planted alone, he would have to plant until the year of the monkey and horse month. For such a job without any technical content, let the Dusk team do it. After a while, Kebby and dozens of Kung Fu manatee came to Kyle to report. Kyle nodded and then pushed open the door of the planting room. The facilities here are not much different from the breeding farm. The same clear sky and beautiful water are very similar to the natural environment. And in the plantation, pits have been reserved one by one. According to the system prompts, these pits can even be freely changed according to the size of the crops grown. For example, Kyle took out all kinds of seeds of pea shooter at this time, and the holes were small spaces that could only be put into one seed. But if he carries a big tree, the plantation will also change into a pit location suitable for planting big trees. Extremely convenient. Soon. After the Kirby and Kung Fu manatees split the seeds, they worked hard in the plantation. Kyle waited for a while by a seed that had been planted. But 10 minutes later, he did not see the imagined scene of plants breaking out of the ground and sprouting branches. It seems that every few days, I probably won't see what this P Sagittarius looks like. We grow so slowly under the buff of the plantation. If we put it in the frozen soil of the Drum Kingdom, how long will it take to see hope? Kyle murmured softly. He originally wanted to test the power of pea-shooter. It seems that there is no chance today. But anyway, the growing pea-shooters can also undergo manual migration. If the power is right, transfer them all to the Drum Island to protect the edge of the kingdom. After greeting Kebi and the Kung Fu manatees, Kyle, who was so popular for 3 minutes, left the plantation directly and returned to his captain's room. Then continue to sort out 500 draws the harvest comes. There is nothing new about C-level props except the pea-shooter seeds. Among the B-level props, in addition to the seeds, there are also 6 Pokemon balls and a character card. Kyle used up the Pokemon ball just now while waiting for the Kung Fu manatees to assemble. First come first served. There were 6 cute little creatures who could squirt and martial arts again on the Tiga. It can also greatly reduce the work burden of the errand team. And the remaining B-level character card made Kyle very satisfied. People card, Yadomaru Lisa. This is A. The portrait is a cute girl wearing a miniskirt JK. A dark braid went straight to his back, revealing the youth and activity of an academic girl. The pair of frameless glasses on the face adds a bit of literary charm to the girl. It is in the world of death, which was already a powerful death at the level of the vice captain 110 years ago. Because of Aizen's framed, she was forced to flee to this world and became a contrasting beauty with a very attractive defeat, but her expression was almost speechless. No matter whether you can find a suitable fit or not, this portrait alone is very pleasing to the eye. Give the system a thumbs up. Kyle smiled with satisfaction. Although the strength of the B-level character card can no longer reach his eyes. But the character card is better than none. With a thought, he turned his gaze again to the remaining 4 A-level props. 2 are A-level guaranteed awakening stones, while the other 2 are rare A-level weapons. Zanpakura, X Antibody. Chapter 160 SSS. Zanpakura X Antibodies. Seeing these 2 props with A-level unique purple borders, a ray of light suddenly flashed through Kyle's dark eyes. I didn't expect that an old friend was drawn. With a thought moving, a long sword that seemed ordinary but exudes magical fluctuations suddenly appeared in his hand. It just so happened that Brooke didn't have the right weapon after loading the Blade template. It just happened to be possible to hand over this Zanpakura to him for use. Kyle, who instantly decided to belong to this A-level weapon, put it in the backpack again, and then looked at another A-level weapon. Open black lens bracket X antibody close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket category, weapons close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, a close black lens bracket. Introduction. The special digital vaccine from the world of Digimon can change the appearance of Digimon and greatly enhance its strength. Close black lens bracket. A vaccine that enhances Digimon. Another exclusive weapon. Kyle's palm was filled with confusion. A small ball-like thing appeared in his hands instantly. The outer wall is composed of a strange energy barrier. Inside there are 2 intersecting digital rings, forming a X shape. There are Digimon templates on the ship, and now there are only 2 people, Drake and Chopper. In the order of boarding the boat, let's use it for Drake first. After deciding the ownership of X antibody, Kyle turned off the backpack interface. At this point, the prizes for the total 500 high-quality gasket machines have been sorted out. Whether it is the more than 50 D-level character cards, the 2 newly drawn A-level weapons, or the seeds of various pea-shooters. All of them satisfy him very much. The only regret is the probability of high-end items being produced by high-quality capsule machines is still too low. 5 billion Bailey, if you use the legendary gauge machine, you might be able to open S-level props or character cards. This is also impossible. We must make some choices. A thought moved. Kyle immediately clicked on the 10 draws button of the Legend gaming machine. Next moment. A series of prompt messages flashed quickly in front of him. Congratulations on obtaining the B-level prop character card, Konkuro. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level prop awakening stone. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting the B-level Pokemon. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on getting the A-level prop character card, Tomori Ichiro. Close black lens bracket. Damn it. Are you cheating? Kyle's eyes widened for a moment, and he looked at his 10-company set with incredible results and 2 character cards and 2 powerful props. Under normal circumstances, a 10-game machine with a legendary gauging machine can almost have an A+B. If you are lucky, you will get a double A. But this time, Kyle directly gave 2A and 2B. Can't it be said that the previous 500 draws were considered as giving me a knife? He was excited and muttered to himself in his heart. He was very familiar with the Awakening Stone and the Elf Ball, and there was no need to check it. Kankuro and Tomomiro are also 2 guys who can make Kyle recognize their identities by just listening to their names. A puppet master ninja in the Naruto world, a genius boy who is one of the leaders of the Demon Slayer team in the Demon Slayer world. All the remaining C-level props are guaranteed, nothing is good to watch. Kyle directly placed his consciousness on the legendary gag machine again, and then pressed the lottery button again. In an instant, another series of information flashed by. This time, Kyle gave out a total of 9 C-level guaranteed props for 10 consecutive draws. But at this moment, he was about to laugh out loud. His hands even tightly held the seat armrests. Just because. That Oniya prompt message shining with golden light. Congratulations on getting the S-level prop Thor's hammer. Close black lens bracket. S-class weapon. And it's the Meow hammer that Aniro can use directly. My god today is not my lucky day, right? Kyle secretly wrote down today's date and decided that a large-scale lottery will be held every year today. He directly opened the backpack interface and clicked on the introduction of Thor's hammer. Open black lens bracket Thunder hammer close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket category, weapons close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, S close black lens bracket. Introduction. From the Marvel world, it is made of the Asgard gods from the Tree of the World and Ulu metal. It is extremely hard and can easily knock items away. It can store a large amount of magic and energy inside. After 365 days of tempering through powerful thunder and lightning, it can evolve into a storm battle axe. Close black lens bracket. Another evolutionary S-class weapon. Is it because of evolutionary ability, the exclusive effect of S-class weapons? Looking at the introduction of Thor's hammer, Kyle thought secretly in his heart. But no matter what, with the addition of this hammer, Analu's combat effectiveness will definitely increase instantly. Maybe it is possible to directly surpass Clockdale and Moria, who have been through the battlefield for a long time, and become the strongest person under Kyle, the pirates in the dusk. After all, he has AS level Thor's character template. Turn off the backpack interface. Kyle was in a good mood and pursued the victory and continued to start a 10-game journey. The next 10 consecutive draws did not have any big surprises. Only 4 A-level Awakening Stones were released, and a B-level character card, Yumi Shino. Of course, Kyle will not be dissatisfied with this explosion rate. After all, this has exceeded the normal shipping probability of legendary gasoline machines. Although Yumi Shino is just a B-level character card. But he is a worm fighter from the world of Naruto, and has extremely strong control and understanding of insects. It happened to be that before in the small garden, they caught so many non-mosquito insects and didn't know how to manage them. In the future, find a guy who can match this character card, and just let him cooperate with Peacock to study the potential of insects. After 10 consecutive single shots, Kyle spent a small of 4 billion Bailey. Now, there are only 10 billion Bailey integers left in his safe. Kyle no longer wasted his time, and he directly thought about it and pressed it 10 times on the 10 draws button of the Legend gaming machine. Instantly. The 10 billion Bailey, originally located in his safe, suddenly disappeared. It turned into dense pop-up information, connected in front of Kyle's eyes. I've withdrawn. With Kyle's current vision, no matter how fast the pop-up appears, he can see clearly. Among the 100 messages just now, he was surprised to find that 2 golden prompt messages flashed one after another. It's awesome. Legendary gaming machine. 2 golden messages are 2S level props. Kyle couldn't wait to immediately click on the backpack interface and quickly sorted out the gains of these 100 consecutive draws. Soon, the result came out. In addition to the 78C level guaranteed rewards. This time, in the 100 consecutive draws, Kyle gave 2S levels, 10A levels, and 10B levels. It can be said to be a real bumper harvest. All 10B level prizes are props, 5 of which are all Pokémons that Kyle is familiar with. The other 5 are similar to the previous P. Sagittarius seeds, sunflower seeds. Like P. Sagittarius seeds, a sunflower seed prop contains 100 seeds. The effect is that planting near other crops can greatly enhance the growth rate of nearby crops. The radiation area of the effect increases with the growth of sunflowers. A prop to assist crop growth. And it can be migrated. So, I planted a batch of sunflowers in the planting room of the Taiga. After they grew up, they could move them to the fields of the Drum Kingdom to increase the growth of the crops there. Kyle was overjoyed. Although the Drum Kingdom has a kind of crop that can grow in cold conditions. But it is a winter island after all. With the current crop yield, it is no problem to keep the people on the island from starving. But it is extremely difficult to make the people rich in food and allow them to have more labor. I hope these 500 sunflower seeds can play a certain role. After seeing the B-level props, Kyle's eyes turned and looked at the entire row of A-level props. Compared with the monotony of B-level rewards, there are many good things in the A-level props. First of all, the guaranteed reward of the Awakening Stone. In the first half, 5 Awakening Stones were drawn out in a row, but this time, 100 consecutive draws were drawn out in a row, and only 5 Awakening Stones were drawn for Kyle. But of course he wouldn't feel unhappy. Because this represents more A-level reward opportunities, it becomes a more rare prop or character card. And in this way, Kyle has 10 Awakening Stones in his hand. It just happened to be able to awaken the other 2 S-class partners on his ship. This wave will be an epic increase in Aniro. I hope this kid won't disappoint me. Quote. Kyle's eyes flashed and he murmured softly. After all, there are not many opportunities to get 5 Awakening Stones. He plans to let Enilu, a guy with S-level potential, join a team. Anyway, there are many opportunities to obtain the Awakening Stone in the future, so you can first improve your high-end combat power. As for the other S-class Nami, she and Dasky have been out of the team for a while. I miss you when I see things. Looking at the number of Awakening Stones, Kyle couldn't help but think a little in his heart. Before the world government recognized him as the 7 Warlords C, he still had a window of nothing to do. Kyle plans to take time to lie in the kingdom of Alabaston and see Dasky and Nami there. By the way, we discussed with Cobra and tried to take the 2 of them back to the Taiga. After all, the next period of time will be an opportunity for the rapid development of the pirates at dusk. If they are disconnected for too long, it will delay many opportunities. After making up a plan in his mind, Kyle gathered his spirits again and looked at the next reward. A-level props, Advanced Ball. This is a prop that is extremely similar to the Pokémon, or is an upgraded version. The effect of the Pokémon Ball is to force subdue a non-human creature defeated by the Twilight Pirates as a partner and give it a C-level Pokémon template. The effect of Advanced Balls is not much different. It's just that the Pokémon template given has changed from C to B, and its potential has been improved. Kyle is naturally very welcome to this kind of prop with powerful magical power. But he doesn't plan to use these 2 high-level balls for the Kung Fu Manatees for the time being. After all, the most promising group of Kung Fu Manatees have almost all been given C-level Johnny Turtle templates by him. The remaining Kung Fu Manatees have not very outstanding potential. This B-level Pokémon template should be kept for more powerful creatures. And those who support Kyle's decision. It is because of the appearance of another A-level prop, Shrink Light. This is a hot prop that just came out of the legendary gag machine. A black technology product from the world of Doraemon. As long as you use the optical fiber illuminated by the reduction lamp to shoot an object or creature once, the volume and weight of the object can be reduced. If you want to restore it to its original appearance, just use the shrink light to shine it once again. Or wait 3 days later, the effect of reducing the light will be lifted by yourself. Moreover, this flashlight supports solar charging and is sustainable, so you don't have to worry about insufficient power. It is precisely because of the appearance of the shrinking light that Kyle has decided. Use these 2 high-level balls, one of them on Brooke's partner island whale Rab. Let Rab have the possibility of boarding the Tiga. And the other one, although a little evil. But he planned to use it on Princess Yuran Island and Bai Xing, one of the 3 ancient weapons. After all, with Bai Xing's personality and identity, through normal means, it is almost impossible for Kyle to turn her into a member of the Twilight Pirates. But with the power of this advanced ball, Bai Xing agrees or not, but no one else can control it. Hey. Little White Star, Fishman Island, wait for my arrival. At this moment, Kyle let out a villain-like laugh. Cough cough, no, it's delicious. I'm a gentleman. At that time, we can communicate with the King of Bakesing and Fishman Island first. If they agree, then all the joy is gone. If they don't agree, then I can only use special means. Kyle murmured. The power of the Neptune in Bai Xing's body is somewhat similar to the domineering aura in the pirate world. Although he has qualifications and talents, he has not grown to a certain level and cannot control it. However, once Bai Xing obtains the character template, he will level up after a period of hard work. It can definitely make her awaken the power of Aquaman in her body in advance. It seems that I have to take a trip to Fishman Island Tilda. Why do you feel that things have become more and more inexplicably? Kyle scratched his head, feeling a little painful and happy. After his eyes turned, he continued to read the backpack interface. The remaining 2 A-level props are 2 A-level character cards. Chartia Bradfront Chartia card Raj Cheney. One is a little lowly wearing a goth princess dress, with pure white wax-like skin, playful vampire tiger teeth, and a strong flame of fighting spirit burst out in her eyes. One is an indifferent man wearing a wizard robe with a black hair that covers one-sided eyes. These 2 guys. Looking at these 2 character cards, Kyle immediately fell into deep thought. He is not unfamiliar with the former, who has been watching The Notebook all year round. Blooded War Girl, from the anime world of Overlord. Guardians from the 1st to 3rd floors of the great underground of Nasaric. It seems cute and beautiful, but it is actually a complete war crazier. But the gothic lowly girl living in the big grave. This character card may fit Perona. After all, her dream is to live in a manor full of cemeteries. Kyle quickly decided the ownership of this character card. But when he looked at the character card called Raj Cheney, it became difficult. Because of this name, it always gives him a vague memory that he seems to have seen it somewhere but can't remember it. After all, his character portraits are too ordinary and overlap with too many anime characters. Finally, Kyle decided not to care about who this character card is, but instead looked at the next 2 heavy props. S-Class Weapon Golden Sacred Clothes. As well as S-Level Character Card Person Card, Yamamoto Kinrakusashi Shigeki. Chapter 161 How many steps should I take to collect the white beard as my younger brother? Open black lens bracket Golden Holy Clothes Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Category, Weapons Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Level, S close black lens bracket. Introduction. From the world of Saint Seiya, the goddess Athena protects the top combat suit, contains a powerful small universe, and automatically changes the best wearable form according to the wearer's body shape, combat habits and other factors. When the user has the 8th sense and continues to use the small universe to nourish the Golden Holy Garment for 100 days, the Golden Holy Garment will evolve into the Divine Holy Garment. Close black lens bracket. Another S-Class weapon. Looking at the introduction panel of the Golden Saint Clothes, Kyle's mouth suddenly burst into a crescent laugh. In this way, the S-level character templates in the pirates can all have their own weapons. Certainly. There is also a future S-class member who does not have his exclusive weapon yet. With a thought, Kyle clicked on another S-level prize again. People card, Yamamoto Kinrakusashi Shigeki. Above the portrait, there is a world of fire ruled by fiery flames. In the center of this world, a bald man with pale temples was holding a long sword wrapped in red flames. His eyes were dusk, but he was like a sleeping volcano, waiting for the moment of gushing out at any time. Even though it was because of the male character that he did not receive a systematic dynamic subsidy, Kyle could still feel a sense of inadequate stability and strength in this old man. Another S-level character card tilde. Kyle was overjoyed. Yamamoto Basanoki Shigegwo, the founder of the 13th team of the Soul World of Death World. Although there is still a big gap with cosmic-level powerhouses such as Teacher Saitama and Saint Seiya, with all his strength, he is at least a world-class existence. But it seems that it is not easy to find a guy who can fit into Shigeki Yamamoto's being Takashiroku. Looking at Yamamoto Kurosai Shigeki, who was wrapped in blazing flames like the sun, Kyle began to think. The higher the level of the character card, the more demanding the fitter. And the characteristics of Yamamoto Motoriasui Shige are obvious to just a few points. He is getting stronger and more talented, overwhelmingly powerful, and has the power leader, and the flames burn the sky. How do you feel except for the flames and fiery sky? There are several other characteristics, especially Whitebeard and Carp. Think about it carefully, there are only a few older people in the pirate world, and there are even fewer people who can fight on the front line. No, I want me to add Whitebeard to the pirates. How is that possible? It was like a basin of cold water suddenly sprinkled on the beating flames. Kyle frowned instantly. Based on his understanding of Whitebeard and Carp, unless he can draw some props to change people's hearts in the system. Otherwise, it may be easier to rule the entire world than to bring these two guys under your command. The system really has a problem for me. Kyle started to have a headache. Certainly. If we start from the perspective of fire ability, perhaps Ace, who eats roasted fruits that even dogs don't eat, may also fit this character card. Only. The difference between his fighting style and Shigeki Yamamoto Basanoki is really too big, and I don't know if he can fully exert the power of this character card. Oh, forget it. Let's talk about what's going on in the future. Maybe after the deal with Doflamingo, I can directly get a prop that changes people's hearts and let Whitebeard join the Dusk. Anyway, I won't get the answer in a short period of time, so Kyle decided not to think about those messy things for now. After sorting out what he had today, his mood returned to his previous joy, with a bright smile on his face, and he began to write down the future development plan of the pirates at his desk. That night, as my friends completed today's training tasks one by one, they came to the restaurant to enjoy dinner. Kyle also sent his fruit abilities one by one according to his previous plan and used the 6 newly obtained elf balls on the Kung Fu manatees. So far, half of the Kung Fu manatee group that boarded the Tiga from the coast of Alabaston has obtained the Johnny Turtle template given by Kyle. It is almost close to everyone's Pokémon. After doing this, Kyle came to the window connecting the kitchen and the restaurant and selected a fried chicken curry rice. Because there are too many people on the Tiga now, their tastes and preferences are different. So after he discussed with Chloe, he decided to change the dining situation in the pirate group to an open canteen with a fixed time period. Every day, Chloe will select more than a dozen dishes of different flavors and styles to make large pot rice, and then let the crew choose their favorite dishes. There is no need to worry about wasting the remaining dishes. It can be placed in feed-making machines in farms and aquariums to create food suitable for feeding organisms in these two facilities. Convenient and environmentally friendly. On this side, Kyle, who had received the dinner, called Molia, Perona and Cavendish who were picking up the meal behind him. After an afternoon of thinking, Kyle finally remembered the source and ability of the character Roger Chaney. He is Raj Chaney, the shadow dragon destroying magician from the world of The Legend of the Demon Tale. In the anime, Raj Chaney and Sting, who possesses the magic of white dragon destroying, are a pair of good friends with great relationships. It was precisely because Kyle suddenly saw the magic skill of the White Dragon when he checked his captain's interface that he remembered this character who was sealed in his memory. Immediately afterwards, the memories of the dead began to wake up continuously. Kyle instantly recalled. The Shadow Dragon destroying magic, in anime, seems to be a magical power that can transform shadows into its own magic power by eating them. And the fitting person of this character card naturally needs no need to say more. Who else can be more suitable for this character card in the entire pirate world than Molia, the Shadow Controller? Looking at the three people in front of him who were puzzled, Kyle raised a mysterious smile on his lips and asked casually. Molia, how have you been training at the shadow gathering place recently? Hey. Molia bit off a large piece of blood-colored steak in half, and then replied with a big smile. For the blessing of Lord Kale, I can now carry the shadow of 15 dinosaurs in my body. This feeling of strength in my body really makes people feel like a new life. With a big mouth covered with fangs, Molia immediately ate the whole steak. But he did not get the second one. Because he had discovered that Kyle seemed to have something to say to him at this time. Well, a freshman. This is a good statement. Kyle smiled slightly, then suddenly raised his head, and glanced across the faces of the three of them. Finally, his eyes were frozen on Moria's face, and he murmured. So, are you ready to welcome the real newborn? The thought moves. Kyle instantly clicked on the People card Raj Cheney, People card Shatya Bradford, and People card Storyro in the backpack interface. Facing the one in front of him, the three of them instantly conducted a degree of fit test. Next second, 3 pop-ups of prompts appeared above the three people's heads. Open black lens bracket fitness equals 80% close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fitness equals 70% close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fitness equals 70% close black lens bracket. All members passed. Sure enough. Kyle expected it was right. There is no need to say much about the compatibility between the Dragon Destroyer of Shadow and Moria. Shatya Bradford, Gothic lowly from under the cemetery, happens to have a lot of overlap with Perona's characteristics and hobbies. Kyle was not surprised that the two of them had a 70% fit. As for the last Shitu Ichiro, there is no need to say anything. He is a handsome and beautiful young swordsman, very similar to Cavendish. Coupled with the super adaptability brought by Cavendish's powerful strength. Even if he can't fit Shito Uichiro, he can fit with many other characters. It's just that Shitomiro's temperament happens to be very elegant and handsome. On the dining table, Perona and Cavendish were still wondering about Kyle, who was talking to Molia at this time, not knowing why he said this. But the next second, the two of them closed their eyes at the same time. Even Moria among them suddenly became stunned. Obviously. This is in Kyle's thought that the three of them have turned into their true self. Under the power of the system, their souls completed a strange journey in an instant. After the trip, they also brought back their own power from their respective experiences. This is. Molia blinked, surprised and puzzled. Kyle looked at him with a smile. Didn't you always want to increase your mental power cultivation method? This is my answer. The power of Shadow Dragon destroying magic allows Moria to enhance his strength by directly devouring shadows. Although the power enhanced by this method will be restricted, it is impossible for Molia to continue to be promoted without restrictions. But Kyle speculated that this constraint was most likely from Moria's physical strength. The stronger the body can carry, the stronger the energy. This can make sense no matter what kind of world power system it is. The effect of the shadow gathering place can improve Moria's physical strength through shadows. Devouring shadows can increase magic power. Absorbing shadows can improve physical fitness. The improvement of physical fitness may bring greater magic capacity. Nowadays, the only thing that can limit Molia is his mental power that will never be enough. But as a magician, Raj Cheney's spiritual qualifications are as high as 120 points. This is definitely an extremely high attribute qualification among the A-level partners in naked outfits. Come on, he just needs to level up step by step, absorb shadows, and swallow shadows. Kyle believes that it won't take long before a Navy general-level person will appear on his ship. It's really exciting. Looking at Molia, who was still shocked by the magic of Shadow Dragon destroying, Kyle suddenly felt new and turbulent. Immediately, he shifted his gaze again and looked at the other two new partners. First of all, Perona, who has already obtained the power of the Blood Girl in War and the Vampire Ancestor. Although the character card of Shatia Bradford is an A-level character in the system's judgment. But in Kyle's mind, even if the system lists it as an S-level character card, he won't find it strange at all. In the anime, Shatia is a super strong man with a total of 100 levels, including the Vampire of LV.10, the True Ancestor of LV.10, the Valkyrie of LV.10, the Curse Knight of LV.5, and the LV.10 Priest. The top vampire gives her powerful physical strength and recovery. The top True Ancestor allows her to control any other vampire with freedom. Valkyrie gave her powerful fighting skills, the Curse Knight gave her attacks a curse effect, and the Sacrifice allowed her to learn faith skills and healing magic. It can be said. This is a powerful character that combines close combat, ranged spell casting, AoE forbidden spells, healing magic, spiritual hypnosis, etc., a package of abilities. Although it was a bit of a pity to give it to Perona. But think in the better direction. In the future, Perona could completely store her body on the Tiga and then appear outside in the state of soul. Anyway, she has various magic abilities, and she doesn't have to be bound by the rule that spirits cannot affect reality. As long as you are not facing a strong man like Auntie or Brooke who has soul abilities. Then she is a completely mobile magic turret that makes all enemies unable to touch their minds. Because of the enemy's attack, she could not hit her at all. But she can directly use magic to carry out dimensionality reduction strikes on the enemy. Not bad. A soft murmur was heard. Kyle looked at Cavendish again, but found that he seemed to have woken up from Shitomiro's understanding. But this is normal. After all, the power system of the Demon Slayer world is not as good as the pirate world. In addition, Cavendish's sword skills are also good. The only thing he can get from Shitomo Wuichiro is the magical breathing method that can make people stronger in an instant, Kasumi breath. I believe that Cavendish, who is already a stinky person, will definitely create combat moves that are more in line with his own characteristics after obtaining such handsome breathing and swordsmanship. At this point, all the human members on the entire Tiga have become Kyle's own people. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 days have passed. The impact of the invasion of the Tianlong people's residence gradually came to an end. After all, no Tianlong people were injured because of this, but they only lost some money and slaves. In addition, the suspect in the incident is very likely to be the main member of the Four Emperors. This matter was finally left unresolved. Everyone was kept in the dark by Kyle's operation. Intel. Doflamingo received a call 10 days ago. Kyle called the phone. The content of the conversation was that he obtained another gold worth billions of Bailey, and asked Doflamingo if he was interested in swallowing it in one breath. Although Kyle concealed the origin of this batch of gold, Doflamingo still keenly noticed something was wrong. But he didn't say anything in the end, let out his strange laughter, and agreed to the gold deal that Kyle wanted to add. Perhaps, he, the dragon man, who is not allowed, also really wants to see. How could Kyle fool the people of the dragon? What should be here, are you here? The bow of the Tiga. Kyle's eyes were solemn, looking at the sea surface that seemed to be cut down by a blade of sky under the strong wind. The newspaper he had just bought from the newsbird, was also blown by the wind. The newspapers are open. I saw a huge black title marked on the front page. Sachi, the captain of the 4th team of the Whitebeard Pirates, was suspected to have died tragically at the hands of his companions. Close black lens bracket. Below is a small-size news report. According to people familiar with the matter. Although this report, both the title and the content, exudes an unscrupulous atmosphere that only small media can have. But Kyle, who holds this World Economic News, knows. The content in the newspaper is true. Moreover, he also knew. It won't take long before Blackbeard, the culprit of Sachi's murder, fled to the first half of the Great Route and began to recruit soldiers. By the way, I remember Blackbeard went to the Drum Kingdom for a walk on the original timeline. I don't know if he wants Vapor's twist fruit ability, or just passing by there, trying to pretend. However, it doesn't matter. Kyle looked at the beach, his eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth gently raised. The current Drum Kingdom is not something you can easily touch on. I look forward to your arrival. Crazy Tilda. The hand has been lost. The newspaper of value drifts away with the wind and falls into the sea. Even though Kyle now has the thief's intentions, he doesn't mind adding a dark fruit ability to the pirates in dusk. Now, he really hopes that Blackbeard can come to the Drum Kingdom according to the original timeline. In that case, he might be able to do business with Whitebeard with Blackbeard. I guess Whitebeard should be willing to pay a lot of money to buy your head, right? Kyle murmured softly. Click. Chapter 162. It's decided that it's you, Tilda. Kyle, who was looking up at the sea, was suddenly stunned. He looked around but found nothing that could make a strange sound. But at this moment, the sound that seemed to be shattered just now came to his mind again. Can you say? Kyle's eyes suddenly froze, and he suddenly remembered something, and quickly clicked on the backpack interface in the system. Immediately he saw. The Pokemon egg he drew in the Seven Water capital had several cracks on the eggshell above. And when his consciousness condensed, he suddenly saw the countdown that had already returned to 0. Mine. I've been too busy this time, and I almost forgot about you, the little guy. As if I felt Kyle's gaze, the Pokemon egg in the icon suddenly shook twice. Kyle was so scared that he quickly took it out of his backpack. Instantly. A sacred pure white light suddenly shone above the Pokemon egg, which was originally imprisoned by the power of the backpack. That is the light of evolution that belongs to Pokemon alone. Click click. The sound of eggshell shattering continued. Soon. In Kyle's hands, a little yellow rat with his eyes closed and his hands placing his chest tightly curled up into a ball. This is. A flash of light flashed in Kyle's eyes. Looking at the big ears, small body, light yellow fluff. He immediately recognized the identity of the Pokemon in his hand. It turned out to be Pichu. Kyle screamed in shock. And his voice also awakened the newborn little guy from the darkness. Skin Tilda. Little Pichu let out a glutinous cry of confusion and slowly opened her eyes. When it saw Kyle in front of it, an electric light suddenly burst out from its big eyes, and its hands were opened with joy. Pichu Tilda. Hey Tilda. Kyle quickly wrapped his arms around his chest and hugged the little Pichu who was rushing towards him. Looking at the little guy with a happy face in his arms, he suddenly became loving and touched little Pichu's head with a doting heart. Did you treat me as its mother? Or, does the system directly load the attribute of 100% loyalty to it? Kyle stared at little Pichu and focused slightly. The next moment, a pop-up message suddenly popped up. Open black lens bracket pet, Pichu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket qualification, a close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 36 close black lens bracket. There is actually an attribute panel. Can you say? Kyle thought about it and casually drew out a character card to conduct a fit test on Pichu. The result is a prompt that has become a pet, no other character card can be loaded. Sure enough. The pets drawn from the gasket machine are already considered part of the system, so can't the character card be loaded. Kyle continued to stroke little Pichu, and the corners of his mouth gently raised. But it doesn't matter. The power of the system cannot be relied on, we still have the power of the pirate world. It's a pity that the Shanglei fruit has been eaten by that guy Anilu, and it's well developed. Otherwise you can gain the power to incarnate lightning. Kyle was very happy to get a new pet. After all, Pichu's evolutionary type is Pikachu. Who had never dreamed of owning a Pikachu when he was a child? Kyle chuckled. At the same time, The tiga was like a sharp sword, piercing through the sponge, as if breaking through the barriers of the two realms, and suddenly entered a sea occupied by cold air. The clouds in the sky became more and more low. Kyle grinned while holding little Pichu while using sunrise breath to make his body heat up and keep little Pichu warm. I'm home Tilda. Return to the kingdom of magnet drums. Kyle's life became busy in an instant. The terrifying three-masted sailboat operated by Brooke has broken down near the Drum Kingdom. The unlucky eggs on the island who were previously restrained by Molia were also able to run all the way. The remaining group of old, weak, sick and disabled people also temporarily lived in the Drum Kingdom with Brooke's skeleton. After the Magnetic Drum Kingdom opened trade routes with other islands, they would leave or stay, and let them go. But in contrast, the group of slaves Kyle rescued from the Dragon Man was not so lucky. After using armed domineering spirit to help them remove the bomb collar, Kyle planned a piece of land for them in the Drum Kingdom to build a small town here. Not only can he not leave the Drum Kingdom, but he even has the freedom to go out privately and go to other towns. Fortunately, Kyle also promised them that such a life will not last too long. A few months later, after the invasion of the Tianlong people's residence was completely forgotten, Kyle will allow them to live normally on the Magneto Island. As for how long it takes to get them back to their respective hometowns and reunite with their relatives, Kyle didn't set the time. But he believed that it would never be too far away. And these slaves are already grateful to be able to escape from the hands of the Tianlong people. Kyle even gave them a normal life. They have no way to repay such great kindness, so how dare they demand higher tilde. So when Kyle told them that he needed several chefs on his boat, a lot of people immediately signed up. Finally, based on the character card's portrait, Kyle chose two strong men with scars, an embarrassed aristocratic lady, a cute girl with dull eyes, and an active and lively boy. He didn't care about how many people cooked. After selecting the right candidate, they directly assigned several chefs, character cards, and then they were asked to board the boat for training from Chloe. After the establishment of the first team, Kyle once again established the second team of the Twilight Pirates, the chefs. Captain Chloe. Although his strength is already considered a middle and lower level tour in the Twilight Pirates, he has worked hard since he got on the ship and has achieved 3 meals a day to satisfy everyone. This title of captain is worth it. Later, Kyle found a guy among the slaves who could fit the character card, Yumi Shino. That was a taciturn boy with hatred and anger in his eyes. Only when he looked at Kyle, his expression became like he was pilgrimage, respectful and yearning. After some conversation, Kyle learned that the young man's name was Afeng, who originally lived in the countryside of a small country that could not afford gold in the sky. A beekeeping craft has been passed down from generation to generation at home, and we make a living by selling honey. As a result, because of the intrusion of a group of human traffickers, Afeng's peaceful life was broken. He killed his grandfather and kidnapped him. After several twists and turns, he was bought by the Tianlong people and his life was in a desperate situation. Originally, he planned to detonate the bomb collar and then die with the Tianlong people. No matter how badly you are, you will have to kill a few guards. Kyle's appearance once again gave Afeng hope and motivation to survive. In front of him, the hero, who dared to break into the residence of the Tianlong people, Afeng said without hesitation that he wanted to kill all the Tianlong people and human traffickers, and received strong support from Kyle. Let me do it and add a handful of firewood to your goal. The power from the Naruto world's fucking warlock family was instantly poured into Afeng's body, giving this young man the power to move towards his dream. I will let the peacock familiarize you with the environment of the insect museum. You will be responsible in the future. Afeng, who has the skills of the oil girl's insect-fucking insects, is obviously more suitable for the work of the insect museum than a peacock who can only control mosquitoes. After the daily practice, your job is to use those bugs to breed zergs that can cooperate with you in battle as soon as possible. By the way, find ways to use mosquitoes to develop a more powerful insect race. Your power does not depend on you. It's about how powerful zerg you can develop. Whether you can achieve your results depends on where you can go. Don't let me down, Afeng tilde. Behind Kyle's hands, enjoying Afeng's pilgrimage gaze, he said in a heavy tone. Please rest assured, Lord Kyle. Afeng will definitely not let your trust down. Although I was startled by the sudden extra memories in my mind, Afeng still realized it instantly. All of this is the method of the adult in front of you. Just call me the Captain tilde. Yes, Captain Kyle. Quote. After solving the problem with the slaves, Kyle called Zoro, Brooke, Cavendish and Monka again, and ordered them to form a logging team to go to the terrifying three-masted sailboat to cut down the dense forest there. The cutwood was transported to the Drum Kingdom for infrastructure construction. Clockdale and Agent have worked together to build a bridge between the two islands by blasting sand and spitting mud. The solidity cannot be guaranteed. But fortunately, the guys who dared to walk around this bridge were not as brave as ordinary. The zombie corpses on the island were also sent into the deep mountains of the magnetic Drum Kingdom to enjoy natural refrigeration treatment. With Kyle's recommendation letter, Audiobook also joined the medical university a few days ago. No surprise. This genius surgeon who is like a star in the medical field is sought after by a number of medical students. Even some teachers admire him very much. It can be seen how clever the medical skills of Audiobook were before. Pity. The death of his beloved made him unable to recover. I can only say that love is a great thing to harm people. At Kyle's request, Audiobook has begun to develop various functional zombies. Digging, cutting down trees, planting, harvesting. Even under his genius mind, he was trapped in a research bottleneck. A zombie who can act perfectly, not so easy to design. After Kyle configured Brooke with the last weapon Zanpakura that he had not handed over, the entire pirates took action completely. Those who can build can do construction, and those who can plan can do planning. For a moment, the entire Drum Kingdom has once again entered a period of rapid development. This time, Kyle was very attentive to the development of the Drum Kingdom. Because after he leaves here again and comes back next time, I don't know when it will be. In a blink of an eye. Another month has passed. In the palace of the Drum Kingdom, a royal chair and an ordinary luxurious chair are placed side by side. There is a small coffee table in the middle. Kyle sat on the king's chair, staring at the bird man in front of him for a long time, and finally compared him with his feather hand to him. Okay. The equipment has been debugged. Next, we can start today's interview. King Sha Chiwahai, Mr. Kyle. Kyle sat upright, showing a kind smile on his face. Behind him are all members of the Twilight Pirates, including Kung Fu Manatee. It is a rare opportunity to face the world, and of course he wants everyone to be on camera. The family must be neatly arranged. Even Robin, who is sensitive to identity, was wearing a veil covering his face, standing next to Kyle like a secretary. After holding a notebook, Morgans felt the breath of several strong men behind Kyle, hesitated for a moment, and left the sharp questions he had prepared before. As a newspaper staff made gestures, Morgans began his visit today. I'm very happy to invite the newly promoted Mr. Kyle to be interviewed by our World Economic News Agency. Then Mr. Kyle. The Navy said that the original 7 warriors Molia voluntarily disbanded his pirate group and joined you, and you will continue to serve all the original 7 warriors' names. May I ask, is this really the case? Haven't the Navy caused you trouble? What kind of conflict has erupted between you and Moria? Morgans had a 3-point combo from a problem as soon as he got started. Fortunately, Kyle was prepared. He smiled slightly, and answered one by one in the face of the photography phone worm. Because he had known about the interview question for a long time, he answered it without any loss. In short, it is to tell everyone that the Navy is reasonable. Since Molia of the first 7 warriors recommended Kyle, and Kyle also passed the test of the Navy, he could naturally inherit the name of the 7 warriors. In this wave, it seems that Kyle is answering the question. But invisibly, he raised the status of the Navy and described the King's 7 War Sea as a feeling under the command of the Navy. When people who don't know the truth read it, they will naturally feel the Navy's notification to the sea. When people who knew the complexity of it saw it, they just cursed Kyle as the Navy's lackey. I believe that the Warring States Marshal will be very happy to see this report. Kyle has been a long time. No one asked the Navy for anything. With this interview, Kyle believes that the Navy and the world government will definitely agree to their next request. As for the party he fought with Moria, Kyle directly changed it into a kind of mutual appreciation between two soldiers during the battle. In the end, Molia was defeated by Kyle, but she also agreed with Kyle, so she joined him. The main focus is harmony and friendship, without any coercion. Because this is the character Kyle set for himself. A special pirate with outstanding strength but kind heart, peace-loving and fighting crime. The reason why he established such a character is that he wanted to make a thorough use of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, a good money-making machine that finally built. In this month, in addition to the Blue Wave Ball Factory, Kyle also built 10 pharmaceutical factories on Magdu Island in one go. These drugs are developed by teachers from medical universities. They are not only cheap, but also have the same effect as general drugs on the market. Nowadays, the pharmaceutical factory has started production and produced the first batch of medicines. It is the time when there is a lack of partners and sales. Morgans arrived at this time, and Kyle did it intentionally. He was just officially announced by the Navy to succeed him as the 7 Warlords Sea last week, and he has the largest topics and the largest traffic on the sea. Kyle, who knows the importance of traffic, certainly would not miss such a good opportunity. In the following interview, after answering some questions that were highly popular in the sea, Kyle changed the topic tacitly with Morgans and began to introduce the Drum Kingdom and the industries everywhere here. Pharmaceutical factories, weapons factories, medical universities, dinosaur breeding parks, ice and snow worlds, horror playgrounds. One after another, commercial, military, medical, or entertainment industries, appeared in front of camera phone bugs and were recorded one by one. Even in order to attract more people, Kyle even asked the two giants to take on the security work of the amusement park. It's called work, but in fact, they are both attractions in the amusement park. It can be seen that in order to make money, Kyle is already useless. Finally, he took a kind image, led all members of the Pirates of Dusk and sincerely invited all major partners to visit the Magnetic Drum Kingdom to discuss cooperation issues. It is predictable that, once the news of this interview is widely circulated, the future Magnetic Drum Island will become a huge money-making field under Kyle. The profits provided every year are calculated in tens of billions. Chapter 163 Whitebeard's Reaction. New World, a mysterious sea area. The huge Moby Dick is like a soaring giant whale, rippling up and down under the waves on the sea. At this time, the atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates was solemn. The Whitebeard, who was already suffering from illness, looked sick at this time. She sat silently on her captain's throne, with syringes inserted into her body. Dad Tilda. Suddenly, a big bird with a blue flame appeared from the distance of the sky, falling from the sky and directly transformed into a man with a pineapple hairstyle. It's Marco. The Whitebeard clasped his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice. How is it? Is there any news about Ace and Blackbeard? Marco shook his head and said slowly under the gradual dim gaze of the Whitebeard. Not yet, Dad. However, I got another piece of intelligence from the intelligence merchant. I think it's necessary to bring it back for my dad and everyone to see. Huh, what kind of information is it? The Whitebeard opened his eyes slightly, revealing a curiosity. He knew that Marco would not be aimless. Marco said seriously. It has something to do with the little guy you liked not long ago. As he said, he waved to a pirate next to him and asked him to gather all the cadres on the Moby Dick. Soon, Marco carried out a large audio and video playback device, and immediately put the purchased intelligence USB disk into the device. It is called a USB flash drive, but it is actually a small plug-in. As long as it is inserted into a special telephone bug device, the content stored in it can be played. It is produced by the World Economic News Agency and is sold formally around the world. This is a completely public intelligence video with no concealment, so the price is naturally not very expensive. After all, in the world of pirates where television and advertising have not yet been popularized, Kyle could think of the fastest way to play the name of the Drum Kingdom, and that was the only way to do so. In fact, those intelligence dealers were stunned for a long time after seeing that they could buy information related to the new 7 warriors at such a low price. The screen starts to play. The first one in the video is the Birdman, who is more familiar to the underground world. Morgans, Whitebeard and the other captains showed doubt on their faces. Only Marco, who had watched the video content once, looked calm. But the waves that kept flashing in his eyes told his heart at this moment, and did not seem as calm as he seemed. The video was obviously edited by professionals. Birdman Morgans first took out the topic of Kyle taking office as the host some time ago and began to introduce some of the experiences of the Twilight Pirates that are known to the world. Then he used rhetoric to guide him and began to play the scene of a formal interview with Kyle. This is the first time I saw a pirate like this, and Kyle was stunned and surprised to see the pirate talking in the picture. Compared to the world-famous pirate, Kyle is more like a businessman or politician at this moment. You must know. The pirate world is full of a group of simple-minded and well-developed guys. Like Clockdale, who can use a few fruit abilities to trick a little trick, can make the famous kingdom of Alabaston all over the world. Doflamingo, who controlled Liku, went to kill a few people in the street, but no one found out that it was abnormal and directly took down his throne. Even the top politician in the pirate world, the 5 Old Stars, is a group of idiots and idiots in terms of political means. Even though I knew that Nika Fruit was very important, I sent an elite agent who could step on a few steps in the new world to guard and escort him. I didn't chase him if he was snatched, but said something. From ancient times to the present, this fruit has been consciously escaping. Even though he knew that Luffy had D's name, he ate rubber fruits, and he even shouted that he wanted to be One Piece every day, but he just left it alone. After he grew up, he pointed to D in his name and said, "God's natural enemy." It can be seen how simple and easy it is for people in the pirate world. At this time, Kyle seemed to be the 3rd generation of Naruto, taking the Kwang Shadow group to descend to the pirate world. The style of painting suddenly changed. Just a little bit of a person in front of others and behind is enough to deceive the vast majority of people in the world. The content of the video continues. After the interview, there is an introduction to various industries of the Drum Kingdom. Although everyone with the Whitebeard was not very interested in these things. But looking at Kyle, the big pirate, like a shopping guide, they introduced everything in person, and they had an inexplicable sense of pleasure in their hearts. The introduction is coming to an end soon. But at this moment, Marco suddenly spoke. "Dad, pay attention. The important thing I said is coming." Whitebeard looked up at Marco, then nodded to show that he knew. In the picture, Kyle has the horror amusement park transformed by the horror 3-masted sailboat has been introduced. He and Morgans also came to the laboratory of the medical university again. Kyle showed a business-style smile and said, "In addition to the above industries, we have recently successfully developed an invention that has crossed the century with the development of several medical experts in the magnetic Drum Kingdom." While speaking, Kyle was like a magic trick, and a bottle of red potion suddenly appeared in his hand. He smiled. This is a magical drug developed by Dr. Gerva of Twilight Medical University and the medical team led by her. To highlight its great performance, I decided to call it a panacea. Panic medicine. On the Mobadic, the pirates introduced by Kyle were stunned for a moment. But the video in the picture does not give them time to react, and it has continued to introduce the effect of the panacea. 1. Within a few minutes, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates instantly realized why this medicine is called a panacea. Because they watched Kyle stab into his abdomen and then crossed his body and stabbed out from his back. It can be said that the real white knife comes in and out of the red knife without any hesitation. Morgans and the cameraman next to him were shocked, and the picture shaking violently. In order to be able to sell the red potion, Kyle really fought hard this time. The blood was like a spring water, and it immediately squirted wildly. It can be the next second. Kyle quickly pulled out the knife, letting the blood flow, then directly opened the red potion in his hand, and drank it in a bottle. Immediately afterwards, the wound on Kyle's body, which was fatal to ordinary people, began to heal with the naked eye. In order to make the video more clear, Kyle even took off her top and exposed her hard-covered muscles. The wound he had been penetrated by a long knife before, except for some blood, could not see any scars. This. Looking at the panacea effect in the video, the pirates on the Whitebeard pirates exploded instantly. I'm not mistaken, right? In a few seconds, the serious wound actually disappeared. Everyone looked at Marco. The entire Whitebeard pirates belonged to him, who were the most skilled in medical skills, and he brought back the information. Faced with everyone's doubts, Marco shook his head gently, his eyes signaling to float towards the screen. Continue to look back, there will be an explanation later. Sure enough. In the video, Kyle wiped off the blood on his body, changed into a set of clothes, and immediately began to explain the effect of the panacea. It can restore the body to its best condition. Whether it is injuries during battle or hidden injuries that have been silent for a long time, just drink the panacea and you can instantly recover to your best condition. The Whitebeard pirates held their breath and made Kyle's voice fall into their ears clearly. Although the panacea cannot directly increase lifespan, it can handle all the hidden diseases left by the body during its growth process, thereby indirectly extending lifespan. One bottle costs only 500 million Baileys. If you need it, you can go to the marketing department of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom to purchase it yourself. The content on the USB flash drive is now played. But the ship of the Whitebeard pirates fell into silence. After a while, George, who was still the third team, spoke first, with his eyes glowing. Marco, since the panacea can solve the hidden diseases in the body, that is to say. He turned around and looked at their father, Whitebeard. Edward Newgate, who is clearly known as the world's strongest man, now he has to hang a bunch of drip bottles on his body every day to maintain his body stability and prevent his physical fitness from falling. They knew very well the arrogance in their father's heart. Such an embarrassed look has long made my father feel unhappy and lonely. But this is the power of time, no one can resist it. If that panacea is really as magical as Kyle said, then the price of 500 million per bottle is really not expensive. Without waiting for Marco to answer George's question, a hearty laugh suddenly interrupted everyone's thoughts. Gunalalala tilde. Young people are getting more and more powerful nowadays. Gulalala. Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. The next moment, a powerful momentum suddenly burst out from his already turbid eyes, sweeping across the entire sea. The clouds in the sky shattered and disappeared at this moment. Whitebeard waved his hand and ordered directly. Marco, you and Bremenk go and get 10 billion Baileys out, and go to the first half of the Great Route to buy 20 bottles of panacea. Bremenk, the captain of the 6th team of the Whitebeard pirates, and the ability to bag fruits, can put part of the object into his body. 10 billion Bailey. Marco was shocked when he heard the Whitebeard's instructions. Although the Whitebeard pirates is one of the 4 emperors, because they usually save those in need of help, the total amount of deposit is only tens of billions of Baileys. Dad, there is no need to buy so many at one time, right? Marco immediately persuaded. What if that guy Kyle is cheating us? Do not. Humph tilde. Whitebeard snorted coldly one sound. Then let him taste the anger of the Whitebeard pirates. As he said that, he nodded to Marco again. Go, just do what I said. Since the effect of this panacea is so magical, you usually need to hoard some in the pirate group in case of emergency. At this moment, Whitebeard couldn't help but think of Sachi, who was killed by the traitor Tick. At that time, Saki also took the last breath in front of them. If their pirates had this magical panacea at that time, Saki might not have died. He had white-bearded and didn't want to do anything he regretted anymore. By the way, seeing that Marco had already received the order, Whitebeard reminded again. If you find Ace's traces, bring him back to me immediately. Just say it's my order. If you meet Tick. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, then sighed. Don't confront him head-on, it's more important to complete the panacea deal. Quote. I understand, Dad. Marco, who knew that the white beard was in pain, had a worry in his eyes. But soon, he adjusted his emotions and took Bremank to the cabin to get Bailey. At the same time, the video of the interview with Kyle of the new Seven Warriors has set off a wave of craze in the underground world. Anyone with some tricks spent a low price to buy a video of Kyle interviewed by video. For a moment. Pirates, Navy, world government, nobles and wealthy businessmen. Almost everyone who pays attention to world events often knows the Drum Kingdom created by Kyle. Some people scoffed at Kyle's operation, thinking that the dignified Seven Warriors actually did such a loss of money. Some people were attracted by the business opportunities of the magnetic Drum Kingdom and were ready to go to negotiate a business. Some people are attracted to the special playground, while others are also studying the panacea introduced by Kyle at the end. Because of this short video of less than an hour, the popularity of the Pirates at Dusk at Sea once again swept through the boiling sound like a tsunami. Bay High. Kingdom of Diarma 66. Garzi, the head of the Vinsmic family, sat on the throne. A potion that can quickly treat injuries and even maintain the body at the best state of the current life body. Lahiu, what do you think? Gaji turned his head and looked at his daughter beside him. A person wearing a pink tights, setting off his body with a convex and charming look, charming, but also intriguing, like a poisonous scorpion waiting for prey to step forward. Lei Ju frowned. Take out the remote control, back up, and read Kyle's introduction to Panic Drug again. After a long time, she slowly spoke. If this potion can only help people recover instantly, it's not surprising. After all, many fruit-capable people and scientific research props can do this. But Riju paused for a moment, her eyes flashed with a light of thought. If this potion, as Kyle said, can restore the human body to its best state of the current age of the living body, then I suspect that his potion is likely to be a unique technology achieved by using bloodline factors and genes. Gaji nodded, obviously agreeing with Rijo's analysis. After all, the explanation of returning to the best age of the current living body is too abrupt. After a while, Gaji, who had been silent for a moment, suddenly spoke. Lahiu, you led a few giant snails to the kingdom of Magnetic Drum to buy a batch of panacea and bring them back for research. Yes, my father. Chapter 164 Wayne Family. Similar dialogues continue to appear among the world's top forces. Although the power of Red Potion is not a peerless treasure, the people-friendly price of 500 million is to make all major forces prepare to buy a batch. Whether it is the rapid treatment effect or the hidden wound healing function not shown in the video, it is worth more than 500 million Baileys. In addition, with Kyle, the new Seven Warriors, endorsing the letter himself, it is very reliable. For a moment, many forces had sent people to go to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom to buy Red Potion. Certainly. It is a rare minority that takes out 100 Baileys in one breath like the Whitebeard pirates. Generally speaking, one force will purchase 1 or 2 units at its discretion, for testing or in case of emergency needs. But no matter what, Kyle's operation taught a lesson to the merchants in the pirate world. An interview that should have shown its power and demonstrated its power was turned into a video advertisement by Kyle. The Magnetic Drum Kingdom, which was originally just a little famous, became famous in the pirate world. Even among the world, interview videos recorded by Kyle have been circulated. It can be foreseeable that in the near future, the Drum Kingdom will usher in a period of prosperity. In fact, the rise of the Drum Kingdom is as small as Kyle expected in the morning. On the third day after the interview video was released, a merchant ship arrived at the coast of the Drum Kingdom. The merchant ship is not too large, but it exudes an inaccessible aura. The sailors on the ship were powerful and fierce, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were pirates. At the windows of the deck and cabin, there were more than 20 giant cannons. The deep and dark muzzle emits a cold light, as if a war can be welcomed at any time. Mr. Kuile, the Drum Kingdom has arrived. The hatch door is open. An old butler with silver hair bowed slightly and looked at the inside of the cabin with respect. Soon, a slightly fat boy, about 15 or 16 years old, walked out staggeringly. The sudden cold current made him unable to help but whisper, and the chicken legs in his hand instantly became less fragrant. "Is this the Drum Kingdom?" The boy, known as Young Master Kui-lei, quickly handed the chicken leg in his hand to the butler and tightened the fur coat on his body. "He is Wayne Kuei from the Great Wayne family. The Wayne family is a not-so-small business family in the first half of the Great Road. Although the industries in the family are all old-fashioned businesses with little competitiveness. But because the family has strong funds, and they are willing to give in and spend a lot of money to recruit reliable security personnel, they are rarely hijacked by pirates. This also made the Wayne family more competitive than other merchants on the Great Route. The reason why Wayne Kuei came to the Drum Kingdom is that his great-great-great-great-grandfather Wayne Thomas, who is already over 120 years old, was the first to be interviewed by Kyle. A member of the. After confirming the commercial value of the Drum Kingdom, the old patriarch Thomas, who built the Wayne family alone, immediately issued the highest order in the family. Let the family members of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom go to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom immediately to negotiate cooperation in various business. It just so happened that Wayne's merchant ship was just near the Drum Kingdom, so he had to obey the order and came here. In fact, although Wayne Kuei comes from a business family, his life goal is not to become an excellent businessman. His biggest hobby is actually making all kinds of human-shaped dolls. Fortunately, he also heard that there is a special rubber in the Drum Kingdom that is sold in the form of raw materials. If appropriate, he can change his wife to some more tender bodies. Yes. This young master from the Wayne family loves humanoid dolls, but only loves beautiful female humanoid dolls. With his superb talent, the doll he created can even be fake and real if it doesn't move, which is no different from a real person. Under the guidance of the port staff, the merchant ship slowly drove into the parking cabin. The huge metal hatch slowly opened, and a barrier made of silver alloy suddenly appeared in front of Kyle and everyone. It's just strange. Above the barrier, there are not serious and neat soldiers. But one after another, one strange creature after another, you can occasionally see a little blue. Is this plant life? Looking at the big eyes staring at him with great vigilance, Kui-lei was stunned in an instant. It was not until the staff showed a certificate to the pea shooters that these pea shooters changed their colors and began to enjoy the sun's light comfortably. This scene instantly straightened Kui-lei's eyes. After all, he is also a family member who can do business for more than 100 years, and his knowledge is not short. But as far as he knows, even those strange plants with self-awareness should not have human expressions. Just now, he actually saw a strange feeling of taking a break from his busy schedule on a plant. Is it so outrageous? Hello. Kui-lei only felt that the books he had spent more than 10 years were really in vain. It's worthy of being the 7 warriors see. After sighing, Kui-lei, the old housekeeper, and a group of guards continued to walk towards the Magnetic Drum King. Under the transformation of the pirates at dusk, the Drum Kingdom at this time has completely entered the stage of urbanization. After leaving the port, a wide road was followed by a wide road connecting all parts of the Drum Kingdom. At the intersection, there is a row of buses that use electricity to last. Under the introduction of the staff, Kui-lei and others learned. Tourists who come to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom to discuss cooperation or travel can freely choose which bus to take according to the destination they want to go. These things were created by Analu combined with the Arc Proverbs technology and under the tinkering of Black Flame and Skylark. With the magical ability of the Wobbleton fruit, they did not encounter any material barriers at all, and directly created a battery that could be used normally even in the snowy winter island. And in the palace of the Drum Kingdom, a huge battery was created. It even filled with enough electricity for the Drum Kingdom to use for 1 year. The bus is driving on the smooth road. As the first trader to arrive in the Drum Kingdom, and is also a member of the Wayne family with a small background. Kyle and others deserved the opportunity to meet Kyle. Along the way, Kui-lei looked at several mountains hidden under the snow in the distance, and couldn't help but sigh in surprise. Although he had never been to the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums, as a businessman operating in this sea area, he naturally had information about the kingdom of magnetic drums. This place should have been a down-and-out medical country that is difficult to communicate with the outside world due to blizzard. But when Kui Lei looked around, he could not see any descendant scenery at all. Along the way, they have already passed through several small towns. Each one is full of high-level views and houses. Kui Lei was surprised after seeing it. The bus quickly drove to the foot of a huge mountain, and then took a bus-exclusive elevator to the top of the mountain. Then, the bus drove steadily onto a high aerial cableway, scaring Kui Lei and others' faces to the point of white. Drive all the way. Until you arrive in front of the kingdom. The vehicle has arrived at the destination. Please get off the bus in an orderly manner and do not crowd, so as not to trample. A little cowardly little loli suddenly heard the voice of a special phone worm in the public car. Scream. The bus's exit door is opened. Yes, can you get off the bus? Kui Lei covered his heart and his eyes closed. Just now, the bus had no prompts, and the door was welded to a dead end, and took them onto the aerial cableway nearly 1,000 meters above the ground, which scared the young master very much. He slowly opened his eyes and immediately looked at the car window. After confirming that both sides were already land, he quickly supported himself and jumped out of the car in 3 steps and 2 steps. Hut tilde, hut tilde, hut tilde. It was as if it was a plane for the first time. Kui Lei, who had walked out of the gate of hell, suddenly breathed heavily. The old housekeeper and the guards who followed Kui Lei were not much better, and they were in a mess. But at this moment, a slightly familiar lowly voice suddenly came from his ears. Hey, Lord Kyle, why do they look like this? Is it where I'm not doing the radio of Aisha? No, you've done a good job. A young man's voice came one after another, and he said with a smile. However, next time your tone can be firmer, and it's even better if you don't have to doubt yourself. Really? The little loli cheered happily. Hearing this conversation, Kui Lei slowly looked up and suddenly met a pair of dark eyes that were friendly but not afraid to ignore. Hello, welcome to the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. Kyle smiled and looked at the first guest of the Magnetic Drum Palace. Of course, there will be a dedicated person to take charge of this kind of reception work, and he, the boss, cannot be used to do so personally. But at this moment that is worthy of being recorded in history, Kyle still feels that he wants to see his first collaborator with his own eyes. And the little loli who followed Kyle and had just talked to him. It was a little girl with white wings behind her and wearing a beige dress. She is the Shandia native from the Sky Island, Aisha. At the same time, she is also the one who fits the character Kahong Queen of the Dusk Pirates. With the identity of the little loli and her talented domineering attitude, Aisha has successfully become a member of the Twilight Pirates. After loading the Redback template, her brain evolved instantly, allowing her to process a large amount of data information like a smart life. The higher the level, the stronger the increase the Red Queen template will bring to her brain. The increase in her brain also made her domineering attitude wider and more subtle. And in addition to this, Isa can also connect to the telephone bug network that enters the Drum Kingdom like artificial intelligence. Although she cannot control everything like the Red Queen, once she finds a problem, she can respond immediately and convey the information to the corresponding department. It is precisely because of this. At this time, Elsa has become the tool person that Kyle must bring with her in the Drum Kingdom. Who are you? Mr. Kyle. Quare, who recognized Kyle's identity, had his eyes wide open in an instant. He quickly smoothed his heart a few times and then made a noble etiquette. Although he did not like doing business very much, under the influence of his family and influence, he became a qualified businessman. I'm very happy to see you, dear Lord Kyle, the 7 warriors see. Kui Lei showed a standard smile. Hee hee. Kyle smiled lightly, and a light flashed in his eyes. I saw his mouth tilted and asked directly. How happy are you? Chapter 165, Your Own Caravan at Dusk. The smile on Kui Lei's face instantly stiffened. But Kyle suddenly burst into laughter. Just kidding, don't mind. I heard from the people in the port that you are here to discuss cooperation with the Magnetic Drum Kingdom on behalf of the Wayne family. Forehead. Unexpectedly, Lord Seven Warrior's style would be so erratic, and Kui-lei could not keep up with the rhythm for a moment. But fortunately, despite his age, the businessman's instinct made him react immediately. Yes, Lord Kyle. The Wayne family has seen the information you published through the World Economic News Agency. This time I came to visit the Magnetic Drum Kingdom to reach cooperation with you and get the right to sell medicines in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Unlike the top forces on the sea, the Wayne family did not choose the panacea with magical power, nor did they choose the wobble alloy that could make powerful weapons. From the very beginning, they took a fancy to several common drugs jointly developed by the presidents of medical university and teachers. These are all kinds of medicines for treating wind, colds, bruises and injuries. They are not considered pills, but they are more effective and have lower prices than common medicines on the world. The main focus is on civilians. Just right. The Wayne family still has a lot of say in the civilian market in the first half of the Great Way Road. In addition, drug reselling itself is a profitable industry. Once they can reach a cooperation with the Kingdom of Magnetic Drum, they can definitely make a fortune. What about medicine? Kyle nodded, then turned around and smiled at Elsa. Isa, tell the heads of those pharmaceutical factories in Dalton, and ask them to go to the Palace Hall to discuss cooperation. Okay, Captain Kyle. Little Aisha nodded seriously, and then a strange red digital stream of light suddenly flashed in her eyes. After a while, she returned to normal again and reported to Kyle. I've informed them, Captain Kyle. Kyle nodded with satisfaction, and was increasingly appreciating Elsa's power. Although the Popularity Queen is just a C-level character card, for Kyle, its practicality is not worse than that of a A-level character card. He smiled and turned to look at Kui-lei. Since that's the case, let's go to the Palace Hall with me first and wait together. Honor is over. Kyle quickly showed a flattered expression, and followed Kyle into the Palace Hall with the old housekeeper and a group of guards. And this made Kui-lei feel the foresight of his ancestors more and more. From the conversation between Kyle and Elsa just now, we can see. They seem to be the first batch of intended collaborators to arrive at the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. Kui-lei was sure that if this was not the case, the name of their Wayne family alone would not be enough for the current popularity of King Chiwu Hai Kyle to receive it himself. Several heads of the pharmaceutical factory took the transportation from the Drum Kingdom and soon arrived at the Palace Hall. What happened next has nothing to do with Kyle. The person in charge, led by Dalton and the pharmaceutical factory directors, had an in-depth conversation with Quare, and finally the two sides reached a pleasant cooperative relationship. After shaking hands with Kuray, the representative of the Wayne family, Dalton couldn't help but look up at the adult sitting on the throne with a smile on his face. Since Kyle and his team arrived at the Drum Kingdom and defeated Valvo. The Drum Kingdom changes every day. In just a few months, the people who could only live in the snow house have now lived in high-rise buildings and no longer have to worry about the cold weather. The establishment of medical universities provides more choices and possibilities for the children of the Drum Kingdom. Various factories provide countless jobs, allowing people to support themselves. Zombie Amusement City, Dinosaur Breeding Base, Sunflower Plantation and other places have enriched the people's daily lives. One miraculous industry after another has sat in the Drum Kingdom one after another. And all of this is because of the existence of that adult. Are you ready to negotiate? Seeing that several pharmaceutical factory managers were already ready to go back to work with excitement, Kyle immediately looked at Dalton and Quare with a smile. These factory directors are all village chiefs or sheriffs from some small villages in the Magdragon Kingdom. In the past, I had to worry about the survival of the villagers. But now they have transformed themselves into big figures, who can sign the contract of 10 billion Bailey. How can this prevent them from being excited? Not excited. It is this excitement that makes them more grateful to the adult who has given them everything. Under the leadership of Dalton, several factory managers left one after another. The Wayne family was left behind. Mr. Kyle, I wish us a happy cooperation. Kyle and others who had signed the contract were obviously very happy and saluted Kel on the throne. Kyle also smiled faintly and responded. Happy cooperation. The factory that has invested a lot of time and resources to build is finally beginning to see the money back. Although the profit margin of the Drum Kingdom is only about 3 billion yuan under the contract of 10 billion yuan. But this is not a one-time deal. After the Wayne family and others sell this batch of goods, they will naturally increase the purchase volume again after they taste the sweetness. After a while, these pharmaceutical factories alone can bring Kyle tens of billions of benefits in a year. With a group of world-class doctors in hand, the future Drum Kingdom will naturally continue to cover pharmaceutical factories and other departments. Kyle is now looking forward to it. The day when the Drum Kingdom evolves into a money-printing machine in the future. After the contract was signed, Kyle also met the first collaborator of the Drum Kingdom. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Kyle and others and return to Tiga. Kyle, the young master of the Wayne family, suddenly asked. That, Lord Kyle. In the video, you said that the Drum Kingdom has developed a new batch of special rubber. Can I buy a part in my private name? Huh. Kyle stamped his foot slightly. Rubber. What kind of rubber do you want? During the time of building the Drum Kingdom, you will naturally encounter many material obstacles. In order to synthesize materials that meet the requirements, Wobble also invented many byproducts during this period. Although the attributes that do not meet the requirements, but in other aspects, it has some effects. Kyle also asked Vapor to record all these recipes to expand the market size. And the rubber mentioned by Kui Lei is one of them. Under Kyle's inquiry, Quer's face instantly blushed. His tone suddenly weakened by 3 points, and he said slowly. It's the rubber that Lord Kyle introduced in the video before, like human skin. Ah, you said silicone. Kyle suddenly realized. Kui Lei nodded repeatedly. Yes, you also called this name in the video. No problem. Kyle grinned and said in a rare and generous manner. It seems that there are still a lot of silicone reserves in the warehouse. How much do you want? If not, I can give you some directly. Not much. When Kyle heard this, his eyes instantly shone, and thanked Kyle repeatedly. Kyle also had a good impression of the boy who came up and gave him billions of Baileys. He waved his hand and ordered the soldiers to get a batch of silicone. The materials in the pirate world naturally cannot reproduce the things from the Earth 100%. Kyle just saw the nature of the silicone, which was similar to what he knew in his previous life, so he gave it this name. Silicone under normal conditions is actually a liquid, and another preparation needs to be added to form cognitive silicone. There was a little finished product in the warehouse, and the guards brought it with them. After seeing the silicone, Kui Lei's aura became different in an instant. A golden light immediately appeared in his eyes, and his hands couldn't help but start testing the finished silicone. Nothing wrong. This touch. It's exactly what I want. His expression became more and more crazy, and a vulgar smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, completely no longer as the previous attitude of a noble young master. Ahem. Fortunately, at this time, the old housekeeper who followed Kui Lei noticed his incompetence and quickly spoke out to remind him. Kui Lei came to his senses only then. He raised his head instantly, his face blushing even more. Sorry, Lord Kyle, I was a little disobedient when I saw such a material that suited my heart. It doesn't matter. Of course, Kyle would not care about these trivial matters but asked curiously. So, what are you going to make with these silicones? Are you a human skin mask? Ah. Kui Lei was stunned for a moment. After a while, he did not dare to hide it, but just buckled his temples with a little embarrassed expression and said. It's not much different. I want to make a doll for me and replace it with skin that is more similar to humans. Baby. Human doll. Kyle suddenly showed a look of surprise and looked at Kyle who had not yet developed completely. His eyes instantly became awkward. That expression seemed to be saying, I didn't expect that you have such thick eyebrows and big eyes, but you also have such things. Ahem. Kui Lei cleared his throat awkwardly and prepared to leave here with his favorite colloid. Mr. Kyle, thank you for your gift. Then we will take our leave first. Wait a moment. Just as Quare turned around, Kyle suddenly stopped them. Under the puzzled eyes of Kui Lei and others, he slowly showed a sunny and cheerful smile. Maybe, our cooperation can continue to deepen. What, Lord Kyle, you said. Let me join your pirate group. 10 minutes later. Quell widened his eyes and looked at Kyle in front of him in shock. For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. For example, Kyle is greedy for me. Kyle is going to devour my family. Kyle discovered that this young master is actually a rare genius in the world. Facts proved. Kui Lei's thoughts in a moment all guessed Kyle's thoughts. Just because when he learned that he had a hobby of making dolls, Kyle subconsciously turned on the backpack system and conducted a test on him with a B-level character card, Konkuro. Test results: fitness equals 83%. This is an extremely high data, which also proves from the side that Kui Lei does have a good talent in making dolls, or puppets. It is rare to meet a Konkuro fit person, and Kyle immediately became interested. Let the combat power aside first. Anyway, he would not have too many expectations for a B-level character card. But Konkuro's talent, combined with Kui Lei's hobbies, quickly made him think of a special industry. For example, human doll. Just imagine it. If you are the duke of a certain country, but find that the queen of your country is completely growing in your heart, you will be your dream lover. But because of your identity, you are destined to never meet in this life. Now, if someone tells you that if you spend a little Bailey, you can get a doll that is exactly the same as the queen and can touch and use. How would you choose? If Molia's shadow ability can be applied to the doll. Hey Tilda, it's so weird. Let's forget it. Kyle's mind flashed through. He even thought of making it for the noble lady's a hardcover male doll. Among the byproducts of Valbo's manufacturing, there is a metal that can be changed regularly according to the set temperature. It can completely make up for the weaknesses of the doll. I believe it will definitely be sought after by noble ladies and ladies. Sure enough, when it comes to HS, my level is still online. Kyle praised his ideas in his heart. But on the surface he was as serious as ever. That's right. You can treat this as a deal. You will join the Dusk Pirates. And from now on, the Wayne family will be permanently protected by the Twilight Pirates. No matter where you are in this world. What do you think? Chapter 166, The Deal with Big Bear. Partner, Wayne Konkuro. Open black lens bracket qualification, be close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0-100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 28 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total qualifications, 280 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength qualification, 50 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical qualification, 50 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agile qualification, 60 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental qualifications, 120 close black lens bracket. Welcome to join, Wayne Kure. Turning off the partner interface in my mind, Kyle's mouth suddenly rose. Although he originally intended to look for some collaborators in the first half of the Great Route. But it was a bit beyond his expectations that things could progress so quickly. Mr. Kiley. On the other side, Kui Lei, who had just obtained the Konkuro puppet technique skills, slowly opened his eyes and stood there in disbelief. Inexplicably, he suddenly raised his hand, and a light blue energy line slowly condensed, freely changing with his consciousness. Chakra line. Is this actually real? Of course it's true. Looking at Quell's shocked look, Kyle was not surprised at all. After all, every one of his friends will show the same expression after loading the character template. As he said that, he patted Kui Lei on the shoulder directly. Okay, rather than being surprised and wasted time here, let Aisha take you to the training room for practice. Today is about to end. Kyle looked up and looked at the sky outside the window of the palace. In the night sky with fine snow, a full moon shone the faint light through the clouds and shot into the castle from the window. It was already around 8 o'clock in the evening. The Wayne family took a whole afternoon to finally decide to join the Dusk Pirates and accept Dusk's protection. Although the process was a little bit at least the result was good. And Kyle can also understand their prudence. He smiled and turned his head. Aisha, he has given it to you. Okay, Captain Kyle. Little Aisha, who had been joining the pirates in the dusk for a while, immediately jumped over and pulled up the confused Quell and walked towards the top of the castle. In the afternoon, the old housekeeper had already returned to the headquarters of the Wayne family with a batch of medicines. Quelly was left alone and joined the Twilight Pirates to prove the sincerity of the Wayne family. In the next few days, the Drum Kingdom welcomed several merchant ships that came to discuss cooperation matters. The marketing department and the commerce department temporarily established by Kyle have become completely busy. Those who can receive the message as soon as possible and come here quickly have some tricks. After seeing that the goods in the Drum Kingdom did have extremely strong market competitiveness, he signed the contract order without any hesitation. This money-making machine is finally working. It's not in vain that I invested so much time and energy. On the Tiga, located at the top of the castle, Kyle looked at the ships that were constantly sailing into the port of the magnetic Drum Kingdom from a distance, and his face was filled with a smile. Although the first income will continue to be invested in production and purchase of raw materials. But in just 2 or 3 months, while ensuring the normal operation of various departments, the Drum Kingdom can provide him with at least 2 billion Baileys in a stable income every month. 2 billion Baileys may not be much, but this is just the beginning. A pilot. Even Kyle can revitalize the small and broken place of the magnetic Drum Kingdom. After he occupied more territory in the future, he could copy and paste according to the model of the Drum Kingdom to create more money-making tools. Blah blah blue tilde. Blah blah blue tilde. Just as Kyle was enjoying the beauty of the future, a sound of a phone worm suddenly appeared, interrupting his thoughts. Hey tilde. Kyle took out a small phone bug from his pocket and picked it up directly. The phone worm's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Kyle, I heard from the Warring States Marshal, are you looking for me? A dull voice came from the phone worm's mouth. But Kyle's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this sound. You are Bartholomew Big Bear. It's me. The answer came from the phone bug. It is not difficult to hear from Big Bear's voice that he was a little confused at this moment. After all, although Kyle is a new 7 Warriors C, there is no need to know each other between the 7 Warriors C and the 7 Warriors C. So he felt that Kyle wanted to chat with him through the Navy, very curious. But in the next second, Kyle's problem made him stunned for a moment. On the Tiga, Kyle pressed his arms on the ship railing, his mouth gently curled up, and asked. Big Bear, there should be no eavesdropping device in your body, right? Exclamation mark. What's the meaning? Big Bear frowned and felt something was wrong with the question Kyle suddenly asked. But Kyle just smiled and continued to ask. You just need to tell me if there is one. No. Big Bear answered in a deep voice. At this moment, his eyes suddenly became serious. No matter what, it is really weird to ask a person if there is any eavesdropping device in his body for nothing. Big Bear was very sure, Kyle must have known something. Sure enough. Kyle heard this and immediately smiled straightforwardly. That's how it seems that the scientific research team is quite at ease with you. Where has that transformation plan been carried out? Have the pacifists developed it? Exclamation mark. What do you know? Me. Kyle smiled. I know everything. Care from the revolutionary cadre, Mr. Bartholomew Big Bear. Tilde. A heavy breathing suddenly came from the phone bug in Kyle's hand. Immediately afterwards, Big Bear suddenly became silent. Obviously he didn't expect that Kyle, a pirate who emerged in the past year and became the 7 Warlords C, would directly call out the secret hidden deep in his heart. What's the situation? Could it be that the revolutionaries have leaked information? Big Bear couldn't figure it out. At this moment, as if he felt the doubt in his heart, Kyle's voice suddenly interrupted his suspicion. Don't be nervous, Mr. Big Bear. This is what my fruit ability tells me. You are a revolutionary, I won't tell anyone. Who tilde. Big Bear took a few deep breaths again. After receiving Kyle's answer, his restless heart suddenly calmed down. After a while, he said to the phone worm. So. What are you going to say to me? I want to make a deal with the Revolutionary Army. Kyle's calm voice came from the phone bug in Big Bear's hand. He asked directly, what deal? Kyle also answered quickly. Some weapons, and the design drawing of the ancient weapon Pluto. Crash. What did you say? There was a loud noise from the other side of the Big Bear. It seemed that he accidentally knocked down something. But the phone bug in his hand still said calmly. You heard it right. It's Pluto's design. Kyle said calmly to the phone bug. Since the iceberg has agreed to ask him to find a good buyer for Pluto's design drawings, of course he will not let go of the money he picked up for nothing. He continued, I know where the design drawings of Pluto are. Some people on my boat also know ancient characters and can translate design drawings. Even in my hands, I also have a person who can create any material according to needs. Working with me, the Revolutionary Army will soon be able to own a Pluto warship of its own. I think you shouldn't be moved by this thing, right? Big Bear became silent again. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that he tried hard to calm down and said. What do you want? Money. Kyle answered unscrupulously. To be precise, it's Bailey. 5 billion Bailey. I'll tell you where to get Pluto's design drawings. 8 billion Bailey, I will help you translate Pluto's design drawings. 10 billion Bailey. The Dusk Pirates can send that ability player to help you solve material problems. It is up to you to decide which transaction you want to choose. Kyle introduced his plan to Big Bear like a salesperson. Although he admires the Revolutionary Army more, the money he should make cannot be lost. 10 billion Bailey is definitely not a small amount for the Revolutionary Army that often uses money to rescue disaster victims. But compared to the benefits that the ancient weapon Pluto could bring to them, it is definitely not comparable to that of a mere 10 billion Bailey. Hearing Kyle's deal, Big Bear had almost no hesitation and agreed directly. I see. I will tell the dragon intact. At that time, I will ask Long to call you directly. No problem. Kyle grinned, don't let me wait too long tilde. The phone hangs up. The phone bug entered the wilted sleeping mode again. After putting away his private phone bug, Kyle took out his small notebook from his arms. Looking at the clear sky with heavy snow in the distance, he drew a big, square root, behind the words, selling Pluto. In this way, the matter in the seven-water capital has come to an end. Then, we must continue to set sail. Little Tiga, well let's go. Quote. Go and pick up our Nami and Dasky. Let's take the risk to continue. Tilde. A violent whirlwind suddenly appeared at the top of the palace city. The huge Tiga slowly took off. With the dumbfounded expressions of a group of merchants discussing things in the Drum Kingdom, the Tiga quickly flew away from the Drum Kingdom and headed towards Alabaston. At the same time, after finishing the call with Kyle, Big Bear directly called Monkey D. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and conveyed the words Kyle had just said to him word for word. It was not as expected by Big Bear. After hearing the news of Pluto's design, Dragon was instantly excited. No one of the forces will choose to refuse such powerful weapons as supermodels. Not to mention, even if they cannot create the ancient weapon Pluto, they must not let such weapons fall into the hands of the world government. New World, Baldigo Island. Inside the secret base of the revolutionary headquarters. After hanging up the phone with Big Bear, Monkey D. Long became silent in an instant. After a while, a blond boy wearing a top hat knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Long, this is all the intelligence and information of the pirates you want at dusk. A dozen reward orders and a few pieces of intelligence letters were placed on the table by the boy. Immediately he stood aside and explained. Because the debut of the Twilight Pirates and Kyle is too mysterious, there is only so much information about them at the moment. But Speaking of this, the boy's tone paused suddenly. The dragon raised his head, his eyes majestic but without any fluctuations. Continue, Sabo. The blond boy, Luffy's half-brother Sabo, held a document in his hand, frowned slightly and said. Just now, when I was extracting the intelligence of the pirates in the dusk, I discovered some strange places. The trajectory of Kyle's movement in the East China Sea seems to have a very strange similarity to the Stormwitch Church organization we focused on before. This time, the dragon's expression finally changed a little. He murmured in surprise, Stormwitch Church. It's the faith organization that punishes evil and promotes good in the East China Sea and helps civilians. The dragon was still very impressed by this Stormwitch Church. Although this organization with a weird name has only appeared for less than a year. And only doctrine spreads in some waters in the East China Sea. But what they did was so much that Long admired, and even prepared to find an opportunity to pull him into the team of the Revolutionary Army. The Stormwitch Church, while hosting believers, operates in various parts of the East China Sea, selling a large number of weapons such as guns, ammunition and other weapons to civilians at a cheap price. It is better to teach people how to fish than to teach people how to fish. The dragon knew very well that this behavior of the Stormwitch Church would not completely eliminate the malicious overflow of seas. But at least, their behavior will also make those malicious intentions constantly alert whether landmines are buried under their feet when moving forward, thus affecting the spread of malicious intentions. But what he didn't expect was, this Stormwitch Church is actually related to a big pirate. That's right. Sob nodded heavily. Based on the information sent back by our investigators. The origin of the Stormwitch Church seems to be in a small island called Kikoya West Village in the East China Sea. And the Archbishop of the church, Nukigao, is also a resident of Kokoyashi Village. In addition, although I have never heard of the deeds of the Stormwitch Church on Great Route. But some time ago, Clockdale was defeated by Kyle, and after the pirates left Alabaston at dusk. The kingdom of Alabaston, which was originally plagued by drought all year round, suddenly appeared two guardians of the kingdom. They seemed to have some fruit ability, and even in a drought area, it could rain water. This is a photo taken by the Alabaston people. Sabo put a photo in front of Long, and then pulled out a newspaper from the previous information. It can be clearly seen. One of the two patron saints is the female navy of Roger Town who was kidnapped by Kyle at that time. And, although the other patron saint was not photographed with a clear facial expression, judging from her long orange hair and figure, she has a degree of overlap of more than 70% with Nami, the Stormwitch Church. I have reason to suspect that this Stormwitch Nami is a member of the Twilight Pirates. Kyle should have reached some kind of agreement with the Alabaston royal family to leave these two people who can create rain in the arid desert area. The above is all my guess. Sabo expounded the thoughts in his mind in one breath. Then he stood up straight again and looked at the leader Long quietly. At this time, after Sob's explanation, the dragon's eyes were completely widened. He placed the information of the Twilight Pirates neatly on the table one by one. The more you check the journey of the pirates along the way at dusk, the brighter the dragon's eyes became. A few minutes later, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, this Kyle. What an interesting guy. It seems that I have to do this transaction. Sab. Here. Sabo stood attentively and obeyed the order. Long said to him. Temporarily reduce the purchase of weapons and prepare for 10 billion Baileys, I have a lot of use. Yes. Sabo did not ask why Long suddenly became interested in Kyle and why he needed 10 billion. He took the order directly, then left Long's room, ready to go down to convey the order. And the moment he left the room, he seemed to hear the leader Long whispering softly. I'm not alone. Chapter 167 The Planning of the Kingdom of Sands. High in the first half of the Great Way. Not long after the call with Bear ended, Kyle received a mysterious call. Maybe it was because he was worried that the content of the call would be intercepted, and the other party did not even reveal his identity. Just told Kyle that he agreed to the transaction method of 10 billion Bailey and said a mysterious phone number, telling Kyle that he could call this phone directly if there is anything else. Of course Kyle knew. The only one who can give him a phone number to say this at this time is Monkey D. Long, the leader of the revolutionary and the father of the son of the world. But what surprised him was, for some reason, the look of the phone worm in his hand kept releasing a very appreciative and optimistic expression. Especially before hanging up the phone, Long's snormal, "Come on," directly made Kyle irritate. What's going on, this guy Long? Kyle was confused when he hung up the phone. But fortunately, soon after, he would earn another 10 billion Bailey. In addition, Doflamingo has already prepared 40 billion Baileys. Up to level 8 is just around the corner. In this world, only consumption is the simplest happiness. The Tiga, which was soaring in the air, was like a beam of light, speeding rapidly, breaking through the clouds in front of him, and pulling out a long white line. With little Tiga moving forward at full speed, they arrived over the kingdom of Alabaston in just over a day. Because of communication in advance, Cobra had already cleared a clearing in the back garden of the palace and left it for the Tiga to land. Wow, is the Tiga now so big? It seems that during the time when we are not here, there have been a lot of changes in Dusk. Dasky and Nami, who had not seen Tiga for several months, stood next to the stunned Cobra, showing nostalgic eyes at the newly renovated Tiga. Although it was only a few months, for both of them, this period of time was like a year. Although Kyle has been using experience books and big experience books during this period, the two of them have no lagging behind their level. But without the blessing of various convenient equipment and status buff in the cultivation room, their cultivation progress in other aspects is very slow. Originally, when he left Tiga, Nami had already practiced the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, and was about to practice the domineering spirit of Arn spirit. But without the cultivation room and Nami, who has no combat talent, is extremely difficult to get started. Even if they have training notes from Zephyr. Fortunately, it's all over. Captain Kyle has already negotiated with His Majesty Cobra to take them back. They can finally return to their warm little home. Captain Kyle. ×2. Seeing Kyle coming down from Tiga, Dasky and Nami immediately smiled and trotted to meet him. But suddenly, the two women's steps suddenly slowed down. Just because. They saw a long-legged beauty wearing a low-cut suspender, stepping naturally, and then hugging Kyle's arm. And pressed his whole body towards Kyle, looking very intimate. Robin, you. Kyle, who was about to have a long time ago, was stunned and looked at Robin, who was sticking out his tongue at him like a little woman, and his eyes paused. He whispered helplessly. Hey, there are so many people here, there is no need to be like this, right? HMPH. Robin, who had been completely tamed by Kyle, snorted lightly, and secretly pinched Kyle's waist with his little hand, turned his face to the side and said in a voice that others could not hear. Don't think I don't know your men's little thoughts. I remember your excited expression clearly when I was transformed. Tisk. Kyle sucked. Sure enough, smart women are the most troublesome. Hee, each other. Robin pressed sweetly on Kyle, allowing him to support his perfect figure. Dasky and Nami, who were standing beside them, looked at their appearances, and their originally joyful expressions instantly frozen. I obviously came first. At the same time, this sentence appeared in the minds of both of them. For a moment, the long-lasting reunion, which was originally smiling, instantly turned into a jealous scene of Bai Shui. Even Cobra, who is an outsider, realized the viscosity of the air at this time and had difficulty breathing. Ahahaha, it's been a long time no see, Dasky, Nami. Quote. Kyle held Robin in his arms and greeted the two of them with a smile. Fortunately, he had nothing to do with Dasky and Nami before, and at most he would just make fun of himself every day. Even if he was with Robin, he would not be morally pointed. Anyway, as long as he doesn't care, then no one in this world can embarrass him. Shira Field. It doesn't exist. Yes. It's been a long time no see. Looking at the big milk Robin pressing against Kyle, Nami replied sarcastically. As for Dasky, this shy little girl had no idea what to say at this moment. Kyle seemed to have not heard Nami's tone, and continued to smile on his face and turned his eyes to Cobra. I'm so sorry, His Majesty Cobra. I originally agreed to hand them over to you for a year, but we are about to go to the New World. It's really hard to keep them here. Understand Tilda. Hearing Kyle's apologetic words, Cobra nodded and smiled repeatedly. During this period of time, the two have helped the Kingdom of Alabaston a lot. Alabaston is now able to solve the problem of drought. How can I be embarrassed to continue to delay the plans of Mr. Kyle and others? It's great that you can think so. Kyle smiled politely. Although he knew that Cobra was talking about some scenes, since the other party gave him face so much, he certainly could not make Cobra feel that the 10 billion Bailey flower was losing. Kyle smiled and confessed. But don't worry, we are not so anxious to go to the New World. I'm going to tell you my fruit ability can make people improve a lot of strength in a short period of time. I'm here this time, I'm going to help you strengthen the people from the Baroque Working Club so that they have enough strength to protect the Kingdom of Alabaston. They exist, plus the flag of the pirates in the dusk. Average villains, you dare not and do not have the ability to be presumptuous in your country. Kyle told his plan in one breath. When Cobra heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Tilda. If that's the case, that's great. He showed a real smile. Nowadays, after a period of cooperation, he has a little trust in the Baroque group. After all, even Clockdale has now become Kyle's subordinate. What kind of waves can the Baroque Work Club he created make? Especially after the Baroque Works Association, which has indeed resisted many pirates for Alabaston. In Cobra's mind, he had gradually accepted these former thieves. Certainly. The premise of all this must be Kyle as a guarantee. No matter what, this 10 billion Bailey will cost you no loss. Even Cobra has begun to consider how to save up the 10 billion protection fee next year. After a few simple conversations, Kyle brought Robin, Dashi and Nami to the banquet hall prepared by Cobra. Because the Kingdom of Alabaston was not rebelled against cholera as in the original timeline, the funds were relatively sufficient. A luncheon, whether in the ingredients or the methods, adopts the highest specifications of the Kingdom of Alabaston. It's a pity. In Kyle and Robin's mouth, these exquisite dishes are like chewing wax, which tastes tasteless and a pity to throw away. No way. No one on the boat has several chefs who can make the fried rice shine and like the medicine, and will not like this, ordinary, state banquet. However, in order not to refute Cobra's face, Kyle still pretended to be very enjoyable. This wave not only brought full emotional intelligence, but also directly trained Kyle's acting skills. After a normal lunch, Cobra couldn't see his dissatisfaction with the dishes. At this time, the old king was bringing a blue-haired girl to Kyle. Mr. Kyle, let me introduce you to you. This is the little girl Vivi. You should have seen it last time, but there was no formal introduction. Cobra said with a smile. After all, what Kyle did before was too mysterious, and with his identity as a pirate, Cobra dared not be completely relieved. But now, although Kyle is a pirate, he has already become known as Hero Kyle on the sea. In just 1 month, more than 60 pirate groups with bounty were dropped one after another, bringing a brief peace to the Great Route. Such a person is worthy of trust. And Vivi is destined to take over his job in the future. Let her and Kyle get to know each other in advance. Tilda, so this is your daughter Tilda. I don't look like you at all. I'm really lucky. Kyle teased with a smile. Of course he knew Vivi, but he still pretended to know it for the first time. Hello, Mr. Kyle. As a princess, Vivi not only has an excellent face and figure, but also has a remarkable temperament, and she greets Kyle gracefully. Hello, hello. Kyle responded. But a wave of light flashed through his eyes, and he looked at Vivi in front of him from bottom to top. Don't get me wrong. At this time, Vivi was the same as Daski and Nami. His figure is still in development and has not reached the threshold he likes. The excitement I usually show when I cosplay with Robin is entirely because of. That's really exciting. But, after seeing Vivi, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Maybe There are opportunities to completely control the kingdom of Alabaston in the hands of the pirates in the dusk. Here, Cobra was still paving the way to Vivi and introduced. Ha 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 tilde. Mr. Kyle, don't look at Vivi now dressing like a princess, but this child is actually wild. She often asks Miss Dasky and Miss Nami to secretly take her out, go shopping together, buy clothes, buy perfume, etc. Cobra is telling Kyle implicitly that Vivi and Nami have a good relationship. Wei Wei also instantly said with a girl. My father, don't reveal his old truth in front of Mr. Kyle. I don't know if she is really shy or if she cooperates with Cobra and performs to Kyle. Maybe half and half. After all, sincerity is often the biggest killer. Ah tilde that's it. Thank you for taking care of them, Vivi. Kyle raised his glass and signaled thankfully. Yu Guangxia glanced at Dasky and Nami who were talking about everything with Robin as if he was a good sister. I can only say, women's friendship is so magical. Where, Mr. Kyle? It was Dasky and Nami who took care of me. Wei Wei raised her glass, clinked Kyle just right, and smiled. Seeing this, Cobra hurriedly followed and even put the cup shorter than Kyle. Kyle is so young now, about the same age as Vivi. Money transactions are not that reliable after all. There are so many rich people or forces in this world. But if we can connect Kyle and his Twilight Pirates with the Kingdom of Alabaston through friendship. At least during Vivi's reign, the Kingdom of Alabaston was able to have good weather and peace. Therefore, the friendship between Vivi, Dasky and Nami must not be broken. For the happiness of the people, he just lets him flatter at a junior. This is very worth it. Cobra is indeed a rare good king in the pirate world. And this is also the reason why Kyle is still willing to act with him even though he knows what he is thinking. Certainly. More importantly, he really wanted to take Alabaston, a country with a vast territory, into his own hands. A luncheon with each thought ended simply like this. Because he heard Robin say that several new chefs were added on the ship, Dasky and Nami directly used the excuse of losing weight and didn't eat much. The banquet just ended. The two of them pulled Robin back to the Tiga to taste the delicious food in the world that Robin said. The delicious food in the world in Robin's mouth should not be mine. Looking at the three girls' backs leaving, Kyle smirked in his heart. But immediately, he looked at Cobra and Vivi again. Next, he planned to gather all the Baroque cadres scattered throughout the Kingdom of Alabaston, and asked Mr. One to select 10 well-performing executive commanders to gather at the palace together. Kyle intends to give them character cards and then let them practice on Tiga for a period of time. With the training room that is already level 5, the blessing of 6,000 points of experience every day, plus the training notes of the 6th style and 2 color domineering colors. It only takes 15 to 20 days. Even the guy who has loaded the D-level character template will definitely have the strength of a billion-level pirate. What's more, he also prepared a B-level character card for Mr. One. The Demon of the Sword. You can see from Monka. This kind of character card that is not afraid of fatal injuries and death often produces many combat power that exceeds the other card of the same level. I believe that with these guys. In the first half of the entire Great Route, no one dares to provoke the Kingdom of Alabaston. This configuration, let alone Paradise, the novice pirates who have just entered the Great Route. Even if the ordinary 7 warriors see is coming, you have to consider your ability. Of course, these are things Kyle had thought of before and had nothing to do with his conquering the Kingdom of Alabaston. After a meal of wine and meals, Kyle knew it was time to talk about nutritious content. He was introduced to Alabaston's specialty by Cobra, and suddenly reached out to interrupt His Majesty the King, with a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Kyle smiled. His Majesty Cobra, I don't know. Do you have the idea of letting Princess Vivi be a pirate? Chapter 168 Captain's Mission. Ah. Cobra, who was originally chatting with Kyle, suddenly stopped looking. He quickly managed his expression and asked Kyle. Mr. Kyle, are you kidding me? I want Vivi to have a good relationship with you, but there is no need to be that good, right? However, Kyle's answer made him feel a little clear. I'm not kidding. Quote. I really want to invite Princess Vivi to join my pirate group and become a member of the Dusk." He smiled and raised the wine glass in his hand and drank all the fruit wine fermented with unknown fruits. This, Cobra immediately smiled awkwardly, trying to organize words to reject Kyle's proposal. But at this moment, Vivi, who had always been like a good girl, suddenly smiled. "My father, let's hear Mr. Kyle's thoughts first." She stopped Cobra. Vivi is smarter than her father, who is worried and confused. She knew Kyle would not be aimless. In terms of combat effectiveness, although she has learned some martial arts, her floral style cannot be seen by the big figure Kyle. Judging from the beauty, Kyle's eyes didn't fluctuate when he looked at Daisuke and Nami. Obviously, he was not a greedy person. If these 2 points are abandoned, then the only thing left is the identity of a princess. After thinking through this, Wei Wei asked directly, "Mr. Kyle, do you want to do something in the kingdom of Alabastan?" I am worthy of being Princess Vivi, I am indeed smart." Seeing that Vivi pointed it out directly, Kyle also said frankly, "I really like the place of the kingdom of Alabastan. It's really uncomfortable to look at such a vast land, but you can only waste it. If possible, I want to try to plant something in the desert or raise something. So, I need a reason to get the Neferudali royal family to cooperate with me. By the way, do you know about the Drum Kingdom?" Kyle suddenly asked with a smile. "Of course I know." Vivi nodded immediately, his eyes flashing. A few years ago, the Kingdom of Magnetic Drum was still a relatively powerful country around the Kingdom of Alabastan. It's a pity that because of the implementation of the Dr. 20 policy, the former medical power has been going downhill. Now, it is indeed a pleasure to be able to burst out shining light in Mr. Kyle's hands. So, does Mr. Kyle want to recreate the miracle of the Drum Kingdom in Alabastan? A questioning and expecting look suddenly focused on Kyle. So that's it. Kyle smiled and looked at Vivi's gaze, returning to the gaze of a superior. But I believe you all know that that guy Vapor has now become my subordinate. The entire Drum Kingdom is even more in my personal possession. Although I don't plan to be so violent to treat Alabastan, I want to ensure that my investment will be rewarded. I need the guarantee from the Kingdom of Alabastan. So, Mr. Kyle invited me, the princess, to join the Twilight Pirates." Wei Wei asked with her eyes open and her eyes closed. Kyle smiled, said nothing, but just stared at her. Wei Wei stopped asking for a moment, thinking that Kyle was answering with silence. But in fact, at this time, Kyle was opening his backpack system, taking out the B-level character card that he had drawn out before, Lisa Yadomaru, and conducting a fit test on Vivi. Open black lens bracket fitness equals 68% close black lens bracket. This result did not exceed Kyle's expectations. A B-level character card has not high requirements for those who fit. Vivi and Yadomaru Riza are both fair-skinned and beautiful, so it is normal for them to be able to match. And this is also the gift Kyle prepared for Vivi, or Neferudali. Although he did not plan to let Vivi get on the boat. But the period of time Tiga stayed was enough to make Vivi, who was loaded with a B-level character card, soar, and at least it could be upgraded to the level of an ordinary lieutenant general in the Navy. In this way, if her special bloodline brings her any danger to her in the future, she will not have any room for resistance. "Hey, Vivi." At this moment, Cobra, who had not interrupted, saw the light flashing in Vivi's eyes and finally couldn't help but make a sound. Although he dared not refute Kyle, he always felt that if he didn't speak, he would lose his lovely daughter. However, what Cobra did not expect was. It was his voice that interrupted Vivi's hesitation and made her make a decision instantly. "Okay, Mr. Kyle, I agree to join the Twilight Pirates." Wei Wei raised her head and said seriously. "I will fully support you in the work of the Twilight Pirates in the name of the royal family of the Kingdom of Alabastan." Compared with the worried Cobra, Vivi is undoubtedly more courageous and has a broader vision. She and Cobra were among the first people to know about the changes in the Drum Kingdom. Alabastan also sent a caravan over there, but it had not arrived at the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. She yearns for the newly renovated Drum Kingdom that Kyle shows in the video, and she has never thought that working with the Twilight Pirates will make Alabaston prosperous and powerful. Even Cobra is so polite to Kyle because he has this idea. But none of them expected that Kyle's request would be Vivi. But I am the royal family of Alabaston and have long been prepared to sacrifice for the kingdom. And it's just a pirate, it's much better than marriage. This transaction can be done. This is Vivi's inner consideration. Vivi. Hearing Vivi's agreement, Cobra's face changed again, and he was about to say something. But Kyle didn't give him a chance to go back on his word. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. He smiled mysteriously. The next moment, taking advantage of Vivi's desire to join the pirates at the Twilight, Kyle instantly loaded the character card of Yadomaru Lisa on her body. In an instant, Wei closed her eyes and a strange wave of light that only the two of them could see appeared all over her body. Although Yadomaru Riza only has level B in the system judgment. But at least they also have the power of death and void, and can serve as the captain of the jingling court guard. Even at level B, she is definitely the top group among level B. After a moment, Wei slowly opened her eyes. A blue light suddenly flashed in her eyes. She hesitatedly looked at her hands, felt the surging of Link C in her body, and then immediately raised her head and looked at Kyle. Mr. Kylie's this? Vivi asked immediately. But Kyle smiled indifferently, call me Captain. K Captain Kyle. Although the character card has been loaded, the power of the system is silent. For a moment, Vivi still couldn't adapt to her identity change. But after hearing her call out the word, Captain, Kyle nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and explained to Vivi and Cobra, who looked confused. This is my fruit ability. Can give you magical power from the fantasy world. Now, you have the ability to have the same clan and origin as Dasky. If you encounter something you don't understand in the future, you can ask her for advice. As for the specific matters, you will naturally know after you enter the Tiga. Okay. It was obvious that Kyle didn't want to give too much explanation, and Vivi also tactfully did not ask too much. Only she knew in her heart what kind of power she had gained just now. At the same time, it also made her understand why Kyle was able to conquer the 2-7 warlords Seas, Clockdale and Molia. The feeling of having power is so fascinating. After conquering Vivi, there was no need for Kyle to continue to hang out with Cobra. And judging from Cobra's appearance, he seemed to want to wait for Kyle to leave and persuade Vivi well. After all, it is the old father's close-fitting little cotton-padded jacket. How could he bear to let Vivi be a pirate? It's just a pity. Your daughter is me now, he said to Vivi, and after the Baroque people came and asked them to go directly to Tiga, Kyle also teleported and returned directly to Tiga. Unlike the Drum Kingdom, Alabaston's land area is too vast. Even before the change, it only takes half a day to arrive from the port of the magnetic Drum Kingdom to the center of the kingdom. But in Alabaston, it takes several days to go from the city to another city. The two are simply incomparable. In addition, one is extremely cold and the other is extremely hot. If he wants to develop the potential of Alabaston, he needs to plan it carefully. In the following period, the pirates fell completely silent at dusk. The addition of more than a dozen Baroque work club staff made the training room lively. The space as big as an island began to become a little crowded. No way. The strength of the partner has increased, and the range of exercises has naturally increased. A few days ago, a full-scale war broke out in the cultivation room. Clockdale and Aniro completely occupied the training room and fought a full-out battle. These two guys are outstanding in their own strength and have developed the ability of nature fruits to the world's top level. With the blessing of the character card, the combat power of the Sand Crocodile and Analu sword, and now there is a faint power at the level of a Navy general. That day, the Sand and Thunder occupied the entire cultivation room. The cause of the battle is that Aniro has always had an ambition to compete for the first person under the captain. So, for Clockdale, who had defeated him, he kept staring at him. And Sand Crocodile is naturally not the main vegetarian. After being provoked by Enelu twice, he directly agreed to this father-son game. The two of them must live to the death. Originally, with his sophisticated combat experience and the non-conductive nature of sand, Clockdale was able to steadily suppress Enero. However, the combination of S-level character cards plus S-level weapons is too amazing. Nowadays, Enero swung the hammer wrapped in armed domineering aura and knocked the guard back several times. Fortunately, Clockdale had awakened in advance, and his combat power soared, and finally, an irresistible sandstorm broke out, completely swallowing it up. Otherwise, when Enelu sees Clockdale in the future, he will really look at people with his nostrils. Huh, who's Enelu fighting with again? Inside the captain of the Tiga. Kyle, who had just planned a pilot city idea, raised his head and looked at the frontline reporter Tiga in front of him. At this time, little Tiga was holding an ice cream made by a chef loaded with Nakiri's arena character card, and informed Kyle with an excited look on his face. It's Molia, Captain Kyle. It's just that Enelu was not going to fight Molia, but Molia took the initiative to provoke Enelu. Little Tiga, who has reached level 5, has completed the biological level leap and has the 5 senses of a normal person, which can be regarded as fulfilling Kyle's wish. These guys are so idle. Kyle, who heard the report from Tiga, chuckled and shook his head, looked at the completed plan in his hand, and then stood up directly. Forget it, I'm quite bored anyway, so I'll go and see them fight. Hee, I knew Captain Kyle wouldn't miss the good opportunity to watch the fun. Little Tiga, who knew Kyle's intentions, grinned and floated directly, following Kyle. Open the door of the captain's room. A guy with the number 3 on his head suddenly appeared in Kyle's sight, wearing cleaning clothes and wiping the ground with a mop. Captain Kyle. After seeing Kyle appear, he immediately stopped the work and straightened his body to signal to Kyle. Well, good morning, Mr. 3. Kyle responded with a smile, and then continued to walk towards the cabin. Mr. 3 is now the only member on the entire Tiga who has not yet been loaded with a character card. Because he could not get the experience bonus in the training room and had no combat talent, Kyle temporarily planned him into a serious team under Kirby. The reason for this is not because Kyle looks down on Mr. 3. The opposite is. Kyle thinks that letting Mr. 3 load a C-level or D-level character card is a waste of his talent. Although this guy has average combat ability, his ability to develop fruits is enough to rank among the best in the pirate world. An ordinary wax fruit was so used by him that he could force Magellan out of the power of the general. Kyle had the idea of cultivating him as a formal member of the Twilight Pirates. When Kyle walked into the training room, the battle between Enelu and Molia was coming to an end. Although Molia obtained the bug level enhancement ability after loading the character card. But he loaded it too late. And I was facing Enero with an S-level character card loaded. The ability of lightning is already restraining the power of shadows. In the end, Molia, who was charred all over, was carried out of the training room by Chopper for treatment. However, although the battle between Enelu and Molia ended hastily, it attracted the desire to fight in the eyes of several others. Seeing that Zoro had stepped forward, he was preparing to take over Molia and challenge Enero. But at this moment, Kyle's voice suddenly came into everyone's ears. I said you guys, if you put them in a good practice room, you won't level up quickly, and you're actually playing here for me to play with each other. Since you are so bored, just go out for me. Robin, have you collected all the information you asked you to collect before? Kyle's eyes turned and looked at Robin in the crowd. And Kyle was staring at her and immediately replied. It's already collected. Yeah. Kyle nodded, his eyes swept across the bodies of several thorns such as Enero, Zoro, and Sand Crocodile. Send the information back and send them a few more information and let them go out for a walk, so as not to stay in the training room and disturb others' practice. Just as the head teacher saw the bad boy disturbing others' studies, Kyle looked at the people of Enero with a warning look one by one. Under Kyle's tyranny, the few people instantly calmed down and didn't dare to breathe. But Robin, who was beside him, secretly laughed in his heart when he saw this. As the person beside her, of course she knows. Yesterday Kyle was still hesitating to choose who to complete these tasks. After all, there is no accurate date for these tasks, so who knows how much time to practice will be wasted. Now it's a good idea. You guys who committed crimes against the wind, but now they don't go, so they have to go. The black-bellied Robin's face was as frost as ice. While cooperating with Kyle, he taught Aniro and others a lesson. He handed over the information sent by little Tiga to them. Chapter 169. What king do you think you want to become? Open black lens bracket Captain close black lens bracket Eustace Kidd, bounty of 6500W Bailey. Death Sergeant Trafalgar Row, bounty of 3600W Bailey. Open black lens bracket Big Stomach Girl close black lens bracket Joe Ali Boney, bounty of 2200W Bailey. These guys seem to be pirates who have just entered the Great Route for a while, and they are all abilities. Captain Kyle, are you going to let us catch them all back? Looking at the information in his hand, Clockdell, who often read newspapers, frowned gently, and raised his head to look at Kyle curiously. That's right. Kyle nodded without changing his face, but his eyes flashed through everyone present. Don't underestimate these guys. In the information I have mastered, some of the people here have the potential that you have. Oh. Hearing Kyle, Zoro and others instantly raised their heads with serious eyes. Captain Kyle has a unique source of intelligence, which they have known for a long time. And Captain Kyle can say something that has great potential. So our mission is. Drake looked at the information in his hand and asked Kyle. Kyle smirked. Tie them back to Tiga. Those who are willing to surrender will accept it as partners. If you are unwilling to surrender, you will plunder the ability to fruits and give the heads to the Navy for a reward. It's indeed Captain Kyle's style. Clockdell smiled in a deep voice with a cigar in his mouth. After learning about Kyle's identity as the Navy, he also fully understood Kyle's operations. Okay. Since it's the captain's mission, we can only go and execute it as soon as possible. Cavendish put his knife in the sheath and exhaled a narrow breath in full concentration. He inherited the character template of Shitu Muichiro, now he has fully mastered the power of Shaw's breathing method. The breathing method of Shaw is originally a branch of the breathing method of wind. It is based on the extreme speed of the wind, which adds a little agility and deception. It is a fighting skill that is very suitable for Cavendish. He, who is already very strong, has not only increased his strength since he received the power of the character template, but also has cultivated the pitifully few-armed domineering spirit to a level that can support a battle. It is easy to deal with some future supernovas that have just entered the New World. A few hours later, a group of official members of the Twilight Pirates left the Tiga in a mighty manner. Even Nami and Dasky, who had just returned to the team, participated in this lively feast. Pikachu, this is your first battle since you were born, don't lose your chain. Pickup truck tilde pickup truck tilde. In the ravine in front of Nami, a yellow little head suddenly emerged, making a pleasant and cute cry. Pikachu, who had successfully evolved from Pichu, looked excitedly into the distance. In the two round little eyes, there was a fighting spirit of lightning and lightning. As a Pokémon with a talent of up to A level, its desire for combat is extremely huge. As for why Pikachu appears in Nami's four-dimensional space. This matter starts from the day Nami and Dasky just returned. It is the same as the weapons extracted from the system that can be used by friends. Pikachu, produced by the system, also has a high affinity for the members of the Twilight Pirates. Nami and Dasky, who had just returned to Tiga, were completely shocked by the huge hull that had been upgraded 2 levels in a row. Little Tiga appeared at the right time, wanting to introduce a new hull to 2 old friends who have not seen each other for a long time. It was also at this time that Nami and Dasky accidentally met Pikachu, who learned the domineering armed color from the Kung Fu Manatee. Then the two of them were instantly made of cute little guy. After learning that it was Kyle's Pokémon, Nami directly activated the method of acting coquettishly. Relying on the excuse of Kyle abandoning them for several months, he wanted to directly take Pikachu's custody from Kyle. Originally, Kyle wanted to compete with her. After all, Pikachu was his childhood dream partner. But after Nami ate Union's fruits, she took advantage of the days when Kyle and Cobra exchanged plans for the construction of the Kingdom of Alabaston. She developed a powerful range bombardment with Pikachu, after Thunder Cloud. Kyle knew that he had lost. When the Thunder Cloud that occupied half of the training room appeared in front of Kyle. There is no way. After the combination between Pikachu and Nami can burst out with 1 + 1 greater than 2, he can only give up Pikachu's custody like he accepts his fate. Now, Pikachu has become Nami's fixed partner. Instantly. Nami directly possesses the power of the sky that controls wind, rain, thunder and 3 systems, and has completely become a veritable weather queen. A few days later. With the power of the wind element, Nami came directly over a small island in the first half of the Great Way. Thousands of whirlwinds set off her slender body. The pretty little butt sat on the whirlwind, with 2 bare and symmetrical legs blocking the air. Nami looked at the island beneath her from top to bottom. According to Sister Robin's information, the guys from the Kid Pirates should have to stay on this island for half a month to store the magnetism of the recording pointer. So, according to their usual style, they should be plundering property in bars or other towns. Looking back on the intelligence, Nami's eyes suddenly became extremely cold when she recalled the usual style of Kid Pirates and others. She has always been extremely despised by such bastards who bully the weak and bully the weak after they have power. This is also why she chose to deal with the Kid Pirates. She had already agreed with Captain Kyle in advance, regardless of whether the Kid Pirates finally chose to surrender. Kyle will ask Kid to hand over the magnetic fruit ability and give it to Nami's new partner, Pikachu. Pikachu, who already has the power of thunder and lightning, is definitely a more suitable candidate for this fruit than Kid. Wind, wait for my order. Quote. Nami suddenly raised the Archangel stick in her hand. A mysterious magic suddenly emerged. Under the control of her Weather Queen, a ray of comfortable breeze suddenly rose from the sea, moistening things silently covering the entire island. From one end of the island, float to the other end. Nami slowly closed her eyes and integrated her spirit into the wind. The domineering aura of seeing and hearing is instantly opened. Instantly. Because the powerful spiritual body obtained after awakening instantly covers the entire island. Although Nami's talent for seeing and hearing is not as powerful as Aniro. But her sensitivity to air is enough to rank among the best in the whole world. With the help of the flow of wind, she instantly found her goal. Catch you, Eustath Kid. A bright white light flashed in Nami's eyes. The next moment, she rode directly into a hurricane and walked towards a small town on the island. At the same time, in the tavern in the island town, a group of unscrupulous pirates took the wine from the bar casually and drank happily. In the corner of the tavern, the owner of the tavern was beaten and lost consciousness, and did not know how to live or die. Even the pirates' noisy shouts and celebrations could not awaken his consciousness. Wow, ha 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 tilde cheers. Let's celebrate our Captain Kid, take another step forward in the bounty and become the big pirate with a bounty of 6500W Bailey. From this moment, our reputation as a pirate group has resounded throughout the sea. Ha 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 tilde cheers. The pirates raised their wine glasses lively. Red-haired Kid, who was gathered in the middle of the crowd by the stars, heard the cheers of the little brothers, and an arrogant smile instantly rose from the corner of his mouth. He was obviously very happy, but he still pretended to be disdainful. What's the point of 6500W Bailey? You're Captain Kid, I. Pung. Kid threw the wine glass heavily on the table and suddenly stood up. The cloak behind him fluttered, and his momentum continued to rise. My goal. But you want to dominate the entire sea and become the new king of this sea. One Piece. Boom. A wave suddenly surged out of Kid's body. It is his domineering spirit. Certainly. Because the fluctuation of this wave was still very weak, it did not attract the attention of Kid and his partners. But everyone who was swept by the domineering aura of the domineering person looked at Kid and instantly became hot. At this moment, they really believe their captain will become the legendary One Piece. The inexplicable throbbing surged in their hearts, condensing the momentum of their pirate group. But at this moment, a faint female voice suddenly interrupted the Kid Pirates party. "You said what king do you want to be?" Kid was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously looked up, trying to see who was so brave that he dared to disturb their pirates' party. But the next second, all his thoughts were instantly dispelled by a strong wind. Boom! A gust of wind suddenly surged into the tavern, like a giant's fist, hitting all members of the Kid Pirates hard. A big hole was instantly broken in the back of the tavern. Dozens of pirates who were already affected by alcohol fell on the street like garbage thrown out. "Damn it, which despicable guy dares to attack me?" Kid, who was also thrown on the street, immediately stood up and made a fighting posture. Immediately afterwards, he saw a girl with a yellow mouse standing on her shoulder slowly falling from the sky. "Woman, are you looking for death?" Kid's eyes were scarlet, as if the flames of anger burned to his eyes. Immediately, he waved his hand and immediately activated the power of the magnetic fruit and entered a fighting posture. The digit metal located in the town seemed to have received a strong attraction and immediately flew towards his position. Whether it is swords, weapons, or pots and pans, there are no exceptions. In just a few seconds, Kid's arm instantly turned into a huge metal-heavy arm. Seeing that Nami didn't answer him at all, he was instantly angry. "You guy who pretends to be a ghost, since you don't want to say anything, then don't say anything." Magnetic fist. Boom. The huge metal arm seemed to vent Kid's anger and burst into Nami. However, at this moment, Nami's eyes were calm. The barrier of the wind. Nami's voice fell, and a whirlwind suddenly appeared in front of her, turning into a powerful barrier. Boom. The metal giant arm hit Nami's barrier hard, but was instantly blocked by the rotating wind pressure. Except for a muffled sound, there was no change. What? How is this possible? Kid's eyes suddenly changed, showing an incredible look. But his outstanding combat skills still made him make a choice immediately. The metal giant arm in his hand changed instantly and began to squeeze continuously, eventually forming a huge night spear. "Since your fist cannot break your turtle barrier, I will use a spear to solve it." Quote. He showed a cruel smile, his eyes full of confidence. Magnetic gun. The tip of the gun has a smaller contact area, and can burst out with greater pressure under the same external force. This is also the foundation of Kid's confidence. However, pong! The firm spear tip bent instantly and retreated back by the wind barrier. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kid's appearance suddenly faded. He widened his eyes and looked at Nami, who was hiding in the barrier in front of him, who was expressionless. "Damn it, who are you?" At this moment, he finally realized something was wrong. But at this moment, a look of disappointment suddenly flashed in Nami's eyes in the barrier. She suddenly spoke, "So, is that the only thing you have developed magnetic fruits?" What? Kid was stunned. Nami repeated. "I mean, if you only have this level, then you have no value for use." Swish. Nami's eyes suddenly became cold. The next moment, an invisible force suddenly controlled Kid in midair. Nami stretched out a finger. A green wind blade appeared instantly at her fingertips. "Then, your dream of pirates is over, Ustath Kid." Wow. The wind blade flew out instantly, like a stream of light, suddenly came to Kid's body, and then it seemed as if it had absorbed some magical energy. The wind blade, which was originally the size of a palm, became extremely huge, covering his entire body. Poochie. A huge wound suddenly appeared in front of Kid, extending from his left shoulder to his right waist. A large amount of blood gushed out, turning into blood-colored mist in the sky, filling the air. "Sorry, Pikachu. I really want to solve this guy myself." Recalling the current situation of the town she had seen before, Nami's eyes were inexplicably sad and patted Pikachu's little head. There is no reason why the Kid Pirates were able to receive a reward of 6,500 Bailey just after entering the Great Route. This guy and his pirate group almost burned, killed and plundered the town for a while when they arrived in a town. Just now, when Nami was looking for Kid, she just made a rough search and found that there were at least dozens of fresh corpses in the town. And the culprit who caused all this was still in the tavern, celebrating his atrocities. If this guy's life was not for his usefulness, Nami would really want to directly use a wind blade to take him into two pieces. Looking at Kid, who had already fainted due to excessive blood loss, she immediately spat in resentment. It's really a cheap one. As he said that, Nami waved her hand and summoned several tiny wind blades, and came one by one on the necks of all the members of the Kid Pirates. Dozens of corpses in the town were immediately added. However, Nami was riding a whirlwind and heading towards the direction of the kingdom of Alabastan with the half-dead Kid. Chapter 170 Female Anchor. Oh, is this Kid? A few days later, on the deck of the Tiga. Kyle looked at the red-haired boy who was dying and about to die, and a playful smile suddenly appeared on his face. Although it has been a while since he traveled over, he still has a deep impression of the pirate in front of him. After all, he is a man who does not rely on any identity background or any special bloodline. He relies entirely on a powerful devil fruit to the level of being comparable to the protagonist Luffy. His talent is even higher than that of the 7 warlords such as Clockdale and Molia, second only to Zoro and others. But Perona, help him with treatment. Looking at the huge wound in front of Kid, Kyle could guess without thinking. It must be Nami who discovered that Kid had done something bad, so she gave him this moment in anger. As for orders, Captain. Perona, in her soul body, floated in the air and stretched her hands forward. Instantly, a green magic circle filled with the breath of life suddenly appeared and enveloped Kid's body. The overflowing breath of life quickly moisturizes Kid's body, causing the huge wound to heal at a high speed visible to the naked eye. A moment later, Kid, who was pulled back to his life by the magic power of another world, slowly opened his eyes. This icewell. Kid made a painful voice. Although the wound has healed, the pain remains in his body. Hello Eustace Kid Tilda. A voice full of majesty and ridicule suddenly came into Kid's ears. He glared at his eyes, recalling what happened before he fell into a coma, and quickly turned around. The next moment, he saw a man who was about the same age as him, looking at him with a smile on his face. Who are you? Seeing this familiar face, Kid was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately said in a daze. You Arikai's 7 warriors see White Dragon Kyle. Yes, it's me. Kyle said with a smile. Although I know this may be useless, I still want to ask. Eustace Kid, are you willing to join me and become my subordinate? Boom. A surging momentum suddenly came out of Kyle's body, pressing towards Kid like a mountain. However, Kid, who was shrouded by Kyle's weak domineering aura, remained calm and asked directly at Kyle. You sent someone to attack us. Where are my friends? Partner. Kyle looked at Nami. Nami, who was standing beside her, immediately snorted coldly and explained. A group of bullying the weak should be queuing up on the Wonkwon Road now. What? Hearing this, Kid instantly entered the red warm state, dragging his injured body to attack Nami. Looking at this scene, Kyle also understood that the probability of getting Kid to join the Twilight Pirates is no less than that of the national football team entering the World Cup. Immediately, he stopped worrying and directly teleported to Kid's presence. Next time, try to get a good baby. The Yuju skill was activated instantly, and Kid was directly controlled by Kyle's powerful mental power. At this time, Kid had just entered the Great Route not long, and his strength was even less than the level of a billion-level pirate. If he hadn't led the pirates to commit atrocities many times and forcibly looted villages and towns, the Navy wouldn't have set such a high bounty for him. Next, under Kyle's operation, Kid obediently completed various preconditions before the thief's extreme intention to use, and successfully gave up the magnetic fruit with powerful potential. After all, it's a 6500W Bailey head. Remember to contact the Navy and exchange the bounty for it. Kyle endured the pain and tore off the pages of the magnetic fruit, and glanced at Pikachu on Nami's shoulder with complicated eyes. Give it, the magnetic fruit ability you want. Hee, then I'll just thank Captain Kyle for Pikachu. Nami bent down and bowed, revealing her breast sincerely. Kyle knew that this little girl was deliberately teasing her, and she said unhappy. What is your Pikachu? If I find that Pikachu is not as strong as I expected by your side, I will take back the custody of this little guy at any time. Hee hee, Captain Kyle, please rest assured, that kind of thing will never happen. Nami handed the page to Pikachu on her shoulder and signaled it to eat it. It was obviously me who came first. Kyle sighed in his heart as he watched the cute Pikachu eat the pages with the power of magnetic fruit bit by bit. Immediately he raised his head, waved his hand to Nami and said, "Okay, you are the first to come back. Use your awakening ability and see the progress of others." "No problem, Captain." Nami smiled playfully. The next second, a thick black object suddenly appeared in her hands. It was a serious microphone. As the fitter of S-level character Castorm Rathgana, Nami did not obtain the ability to intuitively improve combat power after having a sleep. Instead, he gained a very alternative ability. Female Anchor. This is the introduction displayed on the partner interface in the Kyle system. The power is further different from others after awakening. Nami's awakening turned out to be a skin that awakened the Wrath of the Storm. The special ability after a sleep is to condense the power of faith into a beacon, Fujo on the body of creatures or objects, and then consume energy and broadcast it live. This ability is powerful. It can only be said that no character card that can be judged as an S level by the system, but none of them are simple. With the power of Female Anchor, Nami can find an opportunity to place the beacon on the Tianlong people, and then track it in real time to explore the location where the Tianlong people's treasures are stored. It can be said that this is definitely the awakening power that suits the thief Nami. As Nami waved her palm, several light screens appeared in front of Kyle out of thin air. At this time, some of the friends had arrived at their respective destinations one after another and were trying to find their goals. In this mission, Kyle sent out a total of 7 teams. Nami, Ainolo and Clockdale each have the ability to fly. Next is Molia and Cavendish, Zoro and Akin, Drake and Brook, Dashi and Chopper. The 7 teams set off, which also corresponds to the 6 future supernovas that Kyle knows. Nami's opponent is Kid of the Magnetic Fruit. Now Kid and his pirates collapsed before the start of their business and withdrew from the stage of history early. With the combined efforts of Kyle and Nami, they can directly avoid detours for 2 or 3 years. Ainolu's goal is Trafalgar RO, who has the fruits of surgery. The ability of this fruit is too powerful, and it can even be said to be a bug level. Its pervert is second only to Luffy's Nika fruit. So Kyle directly sent Aniro, the most comprehensive abilities among the Twilight Pirates. After loading Thor's character template, Enelo has successfully filled his original physical flaw. And with Thor's powerful combat talent, his cultivation speed in armed demineeringness even surpassed Zoro. He can be said to be a genius among the real geniuses. The strength of the surgical fruit is indeed powerful, but it has a fatal drawback. That is, you cannot apply your abilities to objects with too strong domineering. In addition, Aniro has the speed of thunder, the elemental body, and the god-level combat intuition. Even if Luo suddenly explodes and awakens the fruit ability in advance, he will not be the opponent of the god Anilu. Clockdale is in charge of Capone Becky of the Flame Tank Pirates. There is nothing to say, it's just a simple crushing game. However, the fruit of Capone Becky's castle made Kyle covet. He has always refused to accept this kind of fruit ability that can be transported and stored quickly, and the more he can get better. Molia and Cavendish aim to have AP, who has the sound fruit. Zoro and Akin were in charge of Joe Elipani. Drake and Brook are in charge of Yurki. Dasky and Chopper are in charge of Basil Hawkins. Among them, the more difficult ones are Boni and Ujir. Their fruits, a power of aging similar to Brook, can also reverse their time. The other one will gain stronger combat power based on the injuries received by the body. However, Agent's swamp fruit can completely restrain Boni's fruit ability and directly seal it in the swamp space. Brook's aging power also made Ujil unable to stop it, and could have a huge deterrent effect on it. But no matter what, these 7 guys are rare talents. Everyone's potential is no weaker than that of Moria. Even if you just arrived at the Great Road, you still have great power. It's a pity that they, who should have a bright future, were targeted by Kyle in advance. Nowadays, the strength of the members of the Twilight Pirates can be walked sideways in the first half of this great route. Even Chopper, who joined later, now has combat power at the level of a major general or above in the army. Not to mention Zoro and others who have S-level character templates and have completed a sleep. After awakening, Zoro can show the combat power of the Emperor's deputy level even without breaking out. If the operation went smoothly, he also intends to set up a new franchise at dusk. Mainly responsible for capturing the fruits of the outside world. It just so happens that everyone can decide who will be the captain of the new team through this performance. In the picture, the first person to meet his target was Anilu, who had the terrifying and domineering attitude. Like Nami, he had already discovered Luo's location as soon as he landed on the island. Immediately, Eniro's body instantly turned into a bolt of lightning, and flew forward quickly under the guidance of the Thor's hammer. In fact, Anilu, who has the Thor's hammer, is even twice as fast as Nami, who is walking in the wind. If it weren't for Luo's location in a little far away from Alabaston, the first one would definitely not be Nami. In the first half of the Great Way, on a small island, a group of pirates wearing yellow diving suits were walking on the streets of the town. "Luo, you just saved that little girl, is it really okay? If someone knows your fruit ability, we will be in big trouble." Pei Jin, a member of the Heart Pirate group and also Luo's childhood playmate, looked worried and surrounded him with a vigilant look. Luo, who was asked, also frowned, pressed his temple with his fingers, and said in a troublesome look, "No way. My medical skills cannot solve her illness. If she doesn't use her ability to fruit, she may not be able to survive this month." "Oh, Luo, you are just too naive and kind. We are pirates." A group of Shachi, who are also Luo Tonganian playmates, also looked sad. After all, Wolf, who had taken care of them, once told them that once Luo's fruit is exposed, it will definitely become the target of all forces rushing. By that time, they would have to live a worried life every day. Hearing the advice of the two partners, Luo shook his head helplessly. "I see. Next time I encounter this situation, I won't take action," he promised his friends who were worried about him. But at this moment, Luo, who was walking down, did not notice that there was a figure suddenly appearing in front of him. He was not careful when he was rushing to the man. "Peng. Ah, I'm sorry." Luo suddenly took a step back and realized that he had hit someone. He quickly raised his hand to apologize. But in an instant, his hair suddenly stood up. An inexplicable chill swept across his heart. "Room. There is no time to think about it." Luo directly activated the fruit ability, and in the next second, he moved himself and his friends directly to the rear. Boom! A heavy hammer wrapped in blue light suddenly fell to Luo's position. The loud noise instantly attracted the attention of the entire street. "Who are you?" Enilu of the Pirates at Dusk. Luo, who retreated to the back, raised his head and recognized the identity of the person who was in front of him. After hearing his words, the corners of Eniro's mouth immediately rose. "Oh, I actually know my name. You kid, you have a lot of vision." Although he didn't know why he had the sensibility when calling his name, Luo instantly picked up the demon sword in his hand and cried. "Why are you attacking us?" Luo asked a quick question. But seeing that he failed to attack, Eniro was not angry. After all, he didn't use much power to kill Luo just now in order not to be able to kill him. Hearing Luo's inquiry, Eniro swung his hand with one hand, and the Thor's hammer on the ground instantly returned to his hand, and was shaken by him casually. He raised his head, showed the playful smile of the superior, and said, "Trafalgar Row, you're lucky. Our Captain Kyle is interested in your potential and wants to invite you to join the Twilight Pirates." "Join the Twilight Pirates?" Luo frowned, slowly unsheathed the ghost cry in his hand, and looked at Eniro vigilantly. Immediately he shook his head and said, "Sorry, I don't have any idea to join the pirates." "Is that true?" Eniro grinned. "That's just right. I was just about to see how powerful the surgery fruit that was specially reminded by Captain Kyle was. Thunder Wanjin. Scream. A dazzling light of lightning suddenly bloomed above the thunder hammer. In an instant, Anilu directly turned into a straight blue beam of light, and instantly rushed towards the direction where Luo was. Damn it! Why did the Chihuahai suddenly notice me? Luo roared in his heart in confusion, but he quickly focused his energy on several stones not far away. The fruit ability was activated again, and he moved himself and others to a safe position in an instant. Next moment. Boom! The terrifying thunder suddenly burst out, like a divine punishment from purgatory, illuminating the sky above the town. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be bred under the power of lightning. In the light of lightning, the stone that was originally replaced was instantly destroyed into ashes by lightning and disappeared. Gudong tilde. Looking at the power displayed by Enilu's casual blow in front of him, Luo and others choked up instantly. What a joke. This is really the power that can explode with the 200 million Bailey pirate. Chapter 171 Conquering Supernova. Because of his childhood experience, Luo's vision is far higher than other supernovas. He has not seen the pirate who has a bounty of 200 million Bailey. But he couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Why does the man in front of me only have a reward of 200 million yuan? The navy is very harmful to people. No, he is too strong. With my current strength, it's impossible for me to beat him. Luo instantly realized something in his heart. He immediately turned around and said to Pei Jin, Shachi and the Fur tribe. You guys run away. I'll stop him. R.O. What else do the people from the Heart Pirates want to say? But Luo suddenly shouted. Go away. Don't disturb the battle between me and him. This is not a role you can handle. Pei Jin and others gritted their teeth. But they knew that Luo was telling the truth, but in the end they could only grit their teeth. Luo, let's go back to the boat and wait for you first. We must come back. Don't worry. Luo smiled in a deep voice. I will not fall down easily until I achieve my goal. Room. The strange round space appeared again, instantly covering Enilu and Luo to prevent Enilu from pursuing his partners. However, facing the life and death separation between the Heart Pirates, Enilu yawned bored. It's true tilde can't you use two innovative moves? I'm tired of seeing the same ability. Thorny. Enilu's body turned into a dazzling light again, instantly piercing through the space and chasing towards Luo. The dark-armed domineering aura covered the entire Thor's hammer, and at the speed that Luo could not react, it directly collided with his ghost crying. In an instant, thunder and lightning pierced through the entire world again, and panic came to the world like a god, piercing through the clouds. In the face of the absolute power gap, Luo was instantly shrouded in lightning. Under the strong plasma shock, he didn't even have time to make any evasion, so he was directly shocked by a Nero. After a few seconds, the thunder that shocked the hearts of the residents of the entire town slowly dissipated. Pei Jin and others, who were originally preparing to escape, suddenly stopped and turned around with trembling expressions. Immediately they saw. Their captain, the guy who can always create miracles, was now shattering in the dark and collapsed in Aniro's hands. Luo. The members of the Heart Pirates instantly let out heart-wrenching shouts. But at this moment, a faint current suddenly appeared in front of them, and then instantly penetrated them through. Enilu's lips raised lightly, looking at the pirates lying on the ground, and said with a smile. Don't make a fuss, your captain is still alive. Mr. Kyle has taken a fancy to his potential and is ready to invite him to join the Twilight Pirates. If you want to continue to follow this kid, just use your own strength to keep up. Quote. After the words fell, Eniro turned into a lightning, flew into the sky, and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The people who left the Heart Pirates fell to the ground and muttered to themselves. Downhill the pirates. In the next few days, news broke out from time to time that the members of the pirates in the first half of the Great Way broke out in the islands in the evening and defeated the major pirates. And this also successfully made the pirates in the evening that had not been calm for a long time again. It has made the front-page headlines of major newspapers. If it were just one or two pirate groups, there might not be so many people who would care about it. But under the compilation of those who were interested, people discovered. All the pirates sniped by the pirates at the Dusk are all newcomers who have just gone out to sea this year and have not long been on the Great Route. More importantly, these new pirate groups are all the best among the pirates this year, and they have been on major news media and have unlimited potential. This intriguing action instantly made the Twilight Pirates once again the focus of the world. Everyone was talking about it. Even the forces in the underground world have deeply doubted Kyle's series of operations. I don't know what this new pirate who just became the Seven Warriors Sea wants to do. Could it be that Kyle has really become a lackey of the world government and has begun to help the Navy clear the Great Route? However, not long after, another shocking news came into the world. I don't know which force it was, but I actually found a member of the Flame Tank Pirates that the captain was stolen. After some inquiry, they realized. The reason why Kyle attacked these new pirates was that he wanted to take them all under his command. As soon as this news came out, the entire underground world boiled again. A King Sha Chiwahai, who already has mysterious power, is not satisfied with the status quo and wants to continue to expand the scale of the pirate group. This makes people faintly realize. The pirates at dusk are not just as simple as the fame of the Seven Warlords. According to their investigation, those pirates that were defeated by dusk are not ordinary people. For a moment, all parties released a large number of spies again, ready to observe the pirates in the evening. After all, a pirate group with more than 3 combat powers of the 7 warfare sea level in a ship. It is not an exaggeration to say that his comprehensive strength is the 5th Emperor. All they lack is to enter a new world and a war that can make a name for itself. Is the sea going to boil again? This sentence came to my mind involuntarily. Certainly. All of this has no effect on Kyle at this time. Now he is holding a welcome banquet for his new partners on the Tiga. Cheers. Let us warmly welcome the 6 new partners to join the big family of Dusk. Bang tilde. Various wine glasses were raised high and collided with each other in midair. The fragrant smell of wine filled the entire dining table, but it was soon covered by the smell of one shiny or drugged delicious dishes. Kyle raised the red wine glass in his hand, smiled at Luo and others opposite him and asked. How is it, Luo? I've been used to living on Tiga these days, right? Have habit. Luo seemed to be unable to integrate into the atmosphere around him and replied in a tantrum. He didn't dare to look at Kyle easily. Although Kyle has pointed out his identity and experience and promised him that he will give him a chance to avenge Doflamingo openly. However, when facing Kyle's deep eyes that seemed to see through his whole body in the past and future, Luo always felt inexplicably palpitations. But no matter what, he has now officially joined the Twilight Pirates and can directly load character cards. Just get used to it. Kyle smiled slightly, but his eyes continued to sweep towards the people around Luo. Next to Luo was a pink-haired girl with a concave figure. But at this time, the beautiful girl seemed to care about her image at all, and her eyes shone with all her attention on the food in front of her. No matter how much you care about it, you just have a big meal. Jo Ali Boni, the captain of the Boni Pirates and the princess of the Kingdom of Solb in the South China Sea. After learning that Kyle knew her father Big Bear, and called Big Bear in front of her, the Big Eater princess accepted Kyle's invitation without much hesitation. In addition, in the Pirates in the evening these days, you can eat top-notch delicious dishes every meal. This made her join the Twilight Pirates sincerely like Luo. Seeing that Boni's attention was all about food, Kyle didn't care, and looked directly over her and looked at the rest of the people. Hawkins, AP, Yerke, Capone. Captain Kyle, we respect you. Noticed Kyle's gaze, the 4 of them did not dare to hesitate at all. They quickly picked up the wine glass in front of them and looked at Kyle respectfully. No way, it's not okay to be disrespectful. When they were caught on Tiga, they happened to see Kid's head cut off and redeem the bounty. This made them instantly mistakenly think that Kyle was a very cruel pirate. Once they dare to reject Kyle's invitation, Kid's fate is likely to be their future. Under the intimidation of death and power, the four of them chose to join the Twilight Pirates without any hesitation. This is not their cowardice. Only. There is really no need to explain myself in advance for a little persistence. Anyway, they never thought that they would become the four emperors or One Piece or something. That's all. 6 future supernovae drank the wine in front of Kyle, and acted cautiously. Kyle, who was about to say something, was stunned for a moment when he saw this, but the corners of his mouth immediately rose. He smiled and gathered at them with a cup, and drank it all in one go. "Welcome to join, future supernovas," Kyle murmured softly. After a banquet, the 6 people gradually adapted to their new identities. Because there is no character card, Kyle did not let them get in touch with too many strange things on the Tiga. Instead, they asked them to use the phone bug to contact their partners. Tell them that if anyone wants to join the Dusk Pirates, they can go to the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums and find a guy named Monka. Let him arrange new jobs for them. Although it has been concluded that Blackbeard will no longer invade the Drum Kingdom like the original timeline. But just in case, Kyle was still on Magnetic Drum Island, leaving a lot of powerful combat power. And Monka is one of them. This veteran who has been following Kyle since the East China Sea, today with more and more high-potential members of the Pirates at Dusk. It also gradually became a little overwhelmed. After all, what he loaded was just a C-level character card. As time goes by, Monka's strength will only become more and more out of touch with the top combat power of the Twilight Pirates. Even after awakening, his strength is only at the level of the Lieutenant General. And because of the low qualification value, the increase in combat power brought about by the level improvement has become less obvious. So Kyle thinks. Instead of letting him stay on the boat and being a little transparent, it is better to leave him directly in the Drum Kingdom and help him take charge of everything there. After all, it is also the identity of a local emperor. To this end, Kyle also specifically allowed Monka to receive his son who was a chores-fed soldier in the East China Naval Base to the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. It is said that because Monka became a pirate, his son Barumber had a very humble position in the Navy. "Every day, I do the heaviest work, and I will be bullied by naval soldiers if I am not careful, and my mentality has long changed." The momentum of the playboy before disappeared completely, and was replaced by a pitiful look of timidity. If it weren't for the naval base where Monka was located before, his morale was still kind. The remnant of the pirate Barumber might be put on a fire rack and barbecue. After Kyle's reminder, Monka finally remembered. It seems that it may be, that I have such a son. With his identity as a member of the 7 Warriors, he directly called the Navy in the East China Sea and asked them to find someone to send Barumbo to the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. Monka has awakened the righteous personality of the Navy, coupled with the experience of Barumber during this period. I believe he will no longer become a playboy like before. In addition to Monka, Kyle also left Vapor, Black Flame, Skylark, Bellamy, Sashes and others in the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. There is no need to say more about Vapor and Han. One of the two is now responsible for the research and development of new materials and the other is responsible for the research and development of new firearms. The Skylark serves as a support for Black Flame to help her test new weapons. At the same time, the identity of the Sniper also allows her to have a broader support range and deal with invading enemies at any time. The worst strength of several people is the Major General of the Army. Even if Blackbeard doesn't know what is wrong with the Blackbeard, he risked offending him, the 7 Warriors see, and invades the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. With the strength of the partners on the Magnetic Drum Island, it is enough to let their pirates eat a pot. After several days of waiting, as members of the Baroque Working Club successively break through themselves and become combat power at the level of more than 100 million. The huge Tiga began to roar over the body, ready to take off at any time. Below the Tiga, Kyle said goodbye to Cobra and Vivi in front of him. "Captain Kyle, thank you for your cultivation during this period. I will definitely not let down your trust and build the Kingdom of Alabaston into a truly powerful country." Vivi's eyes flashed. although she really wanted to follow Kyle and Tiga to take a brand new adventure together. In just less than a month, a large amount of spiritual pressure had already been generated in her body. If he could stay on Tiga, Vivi believed that he would definitely become a powerful person that attracted the attention of the world. However, the identity of a princess or even a future heir made her have to give up her future and devote everything to the motherland. Whenever Vivi thinks of this, she will look sad. Faced with Vivi's farewell, Kyle also chuckled softly. I believe in you, Vivi. If you are working with the Drum Kingdom to build a factory, just contact Monka or Dalton there directly. With strong technical support, I believe that it will not take long before miracles will bloom in this desert. Because Alabaston's territory is too vast, Kyle finally decided to conduct a small-scale pilot first. Build an industrial city in the desert of Alabaston. It is not innovative, but specializes in producing various industries developed by Magdu Island, thus making Alabaston more prosperous. After briefly explaining to Cobra, Kyle turned around and boarded the Tiga. The huge hull released gusts of wind, blew the hull, and suddenly flew towards the sky. And this time, their destination is also very simple. It is the great intersection of the route that Kyle has not been to so far. Gemini Cape. And their target is Brooke's long-lost partner, Island Whale Rab. Chapter 172 Little Rab. Night. The slow sea breeze turned into a big hand, fiddling with the sea surface, waves rising one after another. Under the bright moonlight, it is as clean and pure as flowers blooming on the sea. At this moment, an elegant violin sound suddenly appeared, breaking the tranquility of the night, but adding a bit of anticipation to the lonely starry sky. Kyle, who came out to see the wind temporarily, just happened to catch up with this beautiful scene. But he didn't speak out immediately. It was not until the song ended that he stepped to the bow of the boat and greeted Brooke, whose white bones were exposed in the moonlight. I haven't slept yet, Brooke. Captain Kyle. Brooke, standing alone at the bow of the Tiga, put down his beloved violin, smiled and turned his head, explaining. Somewhat can't sleep. Sorry, I've disturbed you. Ha 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 Tilda, I think you are so excited that you can't fall asleep. Kyle came to Brooke's side, placing his hands flat on the shipyard of the Tiga that was thick enough to serve as a dining table, and started to tease him. In Brooke's hollow eyes, the soul fire pounded slightly. Nothing can escape Captain Kyle's eyes. But it's not just excitement. Brooke's tone suddenly became a little lonely, and his expression was a little worried. 50 years have passed. I don't know if it still recognizes my old bone. Time is the antidote and also the poison. Especially after mastering the power of aging, he cared about it. Brooke endured the 50 years of waiting, but he was not sure if Rab's idea would change. After all, the information he heard from Kyle was just some very vague content. Ha 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 Tilda. Kyle laughed again when he heard Brooke's worry. Knowing Rab's current situation, he patted Brooke's shoulder directly. Don't worry, animals have much simpler thoughts than humans. Since even you, a human being, can stand for the loneliness of 50 years, you must believe in your partner Rabu, that's the same. Come on. I'm still counting on an island whale in the pirates to open up a deep-sea battlefield for us. With Kyle's encouragement, Brooke's eyes reawakened their activity. His bones and teeth opened and closed up and down. Yohu Tilda. Since even Captain Kyle said that, I can't wait to see Rab now. I want to see Rab Tilda. The huge Tiga flew at an extremely fast speed under the night sky. Under the night sky, the beautiful melody sounded again, relaxed and happy. A few days later. With the efforts of little Tiga, Tiga successfully arrived at the beginning of all the pirates' dreams, the entrance to the Great Route, Twin Gorges. The Tiga, like a giant, landed at the port where the Red Clay Continent and the Great Line meet with a thunder. The stacked water splashes, like raindrops, brought a burst of noise to the deserted port of Twin Cape. Kurokas, who was originally reading a newspaper in the lighthouse, was suddenly stunned. Looking at the window that was clear in the sky the next second, he was covered with crackling rain. He instantly closed the newspaper. What's going on? Did Rab start to hit the Red Clay Continent again? Kurokas stood up, took the harpoon gun in the corner of the wall, carried the medical bag, and walked out of the lighthouse. However, what caught Kurokas's eyes were not the injured island whale, but a ship. A huge ship that almost occupied most of the great route entrances. At this moment, a voice came from Kurokas's head. It seems that our luck is not very good, Tilda. Rab doesn't seem to be here. Hey Tilda, uncle, do you know how long it will take for Rab to come back? Uncle. Kurokas frowned and looked up in the direction where the sound came. Facing the warm sunshine, two black shadows suddenly jumped out of the air and landed in front of him. Who are you? Looking at the face of the boy in front of you, I read newspapers all year round to pass the time. Kurokas narrowed his eyes in an instant and recognized the other party's identity. 7 Warriors White Dragon Kyle. Oh, uncle has such a good eye-catching person. He actually recognized me at first sight. Kyle admitted openly. But then, his face suddenly rose, and he pointed his finger at his side, showing a playful smile. So uncle. I wonder if you can recognize his identity. Kurokas frowned, not understanding what Kyle's gourd was selling. He reached out and moved the small round glasses on his face, and instantly looked at the figure next to Kyle. If you don't read it, you won't know. Just now, his attention was completely attracted by Kyle's talking, and then he realized that what was standing next to Kyle was actually a skeleton. Yo-ho-a-ho-a-ho-a-ho-o Tilda. Mr. Kurokas, it's been a long time since we met, Tilda. Brooke politely took off the gentleman's hat on his head and greeted Kurokas. This voice. Kurokas, who was originally guessing why Kyle arrived at the entrance of this great route, was stunned. Next second. He suddenly widened his eyes and showed an incredible expression. You. Kurokas stretched out his finger, trembling for a long time, but did not say the second word. It was not until he felt as if he was choked in one breath and suddenly choked, that he made a shocking sound. You are Brooke. Yes, Mr. Kurokas. Brooke responded with a smile. But although his face was still the same at this moment, his heart was like a storm, surging and boiling. When old friends meet again, Brooke just wants to sing a song to express his inner emotions. But now, he has no chance to sing. Because he has more important things to do. Brooke held the zanpakura on his waist with one hand, and his expression instantly became solemn. Mr. Kurokas, as agreed, I will pick up my partner Rab. Go home. Okay, good. Kurokas's voice suddenly choked and his eyes began to wet. I just knew that you wouldn't leave Labu alone. Although it's been a little longer, I took good care of Xiao Labu as you told me. At this moment, Kurokas seemed to be turning around. He is no longer a gray-haired old man, but a young doctor who is entrusted by the Rumba pirates. Opposite him was not a white bone, but Brooke, who was laughing forever with an explosive head. My mission has been completed. Although Kurokas also wanted to ask Brooke what he had encountered in the past 50 years. But at this moment, all this is no longer important. But I'm sorry to bother, Uncle Kurokas. Kyle suddenly smiled and interrupted. May I ask, where is little Rab now? Hearing Kyle's question, Brooke instantly raised his spirits. Kurokas smiled slightly, looked at the sun in the sky, and replied. At this time, Rab should still hunt in the deep sea. Don't worry, it won't be long before it will be back. It seemed to be responding to Kurokas's words. Just as his words fell, a huge figure suddenly appeared under the sea at the port of Twin Cape. Countless bubbles came from the deep sea and burst immediately after encountering the air. Next to it, a dark object that seemed to be land suddenly poked out from under the sea. Out Tilda. A loud and loud whale chirping resounded throughout the sea. After eating and drinking, Rabu's eyes instantly became firm and he looked fiercely at the red clay continent in front of him. Then it swung its tail without hesitation and directly crashed forward. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Rabu and stretched out a hand to the impact of Rabu. Little guy, don't you even know how to take a closer look before hitting him? My Tiga is within your attack range. Boom. A look of panic suddenly flashed in Rabu's eyes, just about to hit the mountain. The next second, its huge body slowly emerged from the water surface. Kyle turned his wrist gently, and a huge whale as big as an island flew directly into the air and fell into the sea in a tilted position. Pong! The terrifying splashes turned into tremendous waves and rushed towards all directions. The air instantly became extremely wet. On the Tiga stretched out her hands and summoned a hurricane barrier to resist the terrifying waves like a tsunami. But in my heart, I was thinking, Captain Kyle, is there a possibility? The damage that made the whale hit directly is not as serious as this big wave. At the port, Brook also suddenly waved the Zanpakura in his hand, colluding with the power of the Yellow Springs, and instantly created a large wall of ice in front of him to help him and Kuroka's resist the waves. Hey tilde, are all young people so fierce nowadays? Kuroka's grew up and looked at Kyle flying in the air with a dumbfounded look. Ow tilde. Rab, who was suddenly attacked, suddenly exclaimed angry roar. It poked its head directly from the sea and wanted to confront the guy who attacked it again. But at this moment, the appearance of a voice made Rabu stop all movements in an instant. Yo-ho-a-ho-a-ho-a-ho-o tilde. It's great to be able to see you again. It's great to be alive. I'm here to fulfill our agreement, little Rabu tilde. Ow tilde. Rab turned his body stiffly. The next moment, an explosive figure suddenly reflected in its pupils that were even larger than the Tiga. Tears that could flood a small village suddenly lingered in Rabu's eyes. It seems that next is the touching scene of the reunion of old friends. Kyle fell from the air and looked at Kuroka's with a smile on his face and said, I think we'd better not bother them for now. Uncle Kuroka's, I wonder, do you have any plans to re-employment? One day later. Are you sure you're ready, little Rab? Standing on the shore, Kyle held a blue and white high-end ball and confirmed again to the island whale in front of him. Ow tilde. Rab nodded vigorously, shaking so loudly that the sea was filled with huge waves. After a day and night of conversation, Rab already understood that it was Kyle who saved Brook from the nightmare hell. It is also very grateful to Kyle for this. Especially yesterday, Kyle gave himself a perfect back throw with just one hand. This also allowed it to see Kyle's strength. It must be very interesting to travel around the world with such a guy. Kyle suddenly grinned after receiving Rab's affirmative answer. Then, welcome to join the Dusk Pirates, Rab. The advanced ball suddenly flew out, drawing a graceful arc in the air, and landed on Rab's body. Because I had defeated Rab yesterday, I had completed the decision to make the advanced ball. Next, a magical scene appeared. A red light shot out from the high-level ball, illuminating straight on Rabu's body, instantly covering his entire body. Instantly. The huge island whale disappeared instantly, and entered the advanced ball with the red light. The high-level ball that conquered the island whale slowly returned to Kyle's hands. Rab tilde get. Kyle excitedly raised the high-level ball in his hand. Brook, behind him, immediately smiled. Yo-ho-a-ho-a-ho-a-ho-o tilde. No matter how many times I see you, I will still be shocked by Captain Kyle's methods. Kyle smiled lightly and threw out the high-end ball again under Brook's gaze. Rab's body returned to the sea again. But at this moment, there was a mysterious power in its body. Open black lens bracket partner. Rab roaring whale king close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket qualification, be close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, 0-100s close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket combat power, 32 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket total qualifications, 320 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength qualification, 100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical qualification, 100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket agile qualification, 60 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental qualification, 60 close black lens bracket. Is it the template of the Roaring Whale King? It's really a force suitable for Rab. Seeing the Pokémon template loaded by Rab in the partner interface, Kyle immediately smiled satisfied. Although the Roaring Whale King is not a very popular Pokémon in the Pokémon world. But it is definitely the most suitable Pokémon template for Rab. How about it, Rab? Did you feel the new power in your body? After closing the panel in his mind, Kyle immediately asked Rab. Immediately, he received a passionate response from Rabbit. Ow tilde. The roar that resounded through the world represents Rab's heart at this moment. In a blink of an eye, it suddenly focused its gaze on its 50-year-old enemy, the Red Clay Continent. Rab's huge mouth slowly opened, as if he opened a door to another world. The next second, the terrifying water energy suddenly condensed in Rabu's mouth. Although its template power is only level 1, it can only allow Rab to master some basic Pokémon skills. But Rabu's own strength has laid a solid foundation for it. Even without template power, its strength cannot be underestimated. Boom! A huge column of water suddenly spurted out from Rabu's mouth and bombarded the current flowing down from the top of the Red Clay Continent. The water gun, which is obviously just a primary move of the water system Pokémon, at this moment, made the eternal current suddenly move backwards and flow upwards. The rocks on the Red Clay Continent also began to be crushed bit by bit under the power of the water gun. Ow tilde. Labu, who felt that he had been revenged for many years, instantly let out a cheerful cry. But suddenly, from the sea streams on the Red Clay Continent, a panic sound came. Wow, 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 why did this sea water suddenly go against the trend? Luffy, raise the sails quickly. If this continues, we will be washed away by the sea. It's too late. Leave it to me. Great Storm Witch, please give me the power to soar in the sky and the earth. The wind is coming tilde. Chapter 173 New Straw Hat Sea Thieves. Hut tilde. A hurricane suddenly surged, giving the ship a forward impetus out of thin air. Crazy la 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 la. As a sound of water turbulence sounded, a ship with dream wings suddenly glided down from the top of the Red Clay Continent. The turbulent water flow just became the pedal of the ship's slow step, and it fell down one after another as if it was flying water. Hear you. Everyone, please hold on to what you are around you, we want. Take off. On the boat, the nun who aroused the storm smiled. Seeing that the boat was out of danger, she immediately clenched her hands and placed it on her chest. Thanks to the Great Storm Witch for getting us out of danger again. At the same time, in the practice room of Tiga, Nami, who was originally practicing with Dasky, was suddenly stunned. Dasky, holding her sleeves, stopped attacking, turned her eyes to look at Nami. What's wrong, Nami? Nothing. Nami shook her head gently. Just now, a believer of mine borrowed a little power from me. And I feel like that believer is near us. Are near us. Dasky was stunned for a moment of curiosity. But Nami shook her head gently. Forget it, I'm just a shallow believer, it's no big deal. Let's continue training. A shallow believer is only a believer who is slightly higher than the lowest level pan-believers. The power that can be borrowed from Nami at one time is probably equivalent to a pirate with a reward order of 3,000. For Nami today, this borrowing of power will not even have any impact on her. The two women looked at each other and smiled, and then burst out with a terrifying momentum again, continuing the previous battle between Han Bing and Feng Yan. I really didn't expect that I would meet this guy at this time. At the port of Twin Cape, Kyle looked at the flag above the ship that was landing in a mess above the Red Clay Continent. He couldn't help but let out a light shovel and sighed. It should be said that fate is terrible. Usopp has now become Kyle's subordinate, and is now on Black Gun Island, serving as an ammunition engineer there, and his eyes are so busy that he has all come out. But the flag in Kyle's memory still appeared in front of him as promised. Straw Hat Pirates. Woohoo tilde I thought I was going to die. Is this a great route? It's really a life-threatening death at any time. Thanks to K's power, it seems that I will also consider faith in the Storm Witch in the future. A conversation that survived the disaster came from a small sailboat. But soon, the voice of the conversation gradually weakened. Because they found. Around them, a huge behemoth appeared at some point, staring at them intently. Scared. What is this? There was another commotion on the ship. And at this moment, a teasing voice suddenly came out. "Okay, Rab, don't scare them." Kyle chuckled, waved his hand to persuade Rab to leave, and then fell from the sky and landed directly on the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. But what appeared in front of him was not the Straw Hat Pirates that he was familiar with. Even the pirate ship had changed from Melly to another ship. But this is normal. After all, Luffy's partner on the original timeline has been almost dug by Kyle. Just as Kyle looked at the Straw Hats were also looking at Kyle. And one of the beautiful women with fair skin and beautiful appearance and charming faces turned extremely blue when they saw Kyle. "Hey, who are you? Why did you suddenly get on my boat?" Seeing the unexpected visitor, Luffy immediately stretched out his little finger and asked Kyle disdainfully while clasping his nose. "Idiot Luffy." At this moment, a pitch-black leather shoe suddenly kicked Luffy in the face. Sanji blocked Luffy in panic and said irritably in his ear, "Idiot. This guy is the Seven Warriors White Dragon Kyle. Don't cause trouble for us casually." Obviously, Sanji is also a frequent newspaper reader and instantly recognized Kyle's identity. After all, he is the most famous pirate on the sea in the past year. Almost every day, newspapers report on deeds related to him or the Twilight Pirates in order to take advantage of Kyle's popularity and traffic. In order to attract attention, many newspapers even exaggerate and report some of Kyle's actions to the extreme. However, Sanji's reminder did not work at all. Seven Warriors Sea. What is that? Can it be eaten? Luffy, who had shoe prints on his face, continued to ask with a tilted face regardless of Sanji's obstacle. Asshole. Sanji, who knew Kyle's terror, wanted to continue to stop Luffy. But Kyle waved and smiled. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm not as scary as written in the newspaper." Quote. Sanji lowered his figure and looked at Kyle vigilantly. "May I ask, why do you appear here as a Seven Warriors Sea? And why do you have to get on our ship?" Well, this question. Kyle glanced at Sanji with a funny look. "I wonder if you have seen it recently news." Quote. News. Sanji looked puzzled. But Kyle waved his hand. "Little Tiga, I'll give me a copy of yesterday's newspaper." A gust of breeze blew, and a newspaper fell steadily in Sanji's hands. He opened the newspaper curiously. The convex nun behind her and the fair-skinned and beautiful lady also came up curiously. Immediately they saw the title in the newspaper. "The Nightmare of the Newcomer Pirate. The pirates started killing at dusk." Close black lens bracket. Below is a photo of Kebi and several Kung Fu manatees redeeming Kid's corpse at the naval base for a reward order. The content of the report was roughly centered around the actions before the pirates at dusk, and did not add fuel to the fire like the title. It just introduced the recent actions of the Twilight Pirates, and speculated that the Twilight Pirates may have to control this year's newcomer pirates. It was clearly a hot day at noon, but these few lines of text were so scared that Sanji and others were sweating in a cold sweat. Newcomer pirates. Isn't this what they are talking about? Therefore, the pirates guarded the entrance of the Great Route in the dusk just to block the newcomers. How so? Everyone looked up at Kyle in an instant and looked at him in fear. But Kyle smiled. "Don't be nervous, I don't plan to attack you. After all, my relationship with Long is pretty good, and there is no reason to attack his son at this time." Dragon. Sanji and others were stunned and looked at Luffy and Kyle's gaze. "You guys don't know yet, right?" Kyle walked to Luffy with a smile, and with his confusion expression, he directly held his hand under Luffy's straw hat. Immediately, with Luffy's unresistible power, he started to ravage his head and explained to Sanji and others. "Your Captain Monkey D. Luffy is the son of Monkey D. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army." What? Kyle's words instantly made Sanji and the other two exclaim in surprise. Anyone with a world perspective knows who is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. And their captain was actually the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. "Luffy, you." Sanji raised his hand to ask, but when he saw Luffy's stupid look, he immediately understood. "I guess Luffy doesn't even know what the Revolutionary Army is." Now he is still trying hard to grasp Kyle's palm, but no matter how hard he exerts force, he can't stop Kyle's ravage. "Stop making trouble." Kyle grinned and waved his hand, and immediately pressed Luffy's rubber body down completely. His eyes flashed, and an intriguing look appeared in his eyes. Kyle never gave up on Luffy's Nika fruit. However, now is not a good opportunity to consider this matter. With a thought, he raised his head again, looked at Sanji and the other two, and said with a smile. "Since you meet it's fate. We just happen to have new partners joining us and we are preparing to hold a welcome party. You guys come together. By the way, let me tell you the rules of the Great Route." Ah! Sanji and others were stunned for a moment, but soon a light of inspiration ejaculated in their eyes. They just arrived at the Great Route and needed intelligence. And having a 7 warriors see to answer their questions will undoubtedly reduce a lot of trouble for their next voyage. After some conversation, Kyle successfully met the 4 people from the Straw Hat Pirates. Only when he heard the name of the royal sister of the Straw Hat group, his eyes narrowed slightly. Yarlita, what a familiar name. Ah ha ha. Yarita, who was directly looked at by Kyle, quickly touched her head awkwardly, and laughed nervously. Maybe, Lord Kyle has seen someone with the same name and surname as me. Is this really the case? Kyle continued to frown and stared at Yarita. After a while, just as Yarlita was so panicked that she burst into cold sweat on her forehead and couldn't help but want to explode, Kyle suddenly smiled indifferently. "Come with me." As he said that, an ordinary flashlight suddenly appeared in his hand, shining at Rabu who was waiting aside. Under the shocked gaze of the Straw Hat group, the huge island whales instantly shrank and slowly turned into a small whale less than half a meter long. "Is this a great route?" Sanji murmured to himself. Luffy's eyes were staring. The nuns Kay and Yarita widened their eyes and looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. Half an hour later, in the restaurant Antigua. Although she was an outsider, Luffy quickly integrated into the banquet and competed with the big-stomached woman Bony to eat. Sanji also admired the chef team's cooking skills while looking at the mysterious kitchen facilities enviously. He dared to bet that no chef could refuse such a perfect kitchen. It is precisely because of such a kitchen that he subconsciously thought that Kyle was a guy who knew about chefs. The original vigilance has also eased. Only nuns Kai and Yarita were still staring at dumbfounded, focusing on the 2 people in the pirates in the dusk. That's Lord Storm which appeared. Sister Kay was originally a nun from a cathedral in the East China Sea. But in fact, she just inherited her mother's business, pretended to be a nun and made a living by making money, and had no fear of the gods in her heart. A few months ago, the church where Kai was also sold to the Storm Witch Church by the Archbishop. The Archbishop's actions made the rest of the church feel betrayed and left one after another. Only Kay directly defected to the Storm Witch Church in order to keep this job. As an atheist, she began to pray for Nami's sculptures and portraits every day. Over time, she actually became a pan-believer of the Storm Witch and gained the ability to borrow a little power from Nami. By chance, Luffy was forcibly tied to the ship with the power of the storm. I don't know whether it was the power of Nika fruit or Luffy's own affinity, Kay slowly recognized his identity as the Straw Hats gang from the beginning. Beside Kai, Yarita also looked at FANFIC, who was commanding Kung Fu Manatee to transport delicious food. Is this guy a little short guy Kebi? He has become so handsome. After escaping from Donghai prison, she was very lucky to find a devil fruit, the slippery fruit on a deserted island. With the ability of the fruit, Yarlita evolved from a fat man with freckles on her face to a charming senior royal sister. With good sailing skills, she boarded Luffy's pirates in an accident. Originally, she just wanted to use the powerful Luffy's hands to find Kyle who caused her a lot of harm to revenge. I didn't think so. Kyle's Twilight Pirates rose all the way in a short period of time. He first defeated the 7 Warriors Sea, killed many pirates, and finally became the King's 7 Warriors Sea. This huge gap has already made Yarlita give up on the idea of seeking revenge on Kyle. However, fate makes people beat you up. Just as she was planning to use the power of the Straw Hat Pirates to enter the Great Route, she actually met her enemy again. Moreover, she also learned from Kyle that Luffy was the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Instantly. In Yarlida's eyes, Luffy is no longer an idiot newcomer pirate with power, but a potential stalk that emits golden flashes all over her body. If I keep hanging with such a guy, I can't be considered as having the power to follow the dragon. In the future, maybe we can still be a senior leader in the Revolutionary Army. Thinking of this, Yarlida instantly gave up the idea of leaving the Straw Hat Pirates. As a pirate, she did not refuse to become another enemy of the world government. Only. She looked away from Kirby and slowly looked at Kyle, who was holding a huge fish tank and introducing Rab to others. Think about it carefully, if it weren't for Kyle, I wouldn't have been able to get the slippery fruits, nor would I have met the Prince of the Revolutionary Army. How could this be an enemy? This is clearly a great benefactor who lights up my life lighthouse and points me the way it is. Yarlida instantly adjusted her mentality, and even her eyes at Kyle changed. No longer as fearful and timid as before. She promised. This is definitely because she is out of sight. Not because she did it. Chapter 174 I Want You. Luffy, are you sure you don't choose to go with us? This route has almost been opened by me, enough to allow you to arrive at the Shambodian Islands safely. At the port of Twin Cape, Kyle stood on the ship bar of the Tiga, looked down at Luffy, and persuaded him. But what responded to him was Luffy's smiley face with the word D. Hee, I don't want that. That kind of journey is not a risk at all. That's right. Kyle, who had long expected Luffy to answer like this, smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, he threw out a recording pointer. This is the record pointer for the route next door. Since you want to find excitement, I wish you a happy adventure. Luffy stretched out his rubber arm, grabbed the recording pointer with one hand, and then put his other hand on the straw hat, showing a confident laugh. Thank you, brother Kyle. You are indeed a good person. Ha 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 tilde. Kyle grinned, said nothing, just waved goodbye to Luffy. He just completed the mission of the Guardian of the Lighthouse. Who's calling? He kidnapped the person directly. Although Kuroka's, the ship doctor of One Piece, does not intend to become a pirate again and stay on the Tiga. But under Kyle's persuasion, he had agreed to join the Twilight Medical Academy to work there and pass on his medical skills. After saying goodbye to the Straw Hat pirate ship, the Tiga took off slowly under Luffy's golden eyes and flew towards the direction of the Drum Kingdom. Kyle, who originally planned to enter the New World directly, had to return to the base camp Magnetic Drum Kingdom in order to escort Kuroka's to become a glorious people's teacher. Just so happened that Monka had a news a few days ago that Raju of the Vinsmic family was in the Drum Kingdom and wanted to meet him and talk about something. Originally, Kyle planned to leave her alone for a few days, and then consider contacting Vinsmic after completing the deal with Doflamingo. After all, at that time, he must have had a lot of character cards in his hand, which was more convenient to operate. However, the plan did not change quickly. Anyway, it is also good to go back to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom and establish diplomatic relations with the Vinsmic family. At the same time, in the hall of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom Palace. In a pink and purple tights, Leiju twisted her waist and walked in step by step. Her perky buttocks trembled slightly, and she sat in her seat with a full momentum, with an unhappy expression on her face. Mr. Monka, since you can't be the master of the Drum Kingdom, why do you still call me back? Don't think that a mere identity as a 7 warriors C can play with our Vinsmic family. Ha 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 ha. Faced with Raju's aggressive complaints, Monka, who was sitting on the main seat, remained calm and smiled. You misunderstood, Miss Raju. I dare not play with you Vinsmic family. Don't you want to see Captain Kyle? I'll tell you good news. Captain Kyle will return to the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums in a few days. Then you can discuss the cooperation in detail. Oh. Raju pursed her tender lips and gently tapped her jade feet in her long boots. It seems that the busy man finally has time. Okay, I'll give you a few more days. If you can't see your Captain Kyle again, don't blame me for being polite. Lei Ju snorted lightly and got up and wanted to walk outside. But at this moment, Monka's voice came out again. Ha ha ha, please don't worry, Miss Riju. Since Captain Kyle has sent me a message intently, there will be no mistakes. Just. Monka's tone suddenly paused, and his voice became deeper. Lei Ju turned around for no reason, but happened to see Monka standing up. But his eyes were scarlet and his eyes became extremely cold. Instantly. Lei Ju seemed to see a demon with sharp teeth, looking at her fragrant body with saliva. It was like the murmuring of creatures in the abyss. Monka's voice fell into Riju's ears again. Miss Lei Ju, I hope you can remember. The Pirates of the Dusk are willing to cooperate with the FANFIC family because the FANFIc family has what we want. Not because we are afraid of you. If you can't tell the main and secondary relationships between them, our cooperation will be difficult to carry out. Monka, a half-her, showed a perverted smirk, stretched out his long tongue, and licked between his sharp fangs. After a while, it seemed as if it fell into the ice cave and Lei Ju slowly walked out of the palace hall. The heavy snow-like goose feathers fell on her face, which made her feel inexplicably warm. Lei Ju, who was soaked all over, opened her mouth slightly, but eventually turned into a self-deprecating smile. This is the Pirates in the Dusk. A little person who is unknown can bring me such great pressure. If I had known this, I would have let those guys without feelings come over. She murmured to herself and walked towards the Hotel of the Drum Kingdom. A few days later. Amid the cheers of the people and the shocking eyes of tourists. Slowly from the sky above the Drum Kingdom, it fell to the stopping point on the upper floor of the palace. Captain Kyle. Monka and others, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately smiled and came up to meet him after seeing Kyle get off the ship. Yeah, Kyle responded and smiled, nodded, thank you for your hard work during this period. Not hard. No hard. It is to meet with some merchants every day, plan the factory output, and study the development of the new urban area. Monka smiled and said with an honest look in front of Kyle. Kyle immediately glanced at him angrily. I'm fine, I know you're not lazy. I'll take advantage of the past few days. You guys hurry up and go to the training room to practice for a while. I'm just waiting for your words, Captain Kyle. Monka grinned. After getting Kyle's approval, he immediately stayed with Hei Yan and the others and walked into the cabin. Kyle, who walked off the boat, focused his attention on another wave of people. Good afternoon, Miss Lei Ju. Kyle walked up with a smile and greeted Lei Ju. Hello, Mr. Kyle. Riju responded immediately. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Kyle smiled and said, I heard that Miss Riju has something important to discuss with me, but I rushed back without stopping. Haha, guess I will believe it. A flash of inspiration in Lei Ju's eyes immediately opened with a smile. Thank you so hard, Mr. Kyle. But this matter involves the secret of the Drum Kingdom. Without your consent, Mr. Monka would not be able to make a decision. It's about the panacea. Kyle stretched out his hand and signaled Riju to enter the hall for details. One by one, the two entered the reception hall in the palace again. Several maids had already prepared fruits and prepared snacks and poured tea. Kyle and Riju took the seat one after another. Kyle went straight to the point. Monka has informed me of the requests of the FANFIC family before. Vince the Mock family wants to get the genetic technology hidden inside the panacea, right? Quote. Speaking of this, Kyle looked embarrassed. I regret to tell Miss Lei Ju that the panacea is just a mysterious elixir produced by our scientific research. Even we have no information on the panacea. What? Hearing Kyle's words, Riju, who had just sat down, stood up again instantly. At this moment, her face was as cold as ice, as if she was saying to Kyle, you are playing tricks on me. However, facing Riju's actions, Kyle waved his hand with a smile. Don't be so excited, Miss Riju. Although we have no possibility of cooperation on the top of the panacea, it does not mean that we do not have the opportunity to cooperate. Tilda. Huh, Lei Ju looked suspicious. But Kyle crossed his hands and supported his chin. The next second, he suddenly laughed. It's a coincidence. I just met your younger brother a few days ago. Younger brother. The suspicion in Leijo's eyes became even stronger, and she questioned Kyle. This is impossible. My 3 younger brothers should be still in Beihai now. Oh. Kyle raised his brows gently. Are you sure you only have 3 younger brothers? What are you talking about? Leiju's eyes trembled suddenly. But Kyle continued to laugh. I met a failed product that you let go by yourself, your younger brother, Sanji. This. Leiju became flustered in an instant. Why do you know this? Haha, I know more than you think. Kyle raised his head slightly, smiled mysteriously, and reached out to signal Leiju to sit down first. Lehiu, who was completely panicked, sat down again for no reason. At this time, Kyle continued to smile. The Fanfic family once unified the North Sea by relying on force, a kingdom that was enough to make the world government and navy afraid. But now, it has become a wandering family that no longer exists in the territory of its own country. Although Fanfic has once again set off a little momentum in the past decade, he has once again been intimidating the sea with his powerful cloned soldiers. But everyone knows that with the current situation of the Fanfic family, it is already its limit to achieving this situation. So, you are only anxious to seek medical treatment, and you don't even want to let go of a panacea that may be related to genes. Am I right, Miss Riju? Are you talking nonsense? Derma 66 is a kingdom recognized by the world government. How can we, who are praised as the war house by the underground world, have the limits to us? Leiju immediately refuted. But what I got was Kyle's unchanging laughter. Is this really the case? If Derma 66 is really as powerful as you said, then why can't you even cultivate a figure at the level of a Navy general? Sea Admiral. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Leiju was speechless. When did the combat effectiveness of the Navy general level become the standard for judging whether the power is strong or not? She felt that she and Kyle lived completely in 2 worlds. But when I think of Kyle's ship, he has 2 7 warriors and 1 natural thunder fruit ability. Can let the 3 of them stay in the same boat obediently. Perhaps Kyle already has the strength of a Navy general. That's right. If it weren't for such a strong strength, how could such a miraculous thing be done? The current pirate world is completely different from the timeline where individuals can burst out with the strength of generals in 2 years. There are only a few who have top combat power. And Kyle is so young, he has such terrifying power. If he can bring his bloodline factor back and study it. Thinking of this, Rijo's eyes at Kyle became enthusiastic in an instant. So, Mr. Kyle has said so much to me, do you think you can help the Fanfic family break through the current limits? Riju, who calmed down, instantly realized that since Kyle knew their Fanfic family so well, she was still willing to talk to her. There must be something to ask for from them. All the previous words were just for the prelude to the dominance of the subsequent cooperation. But judging from the power shown by the Twilight Pirates, they do have the strength to dominate. Seeing that Reiju had realized his thoughts, Kyle was not surprised, and he continued. Breaking through the limit is not a difficult thing. As long as your father is willing to send his precious sons to the pirates' ship in the evening for training. I can guarantee, in less than 3 years, they will definitely gain combat power at the level of a general or above. That's the bargaining chip I can give. Kyle leaned forward slightly, and at the same time exuded a little momentum, putting pressure on Lehiu. You have to be clear, Miss Riju. The strong man who has accumulated through technological power is destined to have a limit. In my fruit the ability can help them break through this limit. Quote. Think carefully. Let them be pirates for 3 years. In 3 years, I can guarantee that the Fanfic family will have 3 general-level combat power. Miss Riju, you don't want to see the Fanfic family completely lose their ambition to take revenge on North Sea in your generation, right? Leiju raised her eyebrows lightly, her bright eyes flashed. No wonder Clockdale and Molia both became Kyle's subordinates. It turns out that he has mastered such magical fruit ability. She must admit that if what Kyle said is true, then this deal is indeed very tempting. Anyway, I will not suffer any loss. After thinking about it, Leju nodded immediately. Okay. I already know Mr. Kyle's suggestion. I will report to my father now and ask about his intention to cooperate. Let's wait. At this moment, Kyle suddenly stopped Leju and then raised the corners of his mouth. Miss Raju, I only talked about the benefits that Vinsmock can get, but I haven't said what you need to pay. Ah. Leju was stunned. Isn't it a condition to let them be pirates for 3 years? What an international joke. Kyle immediately showed a slightly angry look. Look at my boat, it seems that there are so many combat powers that are missing from my scattered boats. My real condition is, let you Leju join the Twilight Pirates. Chapter 175 Marco's Visit. What? Facing Kyle's naked eyes, Raju was stunned and looked at him in a daze. Two don't quite understand what you mean. Is this difficult to understand? Kyle raised his eyebrows and smiled, his eyes falling straight on Raju like a flash of lightning. He continued to explain. Use your freedom alone to exchange for the rise of the Vinsmock family again. I believe that your father, who has no feelings, will agree without hesitation to this deal. A hesitant look flashed in Leju's eyes again. But at the same time, she also knew very well that if Kyle really had that kind of fruit ability, then her father Gaji would have abandoned her pawn without hesitation in exchange for the rise of his 3 younger brothers. Only. Why is it me? Raju raised her head in confusion and asked Kyle. After all, in terms of combat effectiveness and reputation, she is far inferior to those 3 truly successful younger brothers. However, Kyle, who met Leju's gaze, smiled and replied in a teasing way. Is this more important? Of course it's because you look good Tilda. You. Leju's tone suddenly stopped. She never expected that the dignified 7 warriors Kale would give such a reason. Although she knew that this was probably just an excuse for Kyle not to say the real reason, she was inexplicably shy and couldn't speak for a long time. Looking at the silent Raju, Kyle's mouth raised again and she smiled. Okay, Miss Leju, these are the only conditions I can give. As for whether your Vinsmock family can seize this opportunity, it depends on you. If Gaji agrees to this deal, you and your brothers can go directly to the New World to find me. Believe me, this is definitely a great opportunity for your Vinsmock family to change their destiny. After making his request, Kyle immediately acted like seeing off guests. It was not until after walking out of the reception hall that Raju realized. It seems that I was being flirted with for no reason. However, the deal proposed by Kyle forced her to think carefully. Judging from the member composition of the Twilight Pirates, Kyle should not be bluffing them. He really has methods and methods to make people stronger. At the same time, in the reception hall, looking at Leju's figure leaving, Kyle finally couldn't help but feel happy and his lips rose up wildly. Leju has a good figure and she also likes to wear rubber coats. But this is definitely not the reason why Kyle asked her to join the Twilight Pirates. In the Vinsmock family, except Raju, all 3 other people are transformed people who have no feelings and only know how to complete Gaji's orders. In other words, as long as Gaji gave his order, these 3 guys would join the Twilight Pirates wholeheartedly. In this way, Kyle can load character cards for these 3 people, and directly become a partner who is completely loyal to him. At that time, he will let Gaji see the growth of the 3 brothers, and thus give him Reiju as agreed. Lehiu, who was regarded as the transaction target, would naturally volunteer to join the Twilight Pirates. At that time, the character template will be loaded. Vinsmock's family of 4 became his most loyal subordinate. The entire Vinsmock family is still at their own mercy. With Gaji's conceit for transforming people, he absolutely could not have imagined that there would be a brainwashing method in this world that is more powerful than bloodline factors. Thinking of this, Kyle finally couldn't help but chuckled softly. I'm really a business genius. Because Monka and others' experience value just stuck at the limit of rising to the next level, Kyle stayed in the Drum Kingdom for another 2 days. But what he didn't expect was, during this stop, he actually waited for an unexpected visitor. Welcome, welcome. I really didn't expect Captain Marco to visit my small temple. Your arrival has really made the entire Drum Kingdom shine. Ha 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 ha, Kyle, you're so polite. In the same reception hall, Kyle welcomed a man with a pineapple-like head with glorious face. Behind the pineapple head was a fat big white man. At Kyle's kind invitation, Marco and Bremenk also felt that they were fully respected. Have a look, have a look. This is the arrangement of the Whitebeard pirates. Even the most popular king of the sea and the sea, the Seven Warriors, has to be so flattering after seeing them. Seeing that several maids had brought various special snacks to their front, Marco and the other men suddenly became more proud. But what they don't know is, at this time, Kyle was planning in his heart how to get their father to join his Twilight Pirates. After all, in his hand, there is an S-level character card, Yamamoto Kinrakusashi Shigeki, waiting for the right contractor. Captain Marco, I heard from his subordinates that you are coming to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom this time. Are you trying to buy a panacea? I don't know, how much do you plan to buy? After all the etiquettes, Kyle directly asked straight to the point and smiled. It is still unknown whether the Whitebeard can get on the boat. But the current business is full of real money. He had already expected that after learning the function of the red potion, the Whitebeard pirates would inevitably be unable to sit still and take action. Even now, they are in the whirlpool of Blackbeard betrayal. Because he had a great first impression of Kyle, Marco was not ink. He directly asked Bremenk to take out the 10 billion Bailey from his mysterious pocket and expressed his intention. Kyle naturally refused such a refreshing deal. Soon, 20 bottles of red potion were put into Bremenk's pocket. And Kyle also gained 10 billion Baileys. Nowadays, the funds in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom are very sufficient. His 10 billion Bailey no longer needs to make any investments and can be left to use for his own use. A pleasant, short-term deal ends here. Captain Marco, it's still early, why don't you let me take you to the factory in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom? We are much better than those on the market, both weapons and medicines. I guess you will like it. Kyle sent another invitation to Marco. With the scale of the Whitebeard pirates and their pirates, the weapons and medicines they consumed are definitely astronomical. If he could get an order from them, it would definitely be enough for him to make a profit for a while. It's a pity. Pineapple-headed Marco did not give Kyle this opportunity. Forget it, Kyle. After all, we have many factories around the New World. If I knew I spent a lot of money to buy weapons from you, my brothers would kill me. Marco declined half-truthfully. It's not entirely impossible to purchase supplies from Kyle. But he just got 20 bottles of panacea, and now he can't wait to rush back to the Moby. Let's see if their father can awaken the second spring under the power of this magical potion. That's a pity, Tilda. Kyle said regretfully. After all, after this year, it is unknown whether the Whitebeard pirates still exist. There is not much time left to make him earn money. Marco smiled apologetically, but said goodbye to Kyle. But before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and asked Kyle. By the way, Kyle. You have been in this paradise. I wonder if you have ever encountered Ace from our side. Ace. As the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirates. Kyle raised his eyebrows, but immediately shook his head. Sorry, I have no news about him. That's it, Tilda. A look of undetectable worry flashed in Marco's eyes. But it disappeared soon. Although there have been news of the traders appearing in the black market in the underground world. But as long as Whitebeard and others have no one to come forward to admit it, no one will dare to take the initiative to mention this matter. But where did that guy Ace chase after Blackbeard? After saying goodbye again, Marco and Bremenk finally set out on the return route. And the other side. Kyle, who was watching the ship they were riding gradually leaving, stood on the shore and began to think secretly. Have Blackbeard and Ace entered the first half of the Great Route? It seems that there is not much time left before the war begins, Tilda. It's time to prepare in advance. But, Blackbeard, don't lose your chain. My good, there are many plans, but you are waiting for you to help me advance. Quote. In Kyle's deep eyes, there were lights of inspiration flashing from time to time, making it impossible to guess what he really thought in his heart at this moment. But soon, Kyle's expression returned to normal again, showing a smile that was unpredictable. Since the direction of the situation can only be left to time, I'd better not do too much to avoid causing more storms. During this period, I'll make my little money safely. Swish. A ripple suddenly appeared in the space behind Kyle. The next moment, his figure disappeared and returned to the captain's room with 10 billion Bailey. He smiled. Fortunately, I didn't leave too quickly. Otherwise, this 10 billion Bailey will temporarily exist in the Drum Kingdom. With a thought, Kyle immediately clicked on the glitter interface in the system. There was almost no hesitation, and he directly clicked 10 times in a row on the 10 draws button of the legendary gag machine. The 10 billion Bailey that I just obtained disappeared in an instant. In Kyle's eyes, there are a series of prompt messages passing by. It seems that my luck today is not very good. Looking at the 100 messages, and no S-level prompt appeared, Kyle sighed slightly disappointed. But soon, he got excited again. 10 billion Bailey, for him now, it would not be sad about it if he said more or less. And, although there were no S-level props, there were a whole row of A-level props. Kyle immediately opened his backpack and began to count the gains of this time. First of all, A-level props. In 100 lottery draws, 10 A-level props were directly released, although 8 of them were awakening stones. But this is also a good probability. What's more, among the remaining 2 A-level props, Kyle has a powerful character card Ulchior Asifa. Generally, Kyle usually has no impression of such male characters with messy names. But after seeing this name, a picture of 2 monsters striking waves suddenly flashed through his mind in the illusory world. Without having to paint, Kyle can instantly recognize his identity. The 4th 10th blade of Zai Palace represents the powerful broken face of nothingness. At the same time, he is also the only one among all the 10 blades who has the ability to return to the blade. Its powerfulness does not require too much language to describe it. Even though I haven't seen the character template yet, Kyle believes this will definitely be a top A-level character. Looking at the portrait of the figure wearing pale clothes and calm face in front of him, Kyle immediately started to think. I remember, this guy seemed to be because the location of the virtual hole happened to appear in the heart, so that his concept of mind was very strange. I even developed the characteristic of specifically picking enemy heart parts to attack. When it comes to the heart, Kyle instantly thought of Luo's figure. In the anime, this kid Luo seems to love playing with the heart of the enemy. He even made a feat of digging out 100 pirates' hearts and dedicated them to the navy to obtain the identity of the 7 warlords. See. It seems that you don't have to worry too much about finding the fitter of the character card. Kyle, who has used so many character cards, is sure that with Luo's characteristics, he will definitely be able to match this powerful 4th 10th blade. Immediately afterwards, his eyes turned and he looked at the last A-level prop. This is an A-level weapon and is not unfamiliar with Kyle. X Antibody, a special weapon that can only be used on Digimon character cards. After using X Antibody, Drake at this time transformed. Not only did the body undergo some changes, but there were many mysterious patterns on the body, making it look full of power. He also obtained a move that only Tyrannosaurus X could learn, Super Blast. This is a move that infinitely condenses the super flames to make it burst out with more terrifying power. Today, Drake not only controls the power of flames, but also uses explosive moves like a Kaku who has eaten the fruit of a bomb. It can be said, a piece of equipment is directly equivalent to a fruit ability. Moreover, this is just the power displayed by Tyrannosaurus X. With Drake's awakening, this X antibody can definitely burst out with even more terrifying power. Well, I just got 8 more awakening stones, so let Drake wake up first. As for the remaining awakening stones, let's use them for Moria. A-level character card only requires 4 awakening stones. 8 awakening stones can just awaken 2 A-level partners. Although Kyle also wanted to follow the steps and wake up according to the time of boarding. But relatively speaking, prioritizing high-level partners to awaken is the most in line with the interests of the Twilight Pirates.